But I needed to get a great start today, really regretted the play on April. After Northamptonshire in the Proctor field, Yorkshire today 312 to 7 in their first innings. But after the line stopped scoring on a 109. In the end, the Proctor took 2 wickets, took out 4-2, and just before and off here for the wicket. And started to 2-18 out of 2 games worth.
You'll know that if not, then I'll know.
Good morning. Welcome back to Northamptonshire. Welcome back to Northamptonshire versus Yorkshire in the County Championship Division 2. It's day 2. My name is Dan Jadzovic. I'm joined by Toby Williams. How are you, Toby?
Yeah, good, Dan. Yeah. Good to be here, making a debut on the mic. But yeah, I'm excited. It's could be a promising day ahead.
We speak quite a lot on the stream about the first hour is key, and it does become quite cliched after a while. But it genuinely again feels like the first hour could be really important here. Yorkshire are 312 for 7 at the end of day 1, having been asked to bat first here by Luke Proctor in Northamptonshire. Adam Lythe, the standout of that innings, 109 before he was caught and bowled by the captain. Shan Masood as well with 60, and then a kind of a fight back from Northamptonshire, picked up a few wickets of Yorkshire at the end of the day, pretty cheaply to bring themselves back into parity. Matthew Revis, Jordan Thompson, the not-out batters on 18 and 14 respectively. But yeah, 3 quick wickets, and you look at 312 and you think, well, it's not too bad of a score. Yorkshire bat for an hour, that could be nearly 400, and actually that starts to look a little bit more intimidating.
Yeah, I think Northamptonshire will be quite keen to take the early wickets. They'll probably learn a bit from the Gloucestershire game with DeLange on some bowls.
Sanderson starts from the David Capel end and gets a massive leading edge from Jordan Thompson, which Emilio Gay threw himself at and couldn't quite gather it. Big wingspan as well, Emilio Gay.
Yeah, he's been quite involved in most of the wickets, I think. How many catches has he taken?
He's had 3 catches. Shan Masood, Will Luxton, Johnny Tattersall. Did drop Shan Masood as well pretty early on, didn't he? But
yeah, that was
made up for it later. But again, you kind of take those chances, and Shan Masood had a couple, didn't he? Got dropped by Emilio Gay, a missed stumping by Lewis McManus even earlier in the piece. Just a bit too straight from Sanderson. Thompson gets down the other end with a leg by. And you did you were there for the end of day interviews, I guess, videos yesterday with John Sadler. What was the vibe being picked up from John?
I think he was pretty pleased with how they ended the day. He said it was Yorkshire obviously won the first two sessions, being put in and being asked to bat. Quite a good start from Yorkshire, but it was a nice fight back to see, with character shown towards the end. So I think start the day well, then bat well, got a chance.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 slips in place this morning. And as we saw yesterday for a lot of Matt Revis's 42 deliveries, there was a big stride forward and a solid forward defence as well, as he just goes and does a bit of gardening on this pitch. It's pretty green, as you can see. It is cloudy overhead, not quite as overcast as what it was yesterday. A few blue patches up above. Weather forecast, I believe, well, it depends which one you look at, really, but I think it's going to be dry for the majority of the day. It's left alone by Revis. Tomorrow doesn't look quite so optimistic, but again, depending on which weather outlet forecast site you look at, there's a chance that it could be slightly different depending on where you get your weather forecast. But today, with that in mind, very important, particularly for the home side. Had a bad first innings, didn't they, 2 weeks ago here against Gloucestershire, and kind of set Gloucestershire up nicely for that victory, that first one since 22.
Yeah, I think Greg Smith, who's come in as batting coach, will be quite keen to see maybe a better first innings. Northamptonshire have been quite good with the bat so far this year. It's probably been their strong point over their bowling. But I definitely think that not losing early wickets will be very crucial in making a good start.
Yeah, of course. And very close to picking up their first win of the season last week against Derbyshire. That's left well alone by Revis to finish the first over of day 2. 97 overs, 317 for 7. And it is going to be the returning Jack White from the Lynn Wilson Centre end this morning. He playing his first game of the championship this summer, having missed the first 6 rounds, recovering from an injury that he picked up over the winter. So great for Northamptonshire to see Jack White back. He was the leading wicket taker in Division 1 last year with 50 wickets. Wicketless so far in this game, though, as is Ben Sanderson. There won't be too many occasions, I wouldn't have thought, that White and Sanderson would have bowled 40 overs between them and been wicketless combined. That judgment by Adam Lyth at the top of the order to leave the ball well. That's short from Jack White to start with, and that's powerfully cut away by Jordan Thompson. It's the long side down towards the signal box, and it's the first, well, not the first 4 off the bat, but the first 4 for Thompson this morning that went in the direction that he wanted it to go in. That leading edge in the over before takes Yorkshire up to 321. It's watchful last night from Jordan Thompson. Get through to the end of the day. We spoke, myself and Dave Ripley spoke about his career strike rate in the 60s. Nicely played. That's going to be back-to-back boundaries for Thompson. So it was out of character yesterday evening, but obviously knew there was work to do. There were runs to be scored today, and so far this morning he's shot out the gates. 3 boundaries in the first 8 balls of the morning. Two slips for Jack White this morning. And that's cut Thompson in half as it's come back in towards the Yorkshire number 9. No bat in play, though.
Been nice to see Jack White back.
Yeah, absolutely. I was just saying that he was obviously Northampton's leading wicket taker last year with 50 wickets and missed the start of the season. I think that was another thing that you spoke with John about yesterday, wasn't it? About kind of how big of a boost he's been to bring back into the 11.
Yeah, definitely. He's someone who just constantly runs in, gives his all. Been a massive miss.
Quick single taken. They'll take on Ben Sanderson, who does well in the covers to restrict it only to one. Put Matthew Revis on strike for the final 2 balls of the over.
Been quite unlucky, Jack White, not to take a wicket. I think in his 20 overs bowled. Sando as well. They've bowled just over 40 overs between them, not taking a wicket. I feel quite hard done by.
Yeah, I funnily enough, when you just popped out, I said I don't think there'd be many occasions where the two of them would have bowled 40 overs between them and not had 1 wicket to show for it. Testament to the quality that Adam Lyth and Finlay Bean showed at the top of the order, though. The judgment to leave the ball how they did and not be drawn into those shots. There weren't a huge amount of play and misses, were there? I don't think, from Yorkshire yesterday morning. So yes, I think 40 overs for the quality of those two, and you think, well, surely they'd have 1. But at the same time, Yorkshire did such a good job up against the new ball. And it was very reminiscent of Gloucestershire a couple of weeks ago, which I'm sure the Northamptonshire players won't need too much of a reminder about, but that's a big drive, which has got the outside edge of Matthew Revis's bat, and it runs away down through the gully for 4. Expensive over, 13 runs from it, and well, you know it, Yorkshire have moved to 330 for 7 off the 2 overs so far this morning.
Yeah, going back to what you were saying a minute ago, I think Adam Lyth said after the first 6 or 7 overs yesterday, they were delighted with how they came away with things, which I'm sure is quite a fair assessment. Definitely the ball was moving about. There's quite a lot of grass on the pitch. But yeah, they've batted brilliantly so far, and I think they'll be quite happy with how things are going. I think
too, I would imagine, I don't know, but if that coin had fallen the other way around, I suspect Yorkshire would have had a bowl first.
Yeah, you'd think so.
So to have kind of navigated themselves to 330 for 7, having been asked to bat first here on a green pitch with a lot of overhead conditions favourable for the bowlers. Yeah, I mean, Yorkshire should be pretty happy with their work so far, and 330 I think is a pretty good score.
Yeah, I think John Sadler he said yesterday they were quite annoyed that they were still batting.
Yeah.
That they'll still be batting at the end of day 2, so see how they get on with the last 3 wickets.
Yeah, this ball obviously is only, well, I say only, it was 16 overs old at the start of the day today, so plenty of life in it. It's not like it really stopped at any point. There might have been a couple of overs towards the end of that first new ball that it kind of looked like it was slowing down a touch, but other than that, it was pretty lively the whole way through. And big shot again from Thompson, flicks it around the corner. Jack White is down on the boundary in front of us. He does the fielding. Make sure he keeps that down just to 1. And that shot brings up the 50 partnership between Matthew Revis and Jordan Thompson. Handy to have a few visiting fans in, because every time you get a large round of applause from below us, you kind of realise that something important's happened.
Yeah, yesterday was it was quite nice to hear through the effects mic, and quite enjoyed having a bit of atmosphere.
Yeah, it was a good turnout, wasn't it? 3 slips now for Sanderson to Revis, and that's played nicely into the leg side. They're going to look for a couple, but I think they're just going to settle on 1. Thompson back on strike, and there was a nice few people wandering in this morning as well. A few cars coming in the gate, a few Yorkshire accents I could hear when I was wandering in.
Yeah, it's always nice to see, especially if the weather's nice over the weekend. If people got nothing else to do, come down and watch some great cricket, hopefully.
Yeah, absolutely right. Absolutely. Short ball. Pulled away. Oh, it's not far away from Justin Broad, who's out on that leg side boundary. The short ball nearly worked. Sanderson still can't believe it. Kind of giving Broad a bit of a stare there. I wonder whether he wasn't in the place that he wanted him to be in. I'm not sure, but Broad had a lot of ground to cover. Ended up nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, it looked like maybe he took a couple of steps in and then it went flying over him. So maybe now it will take a few steps further back to the boundary.
Thompson now 32 off 33. Just taking this game away from Northamptonshire quite quickly this morning. That's going to be another one, I think, as Jack White tidies that one up. Yeah, he's got 7 first-class 50s to his name, Jordan Thompson. Strikes the ball at 60. Not somebody you want to see out there for a long time if you're wearing a maroon cap.
No, I feel like he's someone who can probably accelerate the scoring quite quickly. And then in the next 10 overs or so, he can go on quite a few runs, maybe push towards his 50. And then just like that, Northamptonshire in maybe a bit more of a difficult position.
Nicely played again. Revis so far prepared to be watchful this morning. End of the over, dot ball to finish. Yeah, and it would end up then being very reminiscent of what happened here a couple of weeks ago with Marchant and Josh Shaw. With that, I think it was nearly an 90 run partnership, I think, for the 9th wicket for Gloucestershire. And at the point that your opposition get up towards kind of 400 plus, it becomes really difficult to win a game of cricket from there.
Yeah, I think you're immediately on the back foot, and there's a lot of pressure on the opening batsman and maybe the top 3, 4. Obviously, there's a lot of experience in there, but a few quick wickets fall, Northamptonshire would definitely be right up against it.
Yeah, well, hopefully that's not the case, and hopefully Jack White picks up his first one of the morning. So far, Thompson up to task. Solid defence into the offside. Yeah, there's obviously it was a good time out for Northamptonshire at Derbyshire last week. Rob Keogh came back into the side, picked up 100. You look at the top 6, you've got Emilio Gay averaging 83, Vasconcelos averaging 60, Proctor himself averaging 54, Karen Nair 55, Bartlett 56. There's a lot of runs in that top order. Lewis McManus is averaging 50 this year. Safe Save not in the side. He's picked up 100 already. James Sales with a first-class 100. So runs haven't necessarily been the big issue for Northamptonshire. That's an absolute beauty, isn't it, from Jack White, that Thompson's just followed there as it's gone through to the keeper.
He's had a couple of them, Jack White. A couple of near misses where it's just moved a bit off the seam. Very reminiscent of last year, where I think he was probably one of the county championship's most unluckiest bowlers.
Yeah, there's an article written about him, wasn't there, about midway through the summer last year. I think there was a few games where Northampton slip cordon wasn't the most secure, was it? And with Ben Sanderson's injury at the start of the season, it kind of felt like everything fell off Jack White's bowling.
Yeah, but Jack White, he never stops working, does he? He always keeps running in, trying his best. And last year, 50 first-class wickets in Division 1, I think he'll be absolutely delighted with. And it's just been a shame that he hasn't been there for the start of this season.
Going to take on Rob Keogh for a quick single.
It's good running.
Yeah, very good running. I wonder whether they just caught Keogh there resting on the back foot. He's obviously come back into the side following an injury a couple of weeks out. I wonder whether they just took him on, whether they thought he might be a bit stiff early doors on day 2.
Yeah, runs like that sort of set the tone, don't they? They've really got the chance to maybe confuse the Northamptonshire fielders, be like, Yorkshire are actually they're on it. Maybe step their game up a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, they're very much in the ascendancy, aren't they, Yorkshire? Solid defence from Matthew Revis. He's faced 50 balls now. 50 balls. He's got 23, so he's not exactly hanging about, but imposing forward defence is...
He's looked very strong on that, hasn't he? Very firm.
It kind of looks impenetrable defence, doesn't it? It doesn't look like he's going to get out playing that shot.
Sounds beautiful off the bat as well.
You've been listening to Dave Ripley's commentary yesterday, by any chance? Nicely played. Nicely timed as well. Gets it past Luke Proctor. Is going to add a couple of runs to the tally. Maybe 3. They will have a look for a third. They're going to take on Proctor.
Jack White looks knackered.
Proctor quite happy to allow Yorkshire the third there, actually, not throw the ball back in. I wonder if he'd have thrown that in a little bit quicker, whether they might have thought twice about the third, but Proctor happy to run the ball back at the end of the over. As you said, I think, yeah, Jack White looked pretty tired there, didn't he?
Yeah, obviously before coming into this game, he played a 2s game. He bowled, I think, about 14 overs in that. So obviously he's still got a lot of catching up to do in terms of getting the overs in him. But he's managed 21 overs now.
Yeah.
He's bowled a lot. It's just nice to see.
Yeah, you said earlier, it's great to have him back out there. Sanderson continues on. It's gone down. I don't know whether there was bat involved. It's moved a long way. It didn't sound particularly woody through the effects mic, whether it was thigh pad. It's been given as a run. So it was a chance. Did it carry or not? Not sure. Emilio Gay covered good ground, didn't he, to get down low to...
It looked close, didn't it?
It did. It did not look far away. As we just said that Revis's forward defence looked impenetrable. Sanderson draws the outside edge. Short ball, pulled away on the inside of Vasconcelos, and with a tumble and a dive, can't cut it off. So Jordan Thompson picks up another 4. 100 overs now have been bowled in this innings, and Yorkshire 346 for 7. That score is raced along this morning, hasn't it?
Yeah, he's looked quite good against that short ball. Obviously, Sanderson trying a few more different things this morning, trying to force a wicket. But Thompson's really looked strong, really upright. A few nice shots that he's played this morning.
Yeah, it's that 34 runs added in just above 4 overs this morning. Northants strengthening that leg side boundary whilst Thompson's on strike. So whether Sanderson's going to continue with this short ball from around the wicket, it's not. It's going to be pitched up. It's going to go over cover this time for 6. The ground staff have got the T20 dugouts available to sit in at the moment, and they were, ducking for cover, weren't they? 350 up for Yorkshire as well, 352. Thompson now on 44 or 40. And I mean, if we were wondering whether there was a change of intent from Jordan Thompson this morning compared to last night, I think that shot probably just confirmed the fact that they fancy turning the screw a bit here on Northamptonshire.
Yeah, it's been a really positive start, hasn't it? Yorkshire looking quite imposing at the crease. 11 off the over so far and 3 balls bowled. Sanderson comes in for the 4th ball.
It's a better length, isn't it, from Sanderson? The one that 6 over cover, great shot. It was certainly over pitched by Ben. Jordan Thompson didn't miss out on it. Surprised a little bit the fact that those fielders have gone back and we haven't seen another short ball. But
yeah, because it's a short boundary on that offside, isn't it? It's really short compared to the leg side where all the fielders are.
Maybe that's still to come in this over. There's 2 balls left. Sanderson back on that length, goes past Thompson's outside edge for a dot ball through to the keeper. We speak a lot as well about teams not having an eye on the weather forecast, but there is a chance that a day of cricket or some time is lost tomorrow with a thunderstorm warning and some pretty heavy rain showers by all accounts. Could be looking to try and win a game of cricket inside the 4 days. It's flicked away. That's going to put a bit of work under Jack White. He does well to cover the ground. So 2 to finish the over, an expensive one, the one that Yorkshire brought up there, 350. But I mean, this kind of, innings so far from Thompson this morning kind of would lead you to believe that actually they are just trying to force the equation a little bit, and maybe they have got one eye on the fact that they might not get on all day tomorrow.
Yeah, it's definitely put a bit more pressure on the Northamptonshire bowlers this morning. Maybe as soon as they start to up the rate, we'll score those runs a lot quicker. Northamptonshire, maybe the pressure just turns to them immediately.
Yeah, I wonder how much as well, whether Yorkshire would have spoken about what happened here 2 weeks ago, having watched kind of how Josh Shaw and Marchant Delang went about their work at the morning of day 2, and how then Northamptonshire responded in their first innings with the bat as well. It was for a batting lineup that's been assured and been productive throughout the course of the summer so far. There was certainly one on that particular day that looked a little bit shell-shocked.
Yeah, it was similar to last season. There's a few instances, obviously, where Northamptonshire lost a few early wickets and then they struggled, which obviously we haven't seen this year. So maybe that was in the back of their minds. Not too sure, but maybe that's what Yorkshire are definitely thinking about.
I think it's always a danger how you respond having won the toss, put your opposition into bat on a pitch that you would hope kind of suited your bowlers.
Yeah,
one maybe that you thought you would be batting at the end of day 1 on.
Yeah, I definitely think that they thought they'd maybe not be more in the pitch, but they would have got a few more early wickets. There's a few close calls, and obviously the first 10 overs were quite close between bat and ball. But Yorkshire now in a really strong position.
Yeah, absolutely right. Jack White continues. Big drive, powerful shot down the ground from Revis. Keogh gathers to his left-hand side. That was a powerful shot from Revis.
Do you think Yorkshire have their eye on 400 maybe by the end of the 110 overs?
What have we got? 9.5? Possibly not going to be far away, are they? If they can get there, looks like we're going to have a little bit of an inspection of this cricket ball as well. What do they need? 46 off 9.5.
Yeah,
it's 9.5. Sorry, 9.3.
Yeah.
What does that work out at? 46 off 9 is what, just over 5 and over. And I mean, if Jordan Thompson's out there until the 110th over, then yes, Yorkshire will have 400 and probably have a few more than that as well. And so far, that kind of middle ground of that Division 2 league table is so congested, isn't it? That extra point here or there will end up making such a huge difference. The ball is okay. Revis hit it pretty hard, but they just wanted to make sure that it was still suitable. Jack White continues. That is off the thigh pad of Revis, leg by, dropped into the leg side. Gets Thompson on strike with 2 left. They seem a little bit more comfortable lining up Sanderson at the moment, don't they, than Jack White?
Yeah, Jack started quite well this morning. Obviously, he had that one expensive over, but it's a positive start.
Yeah, looks like we're going to get a bit of Rob Keogh pretty early in the piece as well, I think. He's going through his looseners. He's currently fielding at mid-on. Beauty again from Jack White, who gets to the end of his follow-through and, well, motionless, really. I think he cannot believe the fact that he's still wicketless here. I think there'll be a lot of teammates as well that won't believe that he's wicketless, and I think that's the kind of thought that does then potentially get you into a little bit of bother when it's time to come out and bat.
Yeah, I don't think he'll want to get any more frustrated than he probably is. He's bowled some brilliant balls as he runs in the last ball of the over.
Inside edge.
And that probably won't help.
No, that probably won't cheer up Jack White much. 1 then to finish. Jack White, he's bowled 3 overs this morning. 3 overs, none for 17. Sanderson, 3 overs, none for 24. Sanderson's going to continue. Rob Keogh is having an elaborate stretch, which he doesn't tend to do unless he's not far away from having a bolt.
He bowled quite well in his 9 overs yesterday. Obviously had 2 chances in consecutive balls against Masood, was it?
Yep. Yeah, the one LBW and then the one that very next ball that Shah Masood ran past and McManus couldn't gather.
Obviously, Keogh being the only spinner in the team as well, it doesn't give you the option of spin at both ends.
Yeah, Karen Nair has bowled, hasn't he, this summer, but certainly not what you would call frontline spin. Better than Handy, I think, but not frontline.
Fill a couple of overs.
Yeah, Jack White's just making his way off the field.
Is that Rafi Weatherall coming on?
I think it might be. Nicely timed by Thompson, but straight at George Bartlett, who's at the covers.
Yeah, Rafi's he's finished his exams now. I think he's Exeter Uni. So hopefully we can maybe see him a bit more over the summer.
It'll be interesting to see what plans John Sadler and the team have for Rafi Weatherall. Kind of burst on the scene, didn't he, with the championship debut? Bowled really well, bowled quickly. Picked up a very, very impressive wicket, his first one. Big drive. Wow, what a shot.
Great shot.
Almost the perfect position for us here, Tobes, to kind of watch that pick the gap between George Bartlett and Luke Proctor. And it's 50 for Jordan Thompson, 51 off 47, 8 fours and a 6.
Yeah, it's been a good innings so far from Thompson, hasn't it? 50 coming up in just 47 balls, 8 fours and a 6.
Yeah, it's been very impressive. And now they're only 40 runs away from that 400 kind of mini target for that extra point at the end of the 110th over. Ooh. And as it stands at the moment, particularly if Jordan Thompson's there, you'd put all your money on the fact that Yorkshire are going to get that.
Yeah, they've scored very quickly this morning, haven't they? It's been nice to see a bit of intent from Yorkshire. So really pushing maybe for that 400 at the end of the bonus points. Northamptonshire, it seems a bit quiet out there, doesn't it? Maybe gone a bit flat.
Yeah, it was pretty telling yesterday afternoon, I think. Short ball, well played, well timed. Plays it down, out to Vasconcelos for the single. Yes, it did, didn't it? Northants were pretty lively, I think, throughout the morning session, and as they should be. The ball was doing a lot, and the skill of Sanderson and White kept everybody interested for a long time. I think it'd be fair to say that Siddharth didn't bowl his best, or hasn't bowled his best on day one in a Northamptonshire shirt. Proctor bowled incredibly well again with good pace. Broad bowled quickly, and there was a lot to be excited about. But as that day went on, as you'd expect, the enthusiasm of the Northants fielders was weighing. There's an appeal for LBW, and Sanderson's finally got one. Sanderson has the wicket this morning. It's of Matthew Revis for 27, given LBW off the bowling of Ben Sanderson. So that 45 over spell between Ben Sanderson and Jack White, which was wicketless, is finally broken. Sanderson 1 for 62 off 23.5 overs. And that's exactly what Northamptonshire needed. Worryingly for them, Jordan Thompson's still there on 52. I don't think much is going to change for Jordan Thompson. Dom Leach is carded next for Yorkshire.
Yeah, it's a bit of a relief, isn't it, for Ben Sanderson? He's bowled incredibly tight. Obviously yesterday, maybe not quite been on it as much today, but he's got his wickets, I think. Bit of weight off his shoulders.
Yeah, I think that should cheer him up a little bit. I still don't think he's going to be the happiest camper in Northampton at the moment, but certainly deserves it. Deserves one, and fair to say we probably deserve a couple more as well. But Dominic Leach in at number 10 for Yorkshire. another one of these Yorkshire cricketers in the lineup today that's in and around that 22, 23-year-old category. It's a very young side. Dominic Leach has played 6 first-class matches. Averages just 9 with the bat, but that's not the important bit for Dominic Leach. What he'll be wanting to do right now is support Jordan Thompson. I did read the article last year that he joined Northamptonshire on loan last summer against Lancashire.
Yeah, he joined for a county champ game, didn't he?
He did.
Yeah, I can't remember how he got on. He only here for the one game?
I believe so, yeah. Anyway, he's on strike. Sanderson's got 3 slips and Dominic Leach leaves that first one well alone. Batted 7 for Northampton at Old Trafford.
Oh, wow.
Last summer. Just the one game. Scored 13 in the first innings. Took the new ball. None for 107. I think that was for cover, wasn't it? Whilst Ben Sanderson was injured. Chris Tremaine had finished his stint with the county.
Rob Keogh coming on to bowl.
Yes, I said a moment ago he doesn't really stretch unless he's definitely going to come on to bowl, and it does take him a little while to get loose. So
yeah, I don't think he wants to be taking any chances of being a bit stiff with his back.
No, definitely not. Jordan Thompson's on strike. He's got the short side on the leg side at the moment. We have obviously got boundary riders all out on the rope for Rob Keogh whilst Jordan Thompson's on strike. The kind of 3 fielders or 4 fielders, in fact, that are nearby, or Luke Proctor's still taking a couple of steps backwards at mid-off. We've got Karen Nair at cover, Ben Sanderson at backward point, and Emilio Gay at first slip. Everybody else is a boundary rider. Thompson's going to take 1 down the ground to mid-on to start Keogh's first over of the day. Northampton have got Dom Leach on strike, which is kind of exactly what they wanted. The perfect scenario. 400 feels a little bit further away now that Revis is gone. Although 362 for 8 is still a fantastic score, isn't it, for being asked to bat first here yesterday morning?
Yeah, I think they'll be pleased with how the first half an hour has gone. Scored some runs, obviously lost the wicket. Keogh comes into bowl.
Gone.
Oh, bowls him.
Straight through the defence of Dominic Leach. Just lasts the 2 balls. Keogh takes 2 balls. And Yorkshire are 9 down. Dominic Leach goes without scoring. He's going to have the Sri Lankan overseas Vishwa Fernando in his sights for the 11th batter for Yorkshire. Sri Lankan Test cricketer, 64 wickets in 23 Test matches. Did play for Durham at the end of the 2023 County Championship. As he makes his way out to the middle, and well, Northampton Rob Keogh will be hoping to finish this off on a hat trick, really, won't he?
Yeah, they'll be looking to end the innings fairly quickly, won't they?
Well, any more time that Jordan Thompson is spent on strike is going to be incredibly dangerous. Incredibly dangerous. Vishwa Fernando, just having a look at the scorecards last year, took 4 for 40 in the first innings for Durham against Leicestershire, and then 3 for 40 in the second. Didn't bat. And then against Worcestershire, which was a pretty rain-affected game by the looks of it, none for 77 and didn't bat then. So I can't tell you anything about how he went for Durham last year with the cricket bat because he didn't bat at all. first class high score of 41. 84 fours and 12 sixes. That's a solid defence. First up from Fernando. Back to Rob Keogh. I think he and Jordan Thompson just having a friendly conversation between one another. A bit wider that Fernando can't quite resist having a poke at as it goes past.
It's been quite key for Northamptonshire, hasn't he, Rob Keogh? He always seems to be the person that they turn to when they need a wicket or just something different.
Yeah, he's obviously my tenure up here has been considerably shorter than Rob Keogh's, but been rewarded this year with a testimonial or benefit year.
Yeah.
Not sure which is the correct terminology, but clearly highlights just how big of a servant he's been to Northamptonshire County Cricket Club over the years. Deserving of it, and it's great to see him back in the side and back on the field as well.
Yeah, he makes a big impact with bat and ball whenever he's in the Northamptonshire team.
Yeah, and he comes into the attack on day 2, picks up the wicket of Dominic Leach, just moves the game along another couple of points. We have got Jordan Thompson on strike. Sanderson will be bowling from the David Capel end, so this will be an interesting matchup to see how Jordan Thompson goes about this. Does he trust Vishwa Fernando with the bat? Is he prepared to bat with him? Does he have the task of scoring the 38, if possible, to get Yorkshire to that 400 by himself? Well, I think we'll learn pretty quick here.
Yeah, I think he'll go for it. Scoring already over a run of ball.
I think he'll have to. He's got cover wide open, and he's very short down towards that cover boundary as well. Boundary riders out all over the place, with the exception of the 2 slips that accompany Lewis McManus behind the stumps. Everybody else, rarely in county championship cricket, on the rope. That's a big appeal for LBW, and it's given. Well, there we go. Thompson not that enamoured with the decision, but Sanderson's got his second, and it brings about the end of Yorkshire's first innings. They've been bowled out for 362. Sanderson finishes with a couple of wickets. The standout was Adam Lyth. And time for Northamptonshire to stick their pads on.
Yeah, they'll be pretty happy maybe with the last 10, 15 minutes. Obviously, the first half an hour was, I'd say, go to Yorkshire, really. They started well. They were positive with the bat. Maybe put Northamptonshire under a bit of pressure, but it's been a good response. And now we'll see how Emilio and Vasco open up.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, both in good form, averaging 83 and 60 respectively with the bat. But as it stands, the game very much moving in the favour of Yorkshire. We'll take a 5 to 10 minute break as the innings change. The heavy roller makes its way out, and we'll be back for the second innings.
down rugby to ask if it was me on the street. He was loving it.
Yeah?
Said we make a great team.
Oh, you got that gap. Yeah.
Here we go then. Second innings about to get underway at Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. Yorkshire make their way out to the middle, followed by Ricardo Vasconcelos and Emilio Gay, the two openers for Northamptonshire. And it looks like the Sri Lankan overseas on debut for Yorkshire, Vishwa Fernando, will be opening the bowling from the Lynn Wilson Centre end this morning. We have got an hour and 10 minutes until lunch today. Yorkshire bowled out for 362. All eyes on the new man for Yorkshire. Vasconcelos will face up first. Just back through till lunch here, Toby. Don't lose any wickets. And
it's a crucial hour and 10 minutes, isn't it?
They all are.
Yeah.
Every hour's crucial.
We say it every game.
If it's one thing I've learned whilst I've sat up here for the last season and a half is that every hour is a crucial hour. 4 slips in place for Yorkshire, joining Johnny Tattersall behind the stumps. Got 1 fielder at backward point. Shan Masood, the captain, is at mid-off. Revis at mid-on. Got fielder at mid-wicket. 1 at deep backward square. Towards the coffee van, which seems to be shut up shop today, I think.
Yeah, it was quite busy yesterday, wasn't it?
Certainly a popular place. I know Phil Rowe enjoys his roasted Mediterranean vegetable quiches. I think is a bit of his speed. Tickles his fancy.
Can't say I've tried it. Maybe that's one to try.
I've heard good things. Vishwa Fernando to open the bowling for Yorkshire. Vasconcelos fends that one off the back foot into the leg side. As I said, took 7 wickets for Durham against Leicestershire last year in Division 2. Durham's title-winning season. Just played the 2 games at the end of the year, so a good signing.
It's be quite an interesting battle, this. Vasco and Emilio are both quite aggressive openers, I'd say.
Yeah.
They'll always look to score. So it'll be quite interesting to see how they play this out.
Yeah, they certainly Vasconcelos, particularly last week against Derbyshire. Well, there we go. There's an indication of how that's going to be played out. That's a massive edge from Vasconcelos, and it's gone straight through the slip cordon. Almost flown through too quick. Looked like first slip kind of hit the ground as the ball got to the advertising hoardings at the David Capel end.
Blew through, didn't it? It's just like we were saying, Vasco is an aggressive player. Great driver of the ball. But he probably find himself quite lucky there.
I think he certainly can. It certainly went through at catchable height, didn't it? Can't quite pick out who that is at first slip. It's like he's just wringing his hand a little bit as if to say he got maybe a fingertip to it as it went through, but it did fly through off the surface, and the carry's been good here on this pitch at Northamptonshire. And that's absolute beauty again from Fernando. He's taken 64 wickets, Vishwa Fernando, in 23 tests for Sri Lanka, average of 33.
I mean, with 3 balls in, it's a brilliant start already, isn't it?
Yeah, it's been entertaining. There's certainly plenty happening, and Vasconcelos will be up for the fight. 299 first-class wickets for Vishwa Fernando as well. And again, absolute beauty. It's been a good start. 4 balls. Yorkshire look like they've signed a good one for a couple of games. I think they've got him for 3 games, which kind of spans across the start of the blast. There's 1 round of fixtures in the middle, isn't there? I think
there might be 2.
2 rounds of fixtures in the middle of the blast.
Yeah, I think we have 2. We've got one at home against Sussex, and then an away one.
Glamorgan away.
I think it might be Glamorgan. Yeah.
Left alone that time by Ricardo Vasconcelos.
So it's an interesting period, is it? Those games in between the blast fixtures.
Yeah, it's I don't necessarily think Northamptonshire have got as big of a conundrum as what they had last year. I think that the 2 squads the squads seem to have like a bit of their own identity. There possibly isn't a huge amount of crossover between one to the other, but last year it was certainly kind of a topic of conversation. Is it easy? Is it difficult to go from one to the other? Squared up. That leading edge has gone down. It's a great start to the contest for Vishwa Fernando. Genuine edge, second ball of the innings, which wasn't caught in the slip cordon. 4 for no loss. I think it was Ricardo Vasconcelos that I spoke to last year, and he said like it's easier going from red ball to white ball, and then obviously much harder going the other way round. So yeah, to have kind of 2 championship fixtures in the middle. Are they 2 Kookaburra games? Do you know off the top of your head?
Ooh,
I know we've got 2 more, haven't we?
But yeah, I think one of them's definitely in August.
Right. Okay.
I'm not sure. I could be completely wrong, but. Yeah, I guess we'll see.
Yeah, I could Google it. It will be there somewhere. Jordan Thompson to open the bowling from the David Capel end for Yorkshire. Emilio Gay will face up against his first delivery of the game. He's got 4 slips as well. And the man that's been in form is on strike. And that's left alone first up. Got an absolute beauty, didn't he, from Josh Shaw 2 weeks ago here, first up in the second innings, in swinging Yorker.
Sure, he had a sore toe after that.
Not sure there was much he could do about it. Responded though last week, not out 151 in the second innings to set up that game against Derbyshire.
Yeah, he's a lovely player to watch, isn't he? And as soon as he gets going, he's brilliant.
There we go.
There we go.
Thompson just overdoing the length slightly, and Emilio Gay doesn't miss out. Driven nicely through the covers for 4. Emilio Gay gets off the mark with a second ball of his innings, slightly more convincing than the Vasconcelos slip drive the over before. Nicely played again. Played with soft hands, goes down. Runs towards third man for a couple of runs. Plenty of encouragement for Yorkshire, as you would expect. Defended there by Emilio Gay. It kind of feels like Yorkshire can't really kind of lose this hour now, if this makes sense. If Northamptonshire go in at lunchtime unscathed without the loss of any wickets, Yorkshire are still going to go, well, that's okay. We've still got 362 runs on the board. But actually, Yorkshire, they've got this kind of, not so much a free hour, have they? But they can kind of go flat out with their best bowlers for short spells.
Yeah, I mean, if we compare the two innings, Yorkshire made a brilliant start, and I think at lunch they were like 80 odd for 1, maybe.
Mm.
So I think Northamptonshire would be very happy with maybe something similar. But then obviously we can see that Yorkshire went from 200 to 2 to a pretty quick loss of wickets early in the evening session. So it set up quite nicely for the day.
Yeah, it certainly is. Day 2, best day to bat at Northampton. The sun is out as well. So the home team will be hoping all of those stars align and it becomes a little bit more straightforward to bat here than what it was yesterday at this time. But so far, these first 2 overs, Jordan Thompson and Vishwa Fernando they've posed plenty of questions, haven't they?
Yeah, it's still doing a bit, isn't it? Sun's out. Looks like a good day to bat, but still looks like there's plenty of life in the pitch.
As you would expect. It's carried through nicely, hasn't it, throughout the course of the game so far?
Yeah, I think that's one of the things that John Sadler was saying at the end of the day. They left a bit of grass in it to encourage a bit more pace and carry.
Yeah.
Which we're definitely still seeing.
Yeah, you probably had a better view of it yesterday than what I did. You'd be better qualified to say, but was there a great deal of lateral movement available?
Siddharth Kaul got it to move a lot.
Yeah.
I was quite impressed with how much he got it to move. But apart from that, there's a few ones that obviously nipped off, but there wasn't too much.
Okay.
I think maybe they thought there would have been a bit more, but there was still some there. And if Yorkshire maybe got it wrong, then they probably would have been punished. But
yeah,
they batted very well for the conditions.
Yeah, you were obviously sat over the other side of the Lynn Wilson centre end, and that kind of box pretty much lines up perfectly, doesn't it? With that wicket. So it was interesting because the way that the reactions were, particularly for that kind of first session, the first kind of hour after lunch. Oh, nice shot by Emilio Gay. Bit too straight from Vishwa Fernando, and Emilio Gay turns that one into the leg side. It races down towards the short boundary for 4. You'd kind of lead to believe that the ball was doing all sorts. It is quite difficult when you're on commentary and you kind of got pitched one side, you've got a screen on the other side. You obviously can't really watch both. Interesting that Siddharth, who, when you look at the figures, was probably the worst of the Northampton team.
A bit expensive, wasn't he? But yeah, he got his move an unbelievable amount. Maybe a bit too much. But brilliant shot from Emilio there. It's one of his trademark shots, a little clip off his legs. Times it beautifully.
Yeah, responds with a very good leave. Obviously, not only Siddharth's, but also Karen Nair's final game for Northamptonshire in this stint. Both of those players will be looking to kind of sign off on a high. It was Karen Nair, I say just, but with that double 100, hasn't raised the bat since then.
Yeah, I got 50 at Derby. Is it quite a different innings against Derbyshire? He's a lot more aggressive to maybe what we've seen in the other games. It was quite nice to see, but I guess in that position he had a lot more freedom to go out and express himself.
Yeah,
and him and Emilio played beautifully together and set up quite a nice target. But it'd be nice to see Karen maybe play that a bit more if he gets a chance this innings and doesn't come in under a bit of pressure.
Down the leg side. It's gone away for 4. Let's have a look at the signal from the umpire. There was cries of catch, but the umpire signals leg byes. Yeah, I got the well, you did as well. You were feeding the bowling machine, but the privilege of getting a bit up close and personal with Karen Nair about a couple of weeks ago, weren't we? With a piece of video content, and he hits the ball pretty well.
Yeah.
My camera lens would attest to that.
Yeah, I mean, it's lucky he hit the tripod,
yeah,
and not the actual camera, because I think then there would have been any recovery.
Could have still been picking the bits up, I think, in the indoor school. Left alone. End of the over, and a good one for Northamptonshire. 9 off it with those 4 leg byes. 19 for no loss after 3.
But yeah, Karen's a wonderful player, isn't he? So elegant once he gets going, and I mean, that video that you filmed with him has been pretty special to do.
It was I think anytime you get to make content with any of these guys, it's a special moment. And then when you get an opportunity to make a piece of content with a guy that's played Test cricket, and then also got a Test match 100 to their name as well, you start talking about levels, don't you? And Karen there is up towards the upper echelon of those. But we've got a little while. Hopefully we've got a little while before we're talking about him in the middle. We've got Vasconcelos and Emilio Gay to focus on at the moment.
Really nice person as well, Karen. Really nice person. I think the Northamptonshire bunch they're a really nice collective.
Yeah.
I mean, my experiences from them, from like a media point of view, they've always been very welcoming, coaching staff included. Always been very welcoming and made my job a lot easier, definitely.
Yeah, absolutely right. Well, you're the one out over there first thing, aren't you? Kind of teeing them up for the end of play interviews, end of day interviews. Sometimes those days haven't been quite as positive as what everybody would have liked, and yeah, you have to sit there with your camera and kind of ask them a few difficult questions sometimes. And
yeah, that's probably the part of the job which maybe the least enjoyable.
Yeah,
but I mean, it's a privilege to speak to them anyway. But yeah, they've always been very receiving of me, and since I came here last year, obviously last year being my first year here was a bit difficult. There's a few times at the end of games where no one really wanted to come down and speak, but hopefully we're through that, and had some nice moments this year already, and hopefully we can maybe get a win here and build on that heading into the Blast.
Yeah, absolutely. That's not far away at all, is it? Less than a week away until the T20 Blast starts. Left alone again by Vasconcelos. Been a good over so far by Jordan Thompson. Vasconcelos looking more assured of himself after that hair-raising moment during the first over of the day.
Obviously, you've had the privilege to work around quite a few cricket clubs. What's your experience been like going from club to club?
Generally, everybody's been fantastic. I think certainly the players really welcoming, really kind of open to the concept. They're obviously very aware of the fact that media and cricket is changing and changing quite quickly. It's not so much now of sit-down interviews with journalists who write articles for newspapers or radio broadcasters. There are a lot of other avenues out there, and I'm fortunate that I work in a space where a lot of those players enjoy those other avenues. They spend a lot of time on. Lovely shot again by Vasconcelos through the covers, this time down towards Craig Harvey and his team. It's going to be 4 to finish what was a good over by Jordan Thompson. So that's been really good, and it's been quite an easy sell for a lot of people. They obviously spend a lot of time on social media themselves. They're kind of pretty keen for their own followings and pieces like that. So yeah, it certainly makes my life a little bit easier.
I guess it's a nice change for them as well. Maybe stepping away from their daily routine and schedule and find something different and more creative media content.
Yeah, I think it's certainly different. As I said, it's not ever a sit down like chat, and it's not kind of a how are you hitting them in the nets type question. It's usually something that involves cricket, which ultimately is the most important thing. I've never really understood social media content with professional athletes that don't focus on the sport that they actually do. Feels like a bit of a wasted opportunity to me, but an appeal for LBW. I don't think the umpire is going to be interested. That's hit Emilio Gay.
Looked like it didn't
high in the thigh pad.
Maybe as much as Emilio expected. Maybe it looked like it skidded on a bit.
Certainly missed a bit of padding for Emilio Gay, the way he's hobbling about. That's a big appeal, wasn't it? Long appeal.
I think that's quite close.
Wow. Fortunately for Northamptonshire and Emilio Gay, the umpire didn't. But yeah, for a moment, that was It's a big appeal by
Yeah.
Yorkshire, wasn't it, for the LBW? Vishwa Fernando asking questions. Responds with a big drive from Emilio Gay.
Yeah, maybe just a bit high for Emilio.
Yeah, I suspect that's probably what was going in Emilio's favour. Obviously, a very tall man as well.
I think he definitely felt it. It's like he was limping away.
Still rubbing it now. Good signing, I think, Vishwa Fernando for Yorkshire. Their seam bowling stocks in a spot of bother. Their leading wicket taker, the one that's kind of set the pace so far this year with Jaden Sales, is Ben Cohen. He's not available at the moment. He picked up a back injury last time out against Sussex. Matt Fisher not available either. I think I've seen Matt Fisher about here over the last couple of days.
He might be.
Maybe doing the few fitness tests and putting the body through some paces, which is good to see. But yeah, certainly a hole that needed filling for Yorkshire. And I mean, based on a pretty small sample size of a couple of overs, but Vishwa Fernando looks like a decent signing.
Yeah, he's looked threatening, hasn't he? Really testing the batsmen and making them think. Looks like quite an intriguing battle so far. Be interested to see if he can keep probing Emilio and Vasco to maybe keep making those shots, and maybe there'll be an edge like we saw with Vasco early on. Coming into the bowl. Solid in defence from Emilio Gay.
Yeah, it's another one of those good sounding cricket bats, wasn't it? That one, the sound through the effects mic was crisp.
It's a good mic, that effects mic, isn't it?
It's
picks up very well.
It is very good. You certainly get a long way into the middle with it. That is for sure. It's literally just tucked around the door, isn't it? Up in our commentary box. It's not a huge piece of equipment either.
It's definitely some nice sounds that come from it when it's time for the blast.
Yes. Yeah, maybe sometimes slightly too good. I think sometimes that effects mic, particularly if the wind's blowing the right way.
Yeah.
End of the over, 5 have been bowled, and it's 23 for no loss. A maiden for Vishwa Fernando as Jordan Thompson makes his way to the end of his mark at the David Capel end.
One thing I noticed with Emilio, takes his gloves off a lot when he bats in between balls, and then like, even when he runs with his gloves in his hand and then he's holding his bat.
Okay.
It's quite an intriguing thing to do.
I think all of us cricketers, I think, regardless of what level you play, we all have our own, I guess, tics, idiosyncrasies, habits that sometimes you don't even know if you've kind of picked them up. I'd be interested to know if you asked that question to Emilio, whether he'd even really know that he was doing it.
Yeah.
It might be something that he uses to switch off between deliveries and reset. We saw Adam Lythe in that first innings when he, particularly after he played a shot that he wasn't happy with, spent a bit of time with a wander over the square leg.
Yeah, it was a big one, wasn't it?
Sometimes even more so, the expression was slightly more animated as a reset. So yeah, it might be something that Emilio Gay does consciously to kind of turn the brain off and turn the brain on again. Scored 260 odd, didn't he, against Middlesex? And you can't be engaged and switched on for the entirety of 260 runs. So you do have to be able to switch on and off, and maybe that's something that helps him, or maybe he has absolutely no idea he's doing it. Left well alone by Vasconcelos, who's just started to leave the ball well, hasn't he? He's 9 off 16.
Yeah, I think maybe that edge early on is maybe playing in his mind. Maybe he's thinking, do I need to play it and risk losing a wicket early on and then putting my team under a bit of pressure? But it's been a good start for Northamptonshire. I think they'll be more than happy with the start.
Yeah, I think 5 overs, having Vasconcelos has had that life, that chance. I think has been good. That's a big drive from Vasconcelos through to the wicket keeper. Yeah, it's a long 45 minutes, isn't it, through to that lunch break.
Yeah, keeping concentration is key, isn't it? I mean, I'd say the best in Northamptonshire squad would be Luke Proctor, who's done that anchor role almost so often this season. His concentration levels are unbelievable. How many balls he faced.
I think the good news would be with the length of the session, with that hour and 10 minutes, is the fact that it won't feel to Northamptonshire like it's a session that, I was going to use the word pointless, and that's not kind of the thing, but an hour and 10 minutes won't feel like a period of time that they can't win, if that makes sense. It's not like they're going out there for 15 minutes and it's like, well, best case scenario here, we might be 7 for no loss or something, or 10, or worst case, potentially lose a couple of wickets here. It's enough of time to get yourself in, to be able to score, and actually kind of go to yourself, well, 70 minutes, we've won that session. I mean, to pick up the 3 wickets, I would say Yorkshire added those runs pretty quickly, so that first 50 minutes was pretty even. And yeah, Northamptonshire, with an hour and 10 minutes until the lunch break when they started batting, can still have serious eyes on winning this session. Obviously string that one up together nicely with the one that they won last night as well, and maybe just continue to wrestle that momentum back.
Yeah, it's been a positive 20 or so minutes, but I think we know that how quick everything can change. So setting up quite nicely for the last 45 minutes of play until lunch.
Yeah, Vishwa Fernando continues with 4 slips. Emilio Gay's on strike. So Emilio Gay solid in defence. Durham leads Somerset by 88 runs. They're 259 for 9. Hampshire 1 down for 166 against Surrey at Southampton. So they've got a lead of 39. Essex still batting, 377 for 4. Jordan Cox with more runs against Kent. Warwickshire 126 for 4 against Lancashire in their first innings. And Worcestershire 34 for 5 against Nottinghamshire at New Road. It's only played the 15 overs. They couldn't get on yesterday at all, could they? And it's been all Nottinghamshire so far this morning. Division 2, Derbyshire are still batting, as is Matthew Lamb. He's 207 not out now. Leicestershire 33 for no loss in response to Glamorgan's 387. Sussex still batting in their first innings, 338 for 4. Pujara has 100. And obviously we have the game here at Wantage Road in front of us.
Nice to see Worcester back at New Road.
Yeah, although the way that scorecard reads, they might be thinking slightly otherwise.
Yeah, well, as a neutral.
Yeah, absolutely.
Had a hard winter, haven't they?
Yeah, it's interesting conversations, isn't it, with when you listen to Ashley Giles about the future of Worcestershire and where they may or may not play and what they might be able to do. But yeah, back at New Road and 38 for 5 in their first innings, having not been able to get on yesterday, is well, certainly not the start you would have wanted. That is for sure.
Derbyshire game is quite an interesting one. Won the toss and elected to bat. Scored quite quickly yesterday. I feel about a Gloucestershire team that's well in form. Scored 700 against Leicestershire.
Yep.
Obviously won here. So
yeah, Derbyshire, one of those sides that haven't won since 2022 as well. I know Gloucestershire have got that off their back now, but Derbyshire will be looking to do the same. It's a nice shot. It's past Vishwa Fernando. I don't know whether he's got a fingertip on that or not. And I don't think it is just going to go. So therefore, I was wrong. It did have the legs on it. Emilio Gay with a good straight drive. I thought for a second Vishwa Fernando got a touch on that just to take a bit of pace off. For a while, I think Revis was very interested. Just ran away. 27 for no loss.
The outfield's looked a bit slow, hasn't it? Especially yesterday, chasing that long boundary, but that seemed to race away. Not sure if you got a hand, but
shorter ball, and Emilio Gay drops that one into the leg side. There's a chance.
It looked quite close.
It did. Vasconcelos for a while was treading a bit of water. In the end, a well-judged single. Score 28 for no loss after 7.
We haven't seen many of those quick singles, have we, so far? In the first 7 overs.
No, certainly not from these two. I think with the way that they strike the ball as nicely as what they do, seem to find the boundary more often than not, don't they?
Yeah, I think one of those short singles were something Yorkshire did quite well early this morning.
Yep.
Obviously a bit tougher for Northamptonshire with the field a lot closer in, and the ball maybe doing a bit more than it was for Northamptonshire, but it's nice to see good positive running.
Yeah, no, it's a very good point. A very good point. Short ball, which Emilio Gay ducks underneath. I think these two now would have opened the batting with each other a lot, wouldn't they? They should be very much in tune with one another's tempo and the speed that they both possess between the wickets.
Yeah, I think they know each other's game fairly well. Spent a lot of time in the middle together. Obviously, Vasco missed the start of the season, didn't he?
Yeah.
With a few fitness concerns. But I'm sure Emilio will be glad to have him back and opening the batting with him. I think they complement each other quite well when they bat. Both quite aggressive on the front foot scorers.
Yeah, you kind of traditionally kind of chalk up about right-hand and left-hand combinations. Obviously, the two of these are both left-handed batters, as are quite a lot of the Northants top 6. But you get the difference there in terms of height, don't you? Between lovely shot, square drive by Emilio Gay. It's so short that side that, well, there wasn't even a thought of a run between the two of them. It's raced across the outfield. Emilio Gay adds another 4 to his tally. But you get the difference of there with stature, really, and it becomes difficult for a bowler then to bowl the right length consistently rather than the line. It's quite a big difference, isn't there, if you put them side by side?
Yeah, Emilio's he's a bit taller than he looks, maybe.
Yeah.
It's seems quite imposing at the crease sometimes.
Yeah, he's on 19 off 26. There's a ooh and an ah from the slip cordon.
Emilio goes for a bit of a wander.
Yeah, a bit of a reset. Yorkshire have just taken one of those fielders out of that slip cordon as well. They started with 4, they're down to 3. So they've got that extra protection in the offside with that short boundary. Didn't do anything to deter Emilio Gay from that first shot, though. They're defended by Northants opener. Be interesting as well to see how long Yorkshire stay up if these two continue to bat the way that they have so far. How long does the enthusiasm last?
Yeah, I mean, if you compare it to the Northamptonshire innings, they were obviously buzzing at the start, a lot of energy in the field, and that quickly got drowned out quite quickly. It'll be interesting to see the comparison between the two.
Solid defence by Emilio Gay to finish the 8th over. 32 for no loss after 8. 4 runs coming off the bowling of Jordan Thompson. That square drive from Emilio Gay. Vishwa Fernando to continue from the Lynn Wilson centre end. No spinner for Yorkshire, which could prove interesting depending on how long this game goes on for. Northants do have, obviously, Rob Keogh that we saw earlier today. He picked up 2 wickets. Certainly not through turn, was it, that he picked up those couple of wickets? But
something different, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's certainly a point of difference in the attack. Yorkshire have that with the left arm Vishwa Fernando.
Yeah, no left arm bowlers in the Northamptonshire lineup, is there? Obviously, last game against Derbyshire, you had Michael Finan,
Yeah.
who came in and offered something different. Maybe didn't perform as well as he hoped in the 2 games he's featured so far. Quite a lot of similarities between the bowling attacks, I'd say.
Yeah, all similar kind of paces. Matthew Revis stands out as a point of difference as well. He's quite considerably taller than a lot of the other cricketers out there on the field. Maybe get a bit of extra bounce. Usually see the taller bowler operate from the Lynn Wilson Centre end at Wantage Road. There's a very slight incline, isn't there, up towards the members' pavilion. Get a bit of extra bounce with the gradient. Short ball, which I think for a moment Vasconcelos looked to pull and then looked to ramp over the slip cordon. Ends up missing the bat through to the wicketkeeper. Dominic Leach, as we spoke earlier, had that 1 game on loan for Northamptonshire up at Old Trafford. One of the bowling options for Sean Masood. Matthew Revis as well. George Hill. Adam Lythe can bowl if needed, although dare I say I suspect he's going to be quite a long way down the pecking order or the thoughts for Sean Masood.
I feel like Adam Lythe had a bowl in one of their recent games.
Oh, almost certainly. He's picked up 3 wickets so far this season at an average of 22. So he's better than Handy, that's for sure. But with George Hill, Matthew Revis, Jordan Thompson, Dom Leach, Vishwa Fernando, I suspect his workload's going to be massively high. Fernando looks like he's just settled in to this taken like a duck to water, really, hasn't he? He's bought the outside edge of Vasconcelos in his first over. Since then, bowled one of the maidens. This one so far, 5 balls in, no runs scored. Looks like he's about to chalk up another maiden.
Yeah, he's looked promising, hasn't he? He's definitely posed a bit of a threat and obviously something different.
Dot ball to finish. Back-to-back maidens for Vishwa Fernando. 9 overs bowled, 32 for no loss. Vasconcelos on 9, Emilio Gay on 19. Just over half an hour now until the lunch break. The stream at Northamptonshire County Cricket Club, powered by Daffabet. The live chat is on YouTube. Some good topics of conversation going on yesterday during day 1. So grateful to have your company with us today as Jordan Thompson continues and Emilio Gay plays that one through the leg side and it's really well fielded in at mid-wicket by Matt Revis. Short ball, nicely played by Emilio Gay, rides the bounce, runs it all the way down to the deep 3rd boundary, picks up his 5th boundary of the innings. 23 off 31 now for Emilio Gay.
Yeah, nice shot, wasn't it? Stood up tall to it, played it very nicely down to the boundary.
Yeah, it was top of the bounce, wasn't it? Just rode it all the way down to the boundary. So confident it was to go for 4. The scorers had updated the score, I think, before the boundary had come about. solid defence by Emilio Gay, having picked up the boundary the ball before.
Yeah, I think the short ball is something Emilio's worked quite a lot on over the last few years. I think there was maybe a bit of a perception that he struggled against it, but he's looked really strong and positive against the short ball, especially this season.
Again, nicely played, but can't beat the fielder in a backward point.
Spends a lot of time working on his game, Emilio. I mean, whenever I'm in the ground, he's always having a net, or that's all he seems to be about. I think he's someone who just loves cricket, really. Really likes developing his own game, seeing where he can improve and where his game's falling short.
Big drive. Square again and gets past the diving fielder at backward point. 2 boundaries in the over. Over-pitched from Jordan Thompson. You'd say, if you were being critical, he's offered the option to drive. It's certainly been wide enough as well, which has allowed Emilio Gay to throw his hands through it. 40 up for Northamptonshire. That being said, on a pitch that's offering a bit of movement and good carry, you'd rather miss full, invite the drive, and potentially bring about the outside edge than back of a length. Thompson back on the money, and Emilio Gay defends that one into the offside for a dot ball to finish the over. 40 for no loss after 10. Possibly won't be far away from our first bowling changes for Yorkshire. As I say that, I think we're going to. Vishwa Fernando, his work before lunch is going to finish. 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 14. Could have easily have had the wicket of Ricardo Vasconcelos with his second ball for Yorkshire, which went through that slip cordon. Vasconcelos off the mark. But as it stands, Vishwa Fernando is wicketless. I believe we'll have Dom Leach will be bowling from the Lynn Wilson centre end. So we have Vasconcelos on strike with 3 slips in place. We are going to see a bit of a short ball tactic here from Dominic Leach, maybe. Two fielders out on the leg side.
Yeah, it looks like that's what they're setting up for.
It's going to be back of a length, offering Vasconcelos width, and he just punches that one off the back foot through the covers instead. So potentially not the short ball tactic straight from the start. Nice shot by Vasconcelos, nicely timed.
Blew away to the boundary, didn't it?
It really did. 44, 61 balls for Vasconcelos and Emilio Gay as a partnership. And a loose start from Dom Leach. Almost Yorker length, and Vasconcelos plays that to one of those sweepers on the leg side for a single. There was a bit of a habit last year, wasn't there, with Northamptonshire to kind of lose a wicket just before lunch, and you can't help but start to feel a little bit kind of, we've got 28 minutes to go now. These two have looked good. Yorkshire will be hoping to take 1, if not 2 with them before lunch. Emilio Gay on strike, and as you can hear through the effects mic, plenty of encouragement for Dom Leach. Short ball, which just looks like it tracked Emilio Gay slightly. He's done well to get that one down in towards the slip cordon.
Yeah, Yorkshire they've kept the energy up in the field, despite being wicketless at the minute. It's nice to see that still plenty of encouragement going around.
Yeah, it's just a mini session for Yorkshire, isn't it? You can go out there for an hour, bowl your best balls, bowl quicker maybe than what you might do if it was a full 2-hour session, and then you get 40 minutes to take your boots off, have a refresh, have some lunch, and then go again. It's quite a nice. It was quite a nice bit of timing, really, to either bring about what would have potentially have been a declaration or to have been bowled out. Obviously, Yorkshire had eyes on that 400, didn't they? And they arguably would have got it if Jordan Thompson had a bit of company for a bit longer. Nicely timed. A bit of work out on the boundary. Fielder does very well to keep that down to 2.
Yeah, that boundary is just so short, isn't it? Fielder did quite well to prevent a boundary. How quickly he had to get across and stop the ball. But it's quite a well-run 2. Vasco maybe had to hurry a bit towards the back end of that run, but got through safely.
That's nicely timed. That's going to be another 4 for Vasconcelos. Dom Leach not started well here at Wantage Road. He's offered plenty of scoring opportunities, and he's allowed Northamptonshire to bring up their 50. Partnership 52 off 66. Vasconcelos now on 20, and Emilio Gay on 28.
Yeah, they've looked quite comfortable, haven't they? Vasco and Emilio complement each other's game quite nicely. Maybe a few early scares, but they've settled in quite well and really continued to maybe put the pressure a bit more on the Yorkshire bowlers.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like we're going to have a change of bowling from the David Capel end as well. Is that number 68? Tobes? Yeah, George Hill replaces Jordan Thompson. And Emilio Gay welcomes George Hill to the crease with a flick through mid-wicket up towards the ComSafe stand. I don't know whether that's going to go or not. It's just cushioned up against the rope, isn't it? Perfectly timed by Emilio Gay. Didn't have enough momentum to get over the rope when he got there, but just nestled up alongside it nicely. Another 4 for Emilio Gay, and he moves to 32.
Yeah, he's really strong on that shot. Flicking away to the leg side and held up quite a bit towards the end, but seemed to have timed it perfectly.
Response, solid defence. It looks like it's probably about the longest boundary here at Northampton, isn't it, today? Uphill as well, slightly.
Yeah, I think George yesterday went to ask James maybe how long it was. Well, I think he messaged him, but not sure he ever found out. Or he might have and never told me. But
the dimensions of the grounds.
Yeah.
Gone. George Hill gets the breakthrough. He breaks the partnership. Emilio Gay's aggressive start to this innings. Change of bowling has worked. Yorkshire get their breakthrough, 56 for 1, and Emilio Gay has to go for 32. Caught at second slip. It's a good catch as well.
Brilliant catch.
Low down, made good ground across in front of first slip. It wouldn't have carried to first slip. A very smart catch. Emilio Gay, we've just seen that boundary up towards the long side of the boundary, and Emilio Gay has to take the long walk back towards the dressing room. And perfect timing, really. 23 minutes to go until lunch. Yorkshire have got the breakthrough.
Yeah, I think he'll be quite annoyed to fall at this time. Just done the hard work of batting for 50 minutes, looked quite good and solid. But yeah, it's a breakthrough for Yorkshire, and they'll have their tails up now, especially 20 or so minutes before lunch. So the captain walks to the crease.
Yeah, Emilio Gay caught by Adam Lythe at second slip off the bowling of George Hill. Luke Proctor is in at number 3 427 runs so far this season, 54 as an average. Yet to convert one of those innings through to 100, but he's looked as good as he has in a Northamptonshire shirt so far this season. And he'll be up for the challenge, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I hope I don't curse it, but I think these are the type of conditions that Luke Proctor really likes, really enjoys, backs up against the wall and having a really tough test.
Yeah, well, he's got 20 minutes to go until lunch. You can hear the encouragement there through the effects mic for George Hill. Luke Proctor, with what looked like all the time in the world, just defended that one back up to Dom Leach at mid-on. Proctor's off the mark, turns that one into the leg side. Vishwa Fernando does the fielding. And it's just going to be a couple of runs for the Northants skipper. 58 for 1 the score.
Yeah, I think I heard through the effects mic, one of the Yorkshire players saying big 20 minutes here. Really can be a strong end to the session.
Yeah, it's good encouragement. I'd be surprised if it wasn't Johnny Tattersall with that comment through the effects mic. Successful over for George Hill. The bowling change worked. He picked up the wicket of Emilio Gay. Can Dom Leach have a better second over than he had the first? But it's kind of funny. You still feel like you have to say those things out loud. It's a big 20 minutes, but I mean everybody's going to know that. The two Northants batters in the middle are going to know. They're going to know it's only 20 minutes to get through to the end of the session, and they're not going to want to lose any more. Yorkshire are all going to know that there's a big 20 minutes because it's okay. Well, we've got an opportunity here to maybe catch Northants thinking about their lunch or whatever that might be. Yeah, it's still good to say it out loud.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the last 10 minutes Yorkshire had fallen a little bit flat, but now they're definitely more buzzing in the field, a lot of energy, and rightly so. It could be a big 20 minutes for them if they get another wicket here.
Yeah, and I wonder. Well, Luke Proctor offers a calming influence, doesn't he, at the crease? That innings of 260 odd that Emilio scored against Middlesex. He commented just how nice it was to bat with his captain, and how kind of calming he was, how reassuring he was, and he's exactly kind of who you want in a period like this. And hopefully Vasconcelos kind of feeds off that energy the same way that Emilio Gay did. At the moment, happy to leave Dom Leach alone.
I think everyone in the Northampton team knows how important Luke Proctor is to that batting lineup, and even with the ball in the field, he's quite a cool character. He's quite quiet, quite a quiet person to talk to, but got such a cool head, which is so important in these situations. Really is so important in this Northamptonshire team, leading by example.
Again, Vasconcelos leaves that one alone.
Still quite nice carry to the keeper. Still looks like there's plenty of life in the pitch. Pace is nice, carry's nice. Leach comes in for the 5th ball of the over. Flicked away and Vasconcelos picks up a single.
It's been a good over so far for Dom Leach. A much better over than his first. Just one run from it. 59 for 1. That run adding to Vasconcelos' tally. He moves himself to 21. Luke Proctor, the captain, happy to let that one go past through to the wicketkeeper at the end of Dom Leach's second over. What are we going to have? Maybe 4 more overs before the break. Just the 3 slips for Yorkshire, and I wonder, with those kind of 4 overs that are left, or the 15 minutes, could Shah Massoud and Yorkshire look to strengthen that? Could they put a 4th in? Looks like it kept a little bit low there, didn't it? Proctor calls Vasconcelos through. But the last thing you want to do here is kind of have one go through that 4th slip or gully region, particularly if Northants aren't going to be as proactive as what they were at the top of this innings with Gay and Vasconcelos at the crease.
Yeah, I think that maybe not having that 4th slip for where he is in the field. But
it's a bit of extra protection in at cover. Just to kind of protect that short boundary. You and I all know that Luke Proctor isn't the biggest cover driver of a cricket ball.
No, but when he does, it's quite an elegant player, isn't he?
Yeah, he certainly is.
Very fluent.
Yeah, it would be great to see him go on, pick up that big score that he's deserved so far this season. No ball called by the umpire.
Yeah, I spoke to people numerous times in the post-match interviews and things like that. That's everything that people want from Luke Proctor, is just to go on and convert one of those scores.
Mm.
I mean, I think his record is, 40 first-class 50s, I think, and 7 first-class 100s, which I'm sure he'll be aware of, maybe a bit frustrated with, but he's such a resilient batsman.
Yeah.
More than happy to sit there and soak up all the pressure from the Yorkshire bowlers, which I think at this time Northamptonshire may need just to get through to lunch unscathed.
Yeah, it's as one of the Yorkshire slip cordon says, it's a big 20 minutes. It's an important 20 minutes. One that could really kind of set the tone for the rest of the day. Proctor turns that one down towards Fernando, just settles on the single. But there's a chance, isn't there, that Yorkshire have got time to pick up a couple of wickets here, and all of a sudden, kind of 63 for 3 at lunch for Northamptonshire, chasing, or 362 behind. Looks like a pretty daunting prospect. Northants go through here 1 down, and actually that might send a little message through the Yorkshire camp and go, okay, well, we know the pitch is offered a bit, but it's hard to get the wicket. It's a mistimed drive from Vasconcelos, just takes the hand off the bat at the end.
Yeah, I think if Northamptonshire go into the lunch break just 1 down, they'll be very happy with it. Obviously, Emilio won't be happy that he got out. He'll probably be quite annoyed with how he's got out. But I think Northamptonshire can be quite pleased with the response so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Bit of excitement from that Yorkshire slip cordon. Adam Lythe leading it, as you'd expect. The man playing his 200th appearance, his 200th first-class match for the county. good over from George Hill. Deficit now 299.
Wendell's arrived.
Where are we looking, Tobes?
On
the bike.
By the coffee van.
Yeah, I can see him.
Left, just by the groundsman on the left-hand side. Wendell's arrived on his bike.
Those of you that don't know, nicely played. Proctor just rides the bounce from Dom Leach and just guides it down through the cordon. Brilliantly played.
Yes, nice to see Wendell, isn't it?
Fantastic to see Wendell. He's usually always here. Those Yorkshire fans that might be watching the stream for the first time here at Northamptonshire, Wendell is how would you describe him, Toby? Northants super fan, I think, would probably be the best way to describe him.
He's such a nice person. He has so much enthusiasm for the club, and he's just always here, which is just brilliant.
Solid by Proctor. Kind of relentless with his support, isn't he?
Yeah. He has his flag, which he waves about. Usually on the other side of the ground, to be fair. But I'm guessing he'll make his way round because he's just arrived. Have a nice chat with the groundsman. Always keen to support the county.
He'll make his way round the ground today. Don't you worry. He'll be knocking on your office door asking for his flag before long. You'll certainly hear Wendell through the afternoon. So wow,
brilliant shot!
What a shot by Luke Proctor. I said he doesn't drive much, and that one over pitched by Dom Leach, and he's pounced on it. He's driven it straight down the ground. Moves to 11. 11 off 11, in fact, for Luke Proctor.
Quite quick for Luke Proctor.
It's very quick for Luke Proctor.
Maybe he's going to come out all aggressive and really take it to the Yorkshire bowlers, but you never know what you're going to get with Luke Proctor.
Squared up an appeal for LBW. The appeal, I think, was led by Jordan Thompson at cover, which isn't normally the greatest place to see an LBW, but there was encouragement from behind the stumps as well. Jordan Thompson went up first. Luke Proctor survives. Three slips in place for Yorkshire. Shorter from Leach, and that one's tucked into the leg side by Luke Proctor for a single.
He's quite comfortable playing off his hips, Luke Proctor. Very, very nice onto the leg side. But I'm sure he'll be as calm as ever.
Yeah, he'll be aware of the importance of the next 5 minutes, or 9 minutes even. Nicely played by Vasconcelos. Will settle on one. Wasn't particularly timed, was it?
No, he's looked to play that shot a couple of times, hasn't he? But he's had some success as well. Maybe didn't time it as well as he wanted to, but
yeah, another good over. 10 runs off it for Northamptonshire. 73 for 1. Certainly, Yorkshire have asked questions, haven't they? They've got the outside edge of Vasconcelos, which wasn't taken in the first over. They've picked up the wicket of Emilio Gay, caught by Adam Lyth, the second slip. There was that appeal there for LBW from Luke Proctor. But Northants so far have found scoring, well, pretty easy, pretty straightforward, which in comparison to how Yorkshire went about at the top of the order with the brilliance of Adam Lyth, it was tough going.
Yeah, I think Northamptonshire will be pleased. They've made a pretty solid start, but it's just those. There's been a few player misses which may keep in the back of their minds, but there still looks like there's a bit of life in the pitch. Obviously, looks like a nice pitch to bat on.
Yeah, it's something that Dave Ripley was saying on commentary yesterday, wasn't he? He was saying about the fact that it might look at green, and it does. I will say, like, obviously the sun's been out on it, and the colour of that grass has changed a lot, isn't it? It's nowhere near as green as what it was yesterday morning. But actually, the colour doesn't necessarily represent the kind of lavish lateral movement. What we got a storm? Have we got a storm? A flock? What do you call a bunch of bees?
I don't know.
A swarm? A swarm. I think I just spotted a swarm of bees that just flew across the grounds. So if you're watching and you're wondering why everybody's lying on the floor,
I'm hoping they don't make their way up here.
well, I think they've just our colleagues in the media box over the other side have just kind of panicked and shut the doors quickly, and you can see the dressing room staff over the other side shutting the doors. Vasconcelos responds straight away with a cut off the back foot through backward point, but that was exciting for a short
I
moment.
was so confused. I didn't see anything. I just see people laying on the floor.
I'm not making it up. I promise, but I swear I managed to pick up like what looked like a swarm of bees over towards the Spencer Lounge. Solid again by Vasconcelos. Other than all that, the umpires just told everybody to lie down. It's like a bit of a Simon Says type situation. There we go. There's Wendell through the FX mic.
Without his flag, though, I'm sure he probably picked that up in the interval.
He's warming up. Solid again by Vasconcelos. One ball left in what's been a pretty eventful over. Not only because of the cricket, but also because of the visitors that we had into the grounds. Northampton would have made a fortune if that was ticketed for those visitors.
Could have done with them staying.
I obviously didn't fancy hanging about, did they?
No.
There we go. Dot ball to finish. 4 runs from it. Vasconcelos defending that one back to George Hill. End of the over. 77 for 1. The score. There's 4 minutes to go then until lunch. And we are going to have an over of spin from Adam Lyth. So what was it? About 10 minutes ago, I said that he wasn't going to bowl much. 20 minutes ago, tops. We are going to have Adam Lyth is going to bowl from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Yorkshire electing not to pick Dom Bess or Dan Moriarty. Go for an all-out seam attack with Leach as an option.
Yeah, something different to think about for Luke Proctor and Vasconcelos now.
Well, if this is a quick over, we've got 4 minutes to go until lunch, and it could be a quick over if Luke Proctor leaves and defends this one back to the bowler. We could get another one, but I'm sure as we spoke yesterday about a couple of the Yorkshire batters, or Shah Massoud, I think it was, just looking to take a little bit of time out. I would imagine Proctor and Vasconcelos would look to do exactly the same here. Just remark your guard, tie your shoelaces, just to make sure that this is the last one before lunch, and Proctor starts with a single into the leg side.
Yeah, I don't think they'll be in any rush at all.
Again, Vasconcelos just drops that one into the offside. Solid by Ricardo Vasconcelos. 3 balls gone in this over. Eyes on the clock. There's 2 minutes left. That one down the leg side by Adam Lythe. That's going to run away down towards the Spencer Lounge, and Vasconcelos is going to get a couple of runs. Turns it around the corner. Lythe now has 2 left in the over. I think we might be going to get another over in Toby before lunch.
Yeah, they've worked this quite quickly, haven't they?
And a dot ball to finish. Yorkshire will be quickly round, as you'll hear on one of your village greens if you're playing club cricket this afternoon. And they are indeed. George Hill is, well, he's ready to hand the cap over in the jumper before the umpires got there.
Have you played much club cricket this year, Dan?
I've played 1 competitive game of cricket. No, 2 competitive games of cricket and 2 friendly. So no is the short answer. Bearing in mind it's the end of May. It's the one negative of commentating on proper cricket is it does affect your weekend somewhat. Proctor on strike, defends back down the track. It is of course now going to be the last over before lunch. But hopefully, I think after this round, I don't think there's many other games that fall on a Saturday, is there?
No, I don't think there's any actually until August. Maybe they might be away games. So I think the next Saturday could be like in September.
Yeah.
Maybe you've got a full season ahead of you.
Nicely played. A little bit squared up by Luke Proctor, but runs it down to deep third. Takes on the fielder, comes back for a couple of runs. Yeah, I think after this game, I think the schedule's clear.
Play on a Sunday at all?
Occasionally, yeah. It's again, they're the fixtures that they're the friendly fixtures, the ones that I think probably there are some leagues going around the country, but certainly down my neck of the woods, that tends to be your friendly cricket, which has its place. Sometimes I do struggle with it. Sometimes though.
How's your Saturday team doing in your absence?
That's a great question. I think we've won 2, lost 1, top of the league. Maybe another run for Luke Proctor, and then they've got Brighton and Hove at home today, which have one eye on as the afternoon goes on. So good luck to anybody that is playing club cricket this afternoon. Those of you that are listening from Yorkshire, playing in the Yorkshire leagues, and of course those of you that are playing in the Northamptonshire cricket leagues as well. Dare I say, I suspect you probably started as it's 1 minute past 1 now. But the well wishes, no less valid. Nicely played by Luke Proctor. Last ball of the morning session coming up. Northamptonshire 84 for 1. I think would be fair to say if this is unscathed, it would be Northamptonshire's morning.
Yeah, they've scored quite quickly as well, haven't they? Run rate 4.71.
Yep.
I think they'll be quite pleased with their work.
I think they'll be very happy. And Luke Proctor, as you would expect, defends that one down to fielder at backward point, and that is lunch. As I said, 84 for 1. Yorkshire were bowled out at around 10 to 12 for 362. Rob Keogh with 1 of those wickets and Ben Sanderson with 2. The 1 wicket to fall in Northamptonshire's first innings is that of Emilio Gay for 32, bowled Hill caught Lythe. Vasconcelos is not out on 29, and Luke Proctor, the captain, not out on 17. We'll see you for the afternoon session at about 1:45.
Also, again, during the lunch interval, the heavy sectional stock is open today, so next sessions until the 3:40. And still next cafe is open in the Mohammed Suite. Plus below these ice cream and very regular wine consumption.
Or you don't listen to it. You don't think it's TV on watching this.
The Northamptonshire supporters still work at more than members for round today. Score number of 18 supporters Civil Rock, but from what's the 8th issue of West Ham Sword. And the popular spectators combo will not take place on the new date of Monday the 9th of September. But all prizes matches are still on. So just a few minutes until play, as a reminder of how quickly to get this up at Northampton. So like as we last returned to the lights on Thursday the 30th of May at the Stadium Coast Partnership Open, and then on Sunday 2nd of June we went to the Yorkshire Lions. And more simulated T20 cricket, the World Championship of Legends is coming to the county ground this summer. From the 8th to the 12th of July, absolute cricket finals with the likes of Kevin Peterson, Chris Gale, and Sheffield Treaty, all going back there. Tickets for all these games are available now from the club shop or online anytime at ccc.co.uk. So umpire that out, so Phil Baldwin, to resume the Northamptonshire first innings, with our last by Luke Proctor. Captain Shamir Masood is leading the Yorkshire field until now. Did you wicket gone?
Good afternoon and welcome back to Northampton. We are on day 2. It's the afternoon session, the County Championship Division 2 fixture between Northamptonshire and Yorkshire. The game as it stands, Yorkshire bowled out for 362 in the morning session this morning. The deficit is currently 278. Northamptonshire have been going at a fair lick, 84 for 1. 4.67 runs per over, find themselves 278 runs behind Yorkshire's first innings score. The 1 wicket to fall for Northants was Emilio Gay for 32. He faced 40 balls. Very, very good for the 32, but he was caught at second slip by Adam Lyth off the bowling of George Hill. And the first over after lunch will be bowled by Matthew Revis from the Lynn Wilson Centre. And the first look at Revis with the ball in hand during this innings. We did see the 1 over of spin from Adam Lyth, 4 overs from George Hill, 3 from Dominic Leach, 5 from Jordan Thompson, and 5 from Vishwa Fernando. We've got Vasconcelos on strike. He is currently 32 not out. Sorry, 29 not out, having faced 49 balls. And Captain Luke Proctor, 17 off 20. And Revis starts on a good length, which Vasconcelos defends into the offside. The stream at Northamptonshire is powered by Daffabet. My name is Dan Jadzovic. I'm joined again by Toby Williams. And what's the plan this afternoon?
I think the plan is just continue on a solid start for Northamptonshire. Keep building slowly, take the time, don't do anything rash. I think just play it safe, but try to score where they can. I think if these two get in, it could be a good afternoon.
Yeah, it's looked. I mentioned the fact that Northants have gone at just over 4.6 and over for the start of their innings. There has been. Well, easy to score is wrong. It hasn't. Yorkshire have bowled well. They've bowled challenging lengths and they've beaten the bat. They've got the edge of Vasconcelos, which was dropped at first slip. But it feels like the outfield has sped up significantly over the course of the last 24 hours. As you'd expect, the sun's been out on it. It's been dry. And that's a big drive. Takes on Shan Masood. Quick single. Masood had to take a couple of steps to his right-hand side to gather that. Vasconcelos opens his account for the afternoon, as do Northants. 85 for 1. Proctor's on strike.
Yeah, the outfield yesterday was quite slow, wasn't it? Didn't see many shots reaching the boundary on the bigger boundary side. But then this morning, you've seen Emilio hit a couple, Vasco definitely hit one, which is flown away. So hopefully that can go into the hands of the Northamptonshire batters. Only be a good thing, but may encourage a bit more ace in the wicket off the bat into the slips, maybe.
Yeah, well, carry's been good, hasn't it? Throughout the entirety of the match so far.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things that will probably keep encouraging the Yorkshire bowlers, that the carry's gonna probably stay there and it will be there for the duration of the innings.
Yeah.
So that hopefully that'll be one thing that they'll keep in their minds.
Turn through the leg side and just highlights how quick the outfield is. There is a short side to the ground today, but that has flown across the outfield through mid-wicket. It's going to be 4 off the penultimate ball of the over. Proctor moves to 21. 21 off 22. Just a line wrong from Matthew Revis. It did have some shape on it. It was nice shape. It just kind of looked a shape to go across Luke Proctor. Started off too far down the leg side, and the captain's not going to miss out on that. Last ball of Revis is over and left alone. Oh, I hope Tattel's okay there. Yeah, fortunately, that looked nasty for a moment, didn't it? Looked like it got a bit big on Johnny Tattersall. We mentioned again how well the pitch had played with the carry on offer, and it's come through quickly. And it didn't go cleanly into the gloves of the Yorkshire wicket-keeper. Fortunately, it was only the gloves that were were involved. For a little moment there, it looked a bit unpleasant, but
really flashed through, did
yeah, it kissed off the surface and just kind of seemed to gain pace, didn't it, as it went towards Tattersall. Change of ends for the Sri Lankan overseas, Vishwa Fernando. He bowled his 5 overs exclusively from the Lynn Wilson centre end in the morning session. 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 14. Could have been 1. Wasn't for the drop catch at first slip.
Yeah, it was a good start from Fernando, wasn't it? I think he looked quite threatening early on. Definitely showed quite a lot of promise for what's to come.
Yeah, and I wonder whether this end might be a little bit more productive for him. Obviously, the end that Ben Sanderson prefers here, and maybe Vishwa Fernando is slightly taller than Sanderson. Obviously, a change of angle with the left to the right arm.
Straight on it straight away, wasn't he?
Yeah, he's been good. He's been good so far. Yorkshire fans will be pretty happy with the start of his stint for the county.
How many games did you say he did for?
3. So this one plus 2 more. Gloucestershire and Derbyshire, those 2 fixtures. Well played by Vasconcelos. Had a look for a single, which Luke Proctor rightfully said no.
Worcestershire all out for 80.
Wow. Yeah, not the start to their return to New Road that they would have hoped for. Nottinghamshire well on top in Worcester. Nicely placed by Vasconcelos. Splits the 2 fielders on the leg side, gets the single. Two slips in the gully in place for Yorkshire. Proctor plays that one to the covers. Just looks like a good pitch to bat on, doesn't it, at the moment?
Yeah, we've seen that quite through the season so far, haven't we? Games here have been predominantly batting dominated, which is nice to see. Plenty of runs scored, but tough for the bowlers.
Yeah, Ben Sanderson and Jack White will confirm those points, won't they? Based on the experience they've had over the last day and a bit.
Yeah, I think throughout the whole season for Northamptonshire, especially at home, it's been a lot of hard work with the ball boiling away and not letting your energy levels drop, which I think they've done, but sometimes with no reward, which can get frustrating.
Nicely timed through the leg side. Straight at the fielder. He does well to stop that one on the half volley. 90 for 1 after 20. Vasconcelos on 31. Proctor on 21.
Not a bad crowd in again today. Probably not as many as yesterday, but nice to see a few people soaking the sun in.
Yeah, it's again a healthy turnout, isn't it? It's nice.
Wendell's got his flag.
Oh, happy days.
There we go.
There we go. All is right in the world when Wendell has the big Northants flag.
It's got some size to it, hasn't it?
It looks like he's Has he got himself a new flag-waving fan there with him as well? Good on him. Revis from the Lynn Wilson centre end, left alone by Vasconcelos, and that's it's been a good cricket wicket so far. It's certainly allowed opportunity to score. It's kept the bowlers interested and engaged throughout.
Yeah, obviously a lot of hours go into the preparation of these pitches. Craig Harvey and his team work countless hours.
Short ball, pulled away.
Well fielded.
Yeah, didn't exactly go where Vasconcelos wanted that to go, I don't think. It's well fielded by a dive at mid-wicket. I'm sure Vasconcelos probably wanted that to go a little bit squarer than what it did.
That would have flown away to the boundary, but very well stopped in the field.
Left well alone again.
Dan, what do you think Yorkshire said during the lunch break?
Probably not a great deal, I wouldn't have thought. I think they that one's going to land safe. I think they'd have been pretty happy with the position they found themselves in the game. I guess they possibly be a little bit frustrated at the fact that Northants were going at 4.7 and over at the lunch break, but I don't think they bowled badly. I mean, they gave the ball chance, didn't they? Which I think probably contributes to the fact that scoring rate was as high as what it was. They pitched the ball up. They were prepared to be driven. It didn't work for them. It could have worked. They could have had Emilio Gay caught in the slips, and they could have had Vasconcelos caught in the slips as well. And then the plan would have definitely worked. And with how well they batted, to put that score on the board, they were afforded a kind of an hour of aggression, weren't they? They kept the slips in the slip cordon. They'll certainly, if they want to, if they need to, they'll be able to bowl drier than what they did in that first hour. They'll be able to bring that length back. They'll be able to plug a few of those gaps. But I think Yorkshire and Shah Massoud, I think, will be pretty happy with the morning.
Yeah, I guess it was a bit of a free hit for them, wasn't it?
A little bit, and I don't think we can ignore the fact that Northants over the course of the day so far have certainly wrestled themselves back into contention. Like it was, they were a long way behind the 8 ball at tea yesterday, and since then they've kind of dragged themselves back into the game. I guess you'd still be quite happy if you had 360 on the board, but kind of looking like a level-ish scenario right now.
Yeah.
Northants obviously still got a lot of runs to go out there and get, haven't they?
Yeah.
But at the moment, it looks like a fairly kind of even Stevens situation in this game. I do feel like this guy's got the ability to pick up a few wickets quite quickly,
definitely.
though.
He's the type of player that can definitely turn the game on its head.
Bowling with good pace. Up in the low 80s.
Yeah, it's quick, isn't it? It's quick, it's direct, pitching in good areas.
Yeah, he's been impressive. I'm sure if Phil Rowe was sat here, he probably would have tried to sign him at some point.
Yeah, we'd have a story, wouldn't he?
Yeah, definitely would. Definitely would have a story. We tried to sign him in the 2014 season. Nicely played. Can't get it past the fielder at point. I think it's been encouraging, kind of the rate at which Northants have scored. Kind of doesn't really feel like much time is being taken out of the game at the start of this innings. It's all happening fairly quickly.
Yeah, maybe they have one eye on the weather tomorrow. Make sure the runs are on the board early on in case it does come. But yeah, it's definitely been positive. It's been on the front foot. Yeah, it looks like they're, compared to last year, obviously a different season and different ideas from different coaches. But it looks like this year they're playing without fear as much. Maybe
Yeah.
it looks like they're trying to take the game more to their opponents, and which has been obviously backed up by the amount of runs that have been scored.
Yeah, I think well, the first couple of games, obviously it was spoken about quite a lot, wasn't it, about the use of the kookaburra? Short ball's gone straight up. Tattersal's underneath it, and Tattersall completes the catch. Vishwa Fernando gets his first wicket for Yorkshire. Vasconcelos on the pull. It's a big top edge. It hung in the air for a long, long time. And Tattersall, who had an age to get underneath it, made no mistake. You see how far he's had to cover there as well. He's just gone out of shot. That was a good catch. Horrible for a wicketkeeper when they hang that far up in the air. Vasconcelos has got to go for 34. Yorkshire get their second, and the breakthrough after lunch for Vishwa Fernando.
Yeah, we were saying, weren't we, that he's probably the player most likely to make the breakthrough, and Vasconcelos will be annoyed with himself as he's replaying the shot and walking off the pitch. But yeah, it's important now that Northamptonshire don't go on and lose a couple of wickets in quick succession. It's Karen Nair next in.
I think he'll be excited at the prospect. I think having seen Vasconcelos and Emilio Gay score quite so fluently, I think he'll be excited at the prospect to get out to the middle and join his captain. We spoke, didn't we? This will be his final appearance for Northamptonshire in this spell. I'm sure there'll be a few people behind the scenes will be desperate to see if he might fancy coming back at some point, whether it's later this year or whether it's next season, or however those contract negotiations and visa rules work. It's slightly above my pay grade.
Yeah, I'm not sure where he's off to after this, but I'd like to say he's made a really nice impact in the seven games he's been there. Obviously with a double century, a few half centuries as well. He's just a brilliant player and a really nice person.
Yeah, very positive impact on the team on the field, and no doubt a positive impact on the team off the field as well.
It must be it must bring like quite a calming feeling to the dressing room, knowing that someone of that quality is out there in the middle.
Yeah, someone of high quality. Yorkshire welcome Karen Nair, the batter of high quality, with 4 slips. Vishwa Fernando comes into bowl. Karen Nair leaves that one well alone through to Johnny Tattersall. This is kind of the matchup really. I know Karen Nair hasn't played Test cricket for a while, but got 2 Test cricketers going head to head at the moment. One of which being captained by another Test cricketer. High class, high skill cricket here at Northampton today. Be a lot of people excited to watch this one down the leg side, and almost a strangled appeal from somewhere out in the outfield. Karen Nair survives, yet to get off the mark. Just faced the 2 balls, 93 for 2 of 22. The wicket of Vasconcelos fell to Vishwa Fernando during that last over. And if I said it was fairly even Stevens at 93 for 1, Yorkshire might be a couple of points back ahead now, having dismissed both of the Northants openers.
Yeah, they'll definitely gain a bit of confidence taking an early wicket. Two experienced batsmen at the crease. This probably slowed the scoring down a little bit. But yeah, Yorkshire definitely take confidence from how they've started this session. Back with loads of energy in the field. They look like they're very excited to get the session going.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, they're still 270 runs, 269 runs ahead. They've got plenty to play with. Interesting that Shan Masood, Matthew Revis, think that only 2 slips in a gully are required for his bowling from the Lynn Wilson centre end in comparison to the 4 slips that we saw at the end of Vishwa Fernando's final over. I suppose there is one eye for Yorkshire to kind of think that we don't want to let this game kind of get away from us too quickly. And with the way that Northants had batted going at 4.5 and over, they've done well to bring that back. Actually, they've brought that back by half a run since the return of the break. That actually another kind of session of 30 odd overs at 5 and over, all of a sudden that deficit kind of looks in double figures, and you think, oh, okay, maybe didn't get that quite right.
Yeah, they'll want these runs to go as slowly as possible. They'd want Aaron and Luke Proctor to look at the scoreboard every couple of overs and see that it's not really changing. Maybe apply a bit of pressure to them.
A little bit of low carry there from Revis. Probably the tallest bowler on show here today in this game, I would say. Whether there is any extra bounce in the middle of the pitch if he feels like he needs to test it out or not. He's only got that short boundary to his leg, to the leg side there for the left-handed Luke Proctor, so you kind of take it on at a bit of your peril, wouldn't you? Proctor happy to leave that one well alone.
.300 first-class wickets up for Fernando. A wicket of Vasconcelos.
That's a good milestone to go through, isn't it? 300 first-class wickets on a debut for Yorkshire. Trying to work out who Vishwa Fernando's first class wicket was. Either Kusal Pereira or Melinda Wanapura for Colts Cricket Club.
How long ago was that?
Colombo, 2012. So not a huge time ago, to be fair. Chaminda Vas was still playing in that team. What a cricketer he was from Sri Lanka. Another left armour. A left-arm Sri Lankan seamer. It'd be fair to say that Vishwa Fernando's probably got a couple of yards on Chaminda Vas, but cut off the back foot. Luke Proctor can't get it past the fielder in the covers. He does well to cover ground. Picks that up one-handed. It wasn't timed, was it? It was not crisp off the bat of Luke Proctor, but still another sign of aggression.
Yeah, he's not quite timing it probably as well as he's hoping to. Not quite finding the gaps in the field.
Two slips in a gully for Luke Proctor. Defends that one into the offside. Talk to me about the T20 Blast then Toby. How can people get tickets? When do tickets go on sale? Are they all on sale?
Yeah.
What games have we got coming up at Northants?
So yeah, all T20 tickets on sale. They're at nccc.co.uk/blast. We got Derbyshire Falcons on Thursday. Starts at 6:30. That'll be a great game. A few debuts in the side, some new players. Big swing from Luke Proctor. But yeah, Thursday, a few new debuts for players kicking off the blast. This spell of 4-day game seems to have just gone like that, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has. It certainly has. I think this is the seventh fixture, halfway through the championship at the end of May. Obviously, each county had 1 week off, didn't they, in the middle of those 7 weeks, but 8 weeks even. Other than that, it's been a relentless schedule, games every weekend. So Derbyshire on the Thursday.
Yeah, and then
Yorkshire are back, aren't they, on the Sunday?
Yeah, on 2nd of June, double header with the Sunrisers. I think they play Northern Diamonds, I believe it is.
So a big kind of Northants versus
Yorkshire
clash on that day.
Yeah, which is nice. And buy a ticket, it gets you access to both games. So you got Sunrisers in the Charlotte Edwards Cup and then a bit of blast later on.
Top ball to finish Vishwa Fernando's over. Just the 1 run, which came off the bat of Karen there, got him off the mark. He's 1 off 3. Proctor 21 off 38. What time does that start on Sunday? Do you know?
I think the Yorkshire game's 3:30, and then I think it's Sunrisers is 11. I think so. There's like an hour crossover between the two. So yeah, hopefully the weather's nice. Encourage a few people to come down. Yeah, it's quite a hectic start for the Blast. You got home game on the Thursday, an away game against Notts on the Friday, then back at home on the Sunday. So 3 games in 4 days really set the tone for the competition.
Oh, it's a genuine edge. Matthew Revis gets the outside edge of Karen there, but it goes down and it goes wide of that slip cordon. There's only 2 slips in place. I'm not sure whether it would have carried to a third or not, but Yorkshire will be disappointed, I think, that that's gone through there, particularly with the lead of 264 that they have and the fact it was off the bat of Karen Nyatt.
Yeah, not sure if it would have carried, like you said, but they'll definitely give them a bit of encouragement, and that they've already forced the edge once.
I've just had a look on ESPN for the fixtures, and it says that the Northern Diamonds Sunrisers game on the 2nd of June, 2024 at Northampton starts at 3 o'clock. So something's not lining up there, Tobes.
It definitely doesn't.
In the morning, and then Northamptonshire in the afternoon, the Steelbacks down the leg side. Is there bat on that? Is that going to go down as buys? It is going to go as buys. We've seen a couple of those during the course of this game so far that have been kind of fairly innocuous from the wicketkeeper. They've not kind of deviated a huge amount, but yeah, it's beaten Johnny Tattersall. And the 4 buys bring up the 100 for Northants, 102 for 2. McManus struggled at times, didn't he, yesterday?
Yeah, there's still plenty of life in the pitch, which is encouraging as a neutral to see.
Karen there, solid defence in response. Exciting news for England fans. Jofra Archer is back on an England team sheet for the first time in a long time. Nearly got close, didn't they, to playing at Headingley had it not been for the weather, but at Edgbaston today in a T20 against Pakistan. Jofra Archer is back.
Sure, it'd be raring to go. See that video of him in the Sussex Twos? Frightening.
I've seen various cricketing videos of Jofra Archer over the last kind of 12 months that you look at and you go, I don't fancy that.
Turn up for a twos game expecting a nice quiet day, and Joffrey's bowling at your head.
Seems to have a bit of a habit of turning up for Sussex twos and bowling rockets. There was, I think there was some clips that went round before that 2019 Ashes series that again was kind of like, oh my word, this bloke looks sharp. And then he was off playing T10 cricket in Barbados, I think, as well.
Where he broke a stump.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Some school cricket. And you look at it and you go, not so sure about that. But anyway, good to see him back, and England fans, I'm sure, will be excited to see him back on the field, hopefully in order to defend that T20 World Cup title. Nicely played by Karen there. It was in the air, 3 square leg. There was no fielder there, obviously. So it's just going to be a couple of runs added to the score. Expensive over for Yorkshire. 10 runs off it with the 4 byes. 104 for 2.
Yeah, maybe that'll relieve a bit of pressure from Northamptonshire, obviously, after a tough start to the session.
Yeah, I think the form that Emilio Gay and Vasconcelos have been in so far this season, Yorkshire will be thrilled that they've got the both of them. Northants, I think, are still going to be pretty happy to have Luke Proctor and Karen Nair in the middle. They're the two, and with no disrespect to Emilio Gay and Vasconcelos, but these are going to be the two that you'd build your house on, really, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
You'd bet your house on these two. Proctor for that kind of pure doggedness, over my dead body type cricketer. Karen Nair with, well, almost every shot in the book, I think would be fair to say at the other end.
Yeah, and obviously Northamptonshire back quite deep. You've got George Bartlett, Rob Keogh, McManus, Broad, all still to come in. Jack White can play a few shots, as we found out last year. Whether he means them or not is a different thing, but
he definitely meant the reverse sweep. Shorter ball. Proctor can't guide it past Matt Revis at backward point. It's bowled well after lunch. Vishwa Fernando. 3 overs. This is 4th over. 1 maiden, 1 for 2 in this afternoon session from the David Capel end. So often the seam bowler looks so much more comfortable from that end.
Yeah, he looks like he's found another gear almost. A lot more fluent and a nice rhythm, which would be quite troubling to the batters.
Changing the field as well. Gonna open up the offside for Luke Proctor if he wants to take it on. We're going to strengthen the leg side. Yorkshire have got 1 fielder out at deep square, 1 at fine leg. And that's squared up Luke Proctor. They've offered him the drive. He's taken it on, and he has picked up 4. For a moment, there was a bit of confusion there, wasn't there? I think Karen Nair just said to Luke Proctor that this might not actually go, and got a bit of a sprint on. But the plan nearly worked. Invited the drive from Luke Proctor, got a healthy outside edge.
Yeah, encouraging for Yorkshire. I think that he's taken on the drive straight away and they've found an edge. Whether that's the only time he'll want to play that Luke Proctor, it's a different thing, but definitely a bit of encouragement for Fernando.
Yeah, Proctor covers up in response. Solid defence. Back to Shan Masood. Nice shot down the grounds. And well covered off by Dom Leach, a tumbling Dom Leach, getting across from mid-on to pick that one up. Had a lot of ground to cover because of that change in the field with Shan Masood, who's come squarer into more of an extra cover rather than the mid-off where he was before. and left alone to finish. 4 runs off the over, 108 for 2. 26 overs have now been bowled in this innings. Northamptonshire trail by 254. Minimum of 59 overs remain in the day. And it's going to be Matthew Revis to continue from the Lynn Wilson centre end. It's funny that you look out the window and you wouldn't think that there's kind of a thunderstorm warning for Northampton tomorrow.
Yeah, it looks like there's going to be rain around most of the day. Yeah, it's been two very nice days. It warmed up very nicely last night. By the end of play, it was a lovely day.
Big drive from Karen there. He just has a check of himself there. I don't think that was there to be driven particularly. Flown through to the wicketkeeper. So they've strengthened that slip cord and they've brought Gully into a third slip following the edge that Revis picked up of Karen Nye, which ran down to the boundary in front of the Spencer Lounge. And that's left well alone. She's bowling a really good length, Matt Revis. Not really offering a drive. Incredibly tempting to play towards that short boundary on the offside of Karen there. Edged again, which doesn't carry through to Adam Lyth. You can't quite believe it. Does really well to pick it up, but didn't carry, did it? Got there on the half volley. Well fielded by the Yorkshire opening batter. Karen there at the moment, living a little bit of a chance life at the crease for Northants.
Yeah, he's just gone for a little wander, hasn't he? Just to maybe reset and get back in the zone.
Wider from Revis, doesn't get that one right. And Karen there leaves it completely alone. And who are the overseas signings for Northampton, the Blast?
Yeah, so we got Matt Bretsky, South African international, top order batsman, which is, it's quite exciting. Did quite well in domestic South African T20 leagues. And then Sikandar Raza for the first 8 games, obviously before he goes off to play a T20 series for Zimbabwe against India, which was announced after we signed him, which is a bit frustrating. But
is that during the World Cup or is that after the World Cup?
No, I think it's after. I think it's like the first week of July.
Right, okay.
Maybe
so the World Cup finishes and then India play a T20 series against.
Yeah, I have no idea what type of squad they'll pick for that.
No, timing-wise there is
it's just so random.
Beauty. Absolute beauty to finish from Revis. Well, good over, full stop, to be fair. He's beat the outside edge of Karen there a couple of times. Maiden, 27 overs bowled, 108 for 2. Revis, now 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 14. And that encouragement for the Yorkshire bowlers just upped again. It's going to be George Hill will bowl, replacing Vishwa Fernando from the David Capel end. Picked up the first wicket of the Northants innings, that of Emilio Gay for 32, caught by Adam Lyth at second slip just before, about 20 minutes before lunch. 4 overs, 1 for 18. Thought it was an impressive four overs before lunch, Topes.
Yeah, he looked really good. Nice pace, nice bounce. put it in a few dangerous areas, which is all that Yorkshire can ask him to do.
Very close. Very close to the outside edge of Luke Proctor. George Hill's just got that one to come back into the left-handed Luke Proctor, and it's beaten the outside edge. That one defended by the captain. It's 25 or 47. So it was pretty much a run of ball, wasn't he, at lunchtime? He's not really added to his score.
Yeah, it was 17 going into the break, almost a run of ball. I think it was 17 off 20 maybe.
Yeah.
He's slowed down, a bit more watchful at the start of this session, which is what Northamptonshire need really after the loss of Vasconcelos.
Yeah, it's been a good session so far for Yorkshire. Bowled much better. There's a chance. Oh, hello. Fancy footwork by George Hill. Well fielded off his own bowling. Proctor, I'm not sure where he thought he was going there, but it's landed at the boot of George Hill, and nearly all of those football warm-ups would have been justified.
Yeah, he looked like he was scrambling a bit towards the end.
I think he might have been struggling there, Toby, if that kick was on target.
I'm not sure if he didn't think that Hill picked it up, or I don't know.
Hill did really well to cover that ground across to get that. How would you rate the finish? You're obviously an amateur league footballer yourself. Would you give it a decent technique, or?
Yeah, it's not. He's caught it a bit on his toe.
Yeah.
A little bit of accuracy missing. Probably be a bit disappointed with that.
I don't know whether George Hill would be one of the better footballers in the Yorkshire squad or not, but
not saying I could do any better, but
you might have struggled with the fielding at the first point, but. And solid by Proctor. Back-to-back maidens then for Yorkshire. George Hill starts his second spell with a maiden from the David Caper end. Looks like Matt Revis is going to continue. Starting his 6th over. One of the longer spells in the context of the game for Matt Revis. 3 slips in place. Karen Nair on strike. It's flown through again. Can't believe it. Revis has got his hands on his head as it goes past the outside edge of Karen Nair once again. Feels like he's done that, well, about 7 out of 7 times in the last 7 balls.
Yeah, he looks a bit up against it at the minute, Karen, doesn't he? Few player misses. Edge 2. Just needs to keep a watchful eye on the ball. Obviously, I'm not giving him advice, but...
Beauty again. He's bowling with really good pace. 80 to 81 mile an hour there. 80.9 on the speed gun that we've got at Wantage Road. The way it's kind of going off the surface, it feels like it looks quicker than that. Karen there again just takes that wander over to square leg just to gather his thoughts. And I think if they can get through this over of Revis, whether he's going to have a 7th up his sleeve or not, I don't know. But it'll be a nice little win for Northamptonshire if Revis doesn't get a wicket. Karen there defends that one back to cover.
Yeah, the pace looks really good. Looks really quick, and I think if he does edge one towards the slips, it'll be a really good catch. Just with how much pace the ball is travelling with. It's definitely kept kept its pace over the last 2 days, which is nice to see.
Inside edge onto pad. Drops into the leg side safely. And that encouragement from that Yorkshire slip cordon just goes up another notch.
Yeah, he looks like he's really enjoying this Revis, doesn't he?
They'll be desperate. They'll be desperate to see if he's got another over up his sleeve. Or
last delivery, 84.7 miles an hour.
That's a big change. That is a big change. God, blimey.
Brilliant bowling. Really, really good. 83.8 this time.
I thought there's not many people out there that can't believe that Matt Revis hasn't picked up the outside edge of Karen Nair yet.
Yeah, he's done really well to not hit it.
This has been one of the better spells of seam bowling I've seen at Wantage Road so far this summer. Is this going to be his last ball, or can Shan Masood convince Matt Revis to bowl another one? I mean, I don't know whether it's going to be... I don't know whether it'll be that hard to convince him for another one or not. I don't know, but there's a big round of applause from his teammates and from the Yorkshire fans beneath us as well. End of the over, another maiden. And that's been tough. That's been tough for Karen Nair. It's been really well bowled by Matt Revis.
Yeah, brilliant over from Revis. Some real pace and really threatening a wicket of Karen. He's done well to not hit many of them, to be fair. But yeah, that's quite promising for Yorkshire.
Yeah, he stayed in the contest, hasn't he? Which is the most important thing for Karen Nair. He's still there.
Yeah,
could easily have just followed one of those with the bat and got that outside edge. There is an outside edge, and that's flown again. But get the benefit of the replay. But I think that's gone kind of straight over first slip's head, maybe slip and a half. It's split first and second slip. Jordan Thompson at first, Adam Lyth at second, and again it's lifted, it's risen, hasn't it, off the pitch. It's actually in fact gone straight over Adam Lyth.
Yeah, it's just like we're saying, there's so much pace coming off it that any edge will take a great catch. And that one just seemed to take off.
I'm not convinced if they were a step or two further back, whether it would have made any difference. I think it still would have cleared Adam Lyth comfortably. But I wonder whether there's an element here of kind of early season syndrome, is that you get closer and closer and closer as a slip cordon. And actually you get to a pitch here which has got a nice covering of grass on it, and it's got some pace, it's got some zip and bounce to it, and actually you find yourself a little bit closer than what maybe you would need to be, because you've trained your brain over the last 7 weeks on some low, slow ones that you need to be a bit closer. We saw Emilio Gay drop that catch, didn't we, off Shan Masood, which went quickly again.
Yeah, definitely. There's been a few instances where I think it's probably taken the slip cordon by surprise with how quick it is travelling. So maybe that's something to keep in mind as the game progresses, if it keeps its pace.
Yep.
But I don't think they've moved at all since the edge. Backing themselves in the slip cordon. That's why they're there.
Again, that one just rises. Proctor does well to get over the top of it. Drop it in the leg side. Might have been a bit of glove involved on that one, which we saw. And it just feels, I don't know about you, Toby, but it feels like something's not far away from happening.
Yeah, it feels like something's going to give, doesn't it?
Yorkshire have been brilliant with the ball after lunch. That's nicely played by Luke Proctor. Just works it through the leg side and we'll pick up a couple of runs.
Wendell loved that shot. He spun in a circle.
bit of gust of wind got in the flag and just took him round.
Yeah, it feels like maybe a boundary is needed to relieve a bit of pressure, or a wicket. I feel like there's quite a fine line between the two.
End of the over, dot ball, 6 runs from it. That 4 came from the outside edge of Luke Proctor, which flew over the cordon. Good news for Yorkshire fans. Matthew Revis is going to continue from the Lynn Wilson centre end. He's going to bowl his 7th over of the spell. Unsurprising that he's going to get another one. He's got his man, Karen Nair, on strike, who he certainly had the better of during this session so far. 3 slips in place. Be wondering whether you could take another one out of the covers. Down the leg side, good take by Tattersall. Take cover away. If this is going to be Matthew Revis's last over, potentially take cover away and put a 4th slip or a gully in. Invite Karen Nair to drive on that length that Revis is bowling is going to be hard to do. It's a nice shot. A shot of man in form, full face of the bat, down the ground, straight to Shan Masood. Big drive, and again, can't beat the man on the offside. Don't think that's going to upset Yorkshire, though, seeing Karen Nair on the drive. Can Matthew Revis find that length again? Fielder goes out on the leg side towards the deep square boundary. We haven't seen a short ball from Revis. I suspect he probably bowls a good one. Karen Nair tucks that one. It's a bit straighter into that fielder on the leg side. Gets down the other end. And Revis then we'll have a couple of balls to bowl at Luke Proctor. And I would imagine at that point, it will be the end of the spell.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think there's any need for him to probably push himself any further. Bowled really well so far, but probably have a break after this and then come back stronger later in the day.
And there is that pace that just beats. Proctor goes into the leg side. It would be a leg by off the penultimate ball of the over. Therefore, Revis will have his man, Karen Nair, back on strike in his sights. So this is his 7th over of this spell, the 7th over since lunch from the Lynn Wilson centre end. 3 maidens, none for 15 so far. He's got 3 slips in place. And he's got it. The final ball of the 7th over works. He gets his man. He deserves the wicket. He deserves his man. Karen Nair gets the outside edge. It goes through to the slip cordon. And the Indian overseas for Northamptonshire, the number 4, has to go for 8. It's a very good edge and a great catch by the Yorkshire first slipper. And Revis gets his reward, which I think you have to say completely deserves.
Yeah, it was definitely coming, wasn't it? There's multiple occasions where he beat Karen outside, past the edge. And yeah, he'll probably be a bit frustrated with that, Karen. But yeah, fully deserved from Revis, and a brilliant spell of bowling after lunch.
Yeah, a superb spell. And capped off brilliantly by the wicket that he just very much deserved. He bowled with good pace on a good length, challenged the outside edge of Karen Nair every single time. And Northampton are 116 for 3 now, trailing by 246. George Bartlett, the new man, in at number 5. Scored 340 runs so far this year, an average of 56 with 100, which was against Leicestershire. Batted pretty well up at Derbyshire the week before, didn't he? Did he have an innings of 75?
75, yeah. Played really well. Him and Rob formed a nice little partnership, which rescued Northamptonshire from a bit of a difficult position.
Yeah, similar kind of story, wasn't it? I think from what we've got at the moment in terms of the situation of the game.
Yeah, George has been a good signing from Somerset this year. Obviously has a lot of experience in Division 1. I think he 8 first-class hundreds, maybe.
8 before he came to Northampton, yeah. The 9th was the one that came against Leicestershire. Yeah, 60 matches, first-class matches.
Yeah, he's played a lot of cricket and has a lot of experience in a lot of different scenarios. And this is one where it's going to be quite tricky, and a partnership will be key.
Yeah, George Hill continues from the David Capel end. And Yorkshire very much got their tails up, as they should do.
Yeah, I'd say nearly approaching the first hour after lunch. Yorkshire have been quite dominant in the session so far. And they've thoroughly deserved the 2 wickets that they've taken.
Proctor leaves that one well alone. What was it, 84 for 1 at lunch, wasn't it? So Northampton have added 32 in an hour for the loss of 2 wickets. Which, yeah, we spoke, didn't we, at lunchtime? Kind of Northampton have wrestled themselves back towards the game. It would be fair to say that they were behind Yorkshire and slowly kind of got themselves back to what might have looked a bit like parity. And this hour after lunch is Yorkshire just kind of slowly just wrestling the game away from them again a little bit.
Yeah, they've got a lot of energy at the minute in the field. Tails up, like you said. If they can keep this sort of pressure on the Northamptonshire batsmen, then they could find themselves in a bit more trouble.
Yeah, that 246 starting to feel like a little way away after lunch. I do think Northants were allowed to score quickly by Yorkshire, with Yorkshire kind of searching for those wickets in that mini session before the break. So I do think Yorkshire can caveat that run rate with that. It's kind of dropped from 4.7 down to 3.6 and over the last hour.
Yeah, Luke Proctor moving from nearly a runner ball to a run every other ball, 32 off 62. I'm sure he'll be nice and calm, though, happy to see the ball through.
Yeah, not much seems to faze Luke Proctor, does it, with the bat in hand? I'm sure there'll be as you said earlier, that conversion from 50s to 100s will be something that he'd obviously like to change, but he's played so much cricket now that it's a good reason why those statistics say what they do.
Yeah, I just wonder what Proctor is saying to Bartlett. Obviously yet to face a ball coming in at a difficult time.
It's going to be Matthew Revis to continue. He's going to have an 8th.
It's a big spell.
Picks the wicket up of Karen Nair, and Sean Masood says, have one more. 8 overs for Matthew Revis. Yeah, it's a long spell from the Lynn Wilson centre end, and I mean, hey, if he's got miles in the legs and in the tank, then why not? And you can see how confident he is as well. He's just moved Jordan Thompson from cover into 4th slip. Bartlett yet to face a ball, and Revis, the man on a hot streak, has got him in his sights. That looks like that's hit the bat incredibly hard of George Bartlett, who defends that back down towards the bowler. 4 slips for Matthew Revis, and that one was nearly 85 miles an hour.
Yeah, really trying to tempt Bartlett to drive one, aren't they? Big gap in that cover region.
We saw the success a couple of weeks ago that Marchant Dalanga had for Gloucestershire. I think it'd be fair to say that Marchant's got a couple of mile an hour on Matthew Revis, but in terms of build and height, I would argue and say there's not a huge amount of difference between the two of them.
Yeah, it was quite a fascinating battle between Bartlett and Delang when Gloucestershire came here. Delang knocked Bartlett off his feet a few times with a short ball, so that'll be interesting if it comes into play.
Yeah, I think those two knew each other pretty well, didn't they? I doubt Matthew Revis knows George Bartlett as well, but it doesn't matter because he's got him. He dragged the length back a little bit, invited the shot from Bartlett. Bartlett had to play it, I think. It was angled into the body, and it's a healthy edge through to 3rd slip. And Revis, this spell of 8 overs after lunch, has brought about a bit of a downfall for Northamptonshire. What a beauty. What a delivery that was from Matthew Revis. Gets his 2nd, and Northampton's now 116 for 4. Bartlett goes without scoring. And yeah, Yorkshire going further ahead in this game.
Yeah, it's been a brilliant spell, hasn't it? And just tempting Bartlett to play and finding the slips with an edge. He'll be disappointed, but it's just brilliant bowling.
It was an absolute beauty of a ball, and something that Revis just kind of in a purple patch right now, isn't he? I keep saying I don't know whether he's going to bowl one more, but hey, who's going to take the ball away from him right now?
Yeah, I think he'll be eager to bowl more if this is the form that he's bowling with. Absolutely,
and they'll know as well that this is the wicket. This is one of these 2 wickets is the big one here for Northamptonshire. Yes, Lewis McManus can obviously bat with an average of 50 this year. Justin Broad had a good innings last time out at Derbyshire. McManus had a tough year last year. Broad finding his way in first-class cricket. Then you get into Siddharth Kaul, Ben Sanderson and Jack White. So Yorkshire will know that one more here. And if they can get another over out of Matthew Revis whilst he's bowling the way that he is, why wouldn't you do it?
Yeah, and Rob Keogh comes to the crease. I think he knows himself that he's maybe not the most confident starter. Always a little bit on edge when he starts, and he does build into innings quite well. But this may be something that Revis would be keen to pick up on, especially with the state of the game at the minute, 116 for 4.
Yeah, he's got 4 slips, and he's got Rob Keogh on strike. And Keogh leaves that one alone. Keogh fresh off 100 last week against Derbyshire, 102 as he returned to the Northamptonshire side. Did he miss 2 games? Or was it 3 in the end? Oof. I want to say 2.
Yeah, I think it was 2.
With the 1 week off that would have kind of made it 3 if obviously there was a fixture that weekend.
Yeah, a few injections in his back. Hopefully that's all sorted now because he is a very key player.
Yeah, absolutely. Revis pitching the ball up, going a little bit too straight, and Rob Keogh gets off the mark with a couple of runs through mid-wicket.
Yeah, quite nicely off the mark. Played into the leg side. Pick up 2.
Last ball of Matt Revis's 8th over. I'm going to give up saying whether I think it is or isn't going to be is or isn't going to be his last one.
He'll be back for one more.
You've got to, haven't you?
Yeah.
Keep him going for as long as possible. Fielder goes out down towards deep square leg, quite a long way off the boundary. And it's a dot ball to finish. I think that change of the field there was just to try and give Rob Keogh 1 so they could have a bowl at the new man. Successful over again for Matthew Revis. Northants 118 for 4. They trail Yorkshire's first innings score of 244. We've got Luke Proctor at the crease on 32, Rob Keogh on 2. We have George Hill continuing from the David Caper lens. Luke Proctor on strike.
Up to 87 miles an hour, one of those deliveries from Revis.
Was it?
87.1, I think it was.
Wow.
Then the next ball, 86.
Yeah, that's it's interesting, isn't it? As that spell has kind of gone on, I guess the confidence has gone up. The pace has continued to go in the right direction for Matthew Revis. Well played, well defended by Luke Proctor. Yorkshire obviously missing a couple of their seamers. Matt Fisher, Ben Coward. It's a chance, obviously, with the players that are missing. Yorkshire's first choice 11 could look very, very different to what we see on the field at the moment. Sorry, Tobes, I thought I was going to sneeze.
Should have just done it on mic.
No one needs to hear that. That's poor. It's poor etiquette. Drive ball on offer. Luke Proctor plays that back up to mid-on. Dot ball.
That walking around the boundary. I think they've got one of the new bucket hats on.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so...
You're on the sell again, are you?
Reversible bucket hats. So you got the T20 kit design on one side with the Steelbacks logo, and then a maroon on the other with the rose.
Classy. When does that find its way into Toby Williams' kit bag? No ball called.
Hopefully very soon.
Northants take the extra single as well. Are you a fan of a bucket hat, are you? They kind of feel like they've kind of surged into fashion pretty quickly.
Yeah, I quite like them. Quite a big fan. Yeah, they've definitely got a bit more popular, haven't they?
Yeah,
maybe don't get the recognition they deserve.
Do you not think?
Maybe not a few years ago, maybe a bit more now. But yeah, big fan.
Are they available to purchase? Are they by any chance? Is that why they were mentioned? Oh, we don't know.
Not sure yet. They will be.
Okay, good news. Oh, happy days. Tell us about the dog.
Ralph back at the county ground. Stephen Conway messaging in Ralph.
Is Ralph a Yorkshire fan or a Northamptonshire fan?
Said divided loyalties this time.
Oh, a big appeal for LBW. I think that's going to be too high. Rob Keogh survives. It does hit him pretty high up. So we've got a divided loyalties.
Maybe.
Yeah, well, I mean,
yeah,
looks like Ralph's having a great time.
Yeah, he's buzzing, soaking it all in. Wonder if I can see him from.
It's quick again from Hill down the leg side. Going to be given as a leg bye for Rob Keogh. So there's going to be another run added to the score. Northants move to 122 for 4. It's been superb by Yorkshire after the break.
Revis again, I think.
It is. You cannot take the ball out of Matthew Revis's hands. And who would as well? If you had the chance to keep him going, you absolutely would, wouldn't you?
Yeah, if you're sending it down at the speeds that he's been doing for the last few overs, then I think York should be more than welcome to have him continue.
Short ball, the first real short one we've seen from Matthew Revis, and Rob Keogh does well to ride the bounce. For a second, Luke Proctor was interested in a single. There wasn't much on offer there, I don't think. Four slips in place for Matthew Revis, bowling to Rob Keogh. Keogh solid in defence. So it's a notable change really from the Northants bowling attack compared to the Yorkshire one. The Yorkshire one looks quicker, doesn't it? They've had a couple of bowlers here that have been well in the 80s, which Northants wouldn't be.
Yeah, I think that's maybe the only thing that Northamptonshire miss, isn't it? That was something that Rafi provided when in the games that he played.
Yeah.
Maybe a bit more bounce and a bit more pace.
Width on offer, which Keogh doesn't miss out on. Cuts him in front of point through the offsides. I don't think that's going to bother Matthew Revis too much.
Yeah, the Northamptonshire bowling attack just lacks a little bit of pace sometimes. It can sometimes change a game like Revis has here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a great spell. Into his 9th over of the spell. Back on the money straight away.
He hasn't even showed any signs of fading or...
No, not really. I mean,
tired.
Maybe that shorter wide one, which Keogh put away the ball before, was kind of an indication of fatigue, but back on the money, the ball afterwards. There is one player off for Yorkshire and has been off for a little while. Dom Bess has been on the field for the last couple of overs. He's at mid-on. It might be Dom Leach, actually, that's off. I just spotted he's just coming down the steps at the dressing rooms.
And going out on the leg side.
Yeah, again, I think this will be... I don't necessarily think this will be a short ball for Keogh to pull. I might be wrong. I have been before, but I think it might be an opportunity for Keogh just to take one and get down the other end. Instead, goes over pitched on the offside, and Keogh plays him through the covers for a couple. 2 to finish the over. 128 for 4. And a high five and a pat of encouragement from Jordan Thompson for Matthew Revis. There's no kind of indication that that's the end of his spell either. Potentially you'd see after a 9-over spell, your teammates kind of flock around you and give you a big pat on the back and a well done. It certainly hasn't been that at the end of the over. I can't believe he's going to bowl 10 straight, is he?
Be quite impressed if he does. I mean, that last over, a bit slower than the previous one, averaging around 81, 82. Still very quick, but slightly drops off.
Yeah, absolutely. George Hill at the other end, quietly going about his business. He's into his 5th over. 2 maidens, none for 9. It's the two of them bowling really well together. It's not allowing Northants to keep that scoring rate going. It's just tumbling down, isn't it? There's a drive. Proctor can't get it past the fielder at cover. Really well done with a tumbling stop. Two slips in the gully for Yorkshire. Slight break in play as Gully just ties the shoelaces up before we get going again. Proctor defends into the leg side, and they're going to take on Vishwa Fernando, who might have been a little bit on his heels there. Wasn't the quickest to react, was he? Proctor comfortably through for a single.
Yeah, quite similar to the single that Yorkshire took early in the day to Rob Keogh, with Keogh a little bit on his heels. But a nice run, very positive. What we like to see.
Short ball, which Keogh does well to get the bat and gloves out the way of. Through to Johnny Tattersall. It's going to be 1 for the over, I think, signalled as well. 2 more here, lads, I think was the call from one of the Yorkshire fielders. So
they'll be delighted, won't they, if they got 2 more?
I think they'll be, yeah, they should be thrilled to bits as it is. As you say, they'll be even happier if they pick up another one, or maybe 2. It's still a long way to go until tea as well. 17 overs of cricket to go. And Northants have got to do all the running, really, in that time.
Yeah, a lot of cricket left to play in the day.
I mean, we saw last week kind of how potent this Yorkshire bowling lineup is. Obviously, they are without Ben Coed, but they bowled Sussex out for 150. Sussex did go on to win the game, but Sussex have been the kind of the outriders really in the Championship in Division 2 so far this season. They bowled them out for 150, then bowled them out again for 227. Just kind of fell at the final hurdle down at Hove, losing the last 3 wickets, all without scoring. And we are going to have a change of bowling. So Matthew Revis is done for the time being. It was a 9-over spell, 9 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 24. As I said earlier, I appreciate both of our tenures here have been fairly short, but it's up there with the spell of fast bowling as I think either of us have seen here at Wantage Road over the last year and a half.
Yeah, it was brilliant. It was everything you'd want from one of your fast bowlers, wasn't it? The right areas, it was fired up, putting out there in a great position, good pace. A really brilliant spell of bowling. And he got his reward.
He did indeed. The change of bowling is for the Sri Lankan overseas, Vishwa Fernando. He's back into the attack. So far, 9 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 20. He got the wicket of Vasconcelos after lunch. That shorter ball, which the top edge of Vasconcelos went straight up, didn't it? It's a good catch by Johnny Tattersall. That goes past the outside edge of Rob Keogh. Northampton need a partnership, Toby.
Yeah, big time. Obviously not panic stations just yet, but if another 2 wickets were to fall fairly quickly, then I think they'll be a little bit worried. But these two at the crease now have plenty of experience, played with each other for quite a while now.
Powerful shot by Rob Keogh. Down to mid-off, straight at the fielder though, so no chance for a single. The Yorkshire slip cordon look pretty happy with themselves right now, engaged in conversation. Wendell's still got the flag going. It's a nice shot by Rob Keogh. Width on offer from Fernando. Keogh takes the offering, 4 through the covers, driven on the up, 134 for 4. Keogh now on 13. Partnership 18 off 26. Vishwa Fernando responds, beating the outside edge of Rob Keogh. I think it just goes to show, with a very, very slight change of fortune, either good or bad, shows kind of how quickly the wickets could fall here at Wantage Road on this pitch that's offering a little bit with good pace, good carry. Northampton came up against an incredibly disciplined top order for Yorkshire. They did have an opportunity to take the wicket of Shan Masood, and that scorecard would have looked very different. End of the over. Dot ball to finish. 134 for 4 off 37. Luke Proctor, the captain, on 34 off 71. Rob Keogh, 13 off 20. Partnership, 18 off 28. "16 overs until the tea break. It's obviously fairly warm out in the middle. Rob Keogh's just asked to have his jumper run off at the end of the next over, or the next chance for a break. It's going to be George Hill continuing from the David Capel end. Seems to have bowled kind of predominantly at Luke Proctor for the duration of this spell. He's into his 6th over. 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 11. Proctor, as we've seen over the last hour and a half, just dead bats that one into the offside.
Yeah, he looks nice and calm at the crease, doesn't he, Proctor? As always, but let's see how he gets on this ball.
Takes the single into the leg side. Gets down the other end. Gives Rob Keogh 3 to face at the end of this over.
I mean, we spoke about earlier Proctor needing to convert one of these big scores. The way the game's shaping up, this could be the perfect opportunity for it.
I would say that there would be no better opportunity for Luke Proctor to put a big score on the scoreboard in this situation. Northampton still trail by 227. And somebody has got to stand up and put an innings together, Toby.
Yeah.
Whether that's Proctor or whether it's Keogh, I don't know, but
hopefully both.
Hopefully both. As we said, we're kind of getting towards the tail end of that middle order. Broad and McManus would be the two kind of recognised batters left on the card after these two. And you're kind of running out of options now. So it's got to be one, if not both.
Yeah, Justin Broad played very nicely. Coming back into the team against Derbyshire, making 75, I think.
Yeah.
Looked really good. Offers a little bit with the ball as well. Took the wicket of Bean. Lewis obviously coming back into the team after welcoming his first child. So there is still plenty of batting to go.
Yeah, nicely played by Rob Keogh to finish the over. 135 for 4 off 38. That's the end of George Hill's 6th.
Keogh finally gets the chance to remove his jumper. Not sure who's taken it off.
I think Alex Russell's been about today.
Yeah.
Rafi Weatherall obviously is around. We saw him bowling at lunchtime. We've seen him on at 12th man duty during the Yorkshire innings. Not sure I've seen too many others about over the course of the day. So it was training day yesterday, wasn't it, for those not involved?
Yeah.
In preparation for the start of the blast. Vishwa Fernando, left arm, quick, continues bowling to Luke Proctor. And Proctor defends that one back to the Sri Lankan overseas. A delay in play here as there's a inspection of the ball. Whether there's a bit of damage to it or just checking to make sure that it is in shape. Looks like it's going through the 2 gauges, or going through one of the gauges and not through the other one as it should. So it's been given straight back to Shan Masood. Do have the ability to go out of shape, don't they, these Duke's cricket balls? That's squared up. Proctor, it's an appeal for LBW. I wonder whether there might have been a bit of bat on that. It sounded a little bit woody through the effects mic, didn't it?
Definitely sounded like it.
Otherwise, I think that would have been pretty close. Looks like it's shaped away from Luke Proctor. Or maybe he's got himself outside the line, actually, with the benefit of the replay.
Bit of movement on the ball, though. Definitely came in towards Proctor. It's a promising sign for Fernando as he goes into the 3rd ball of his over.
That is down the leg side, too far down the leg side. Proctor takes the easy one off the hip, down to the fielder on the square leg boundary. Yeah, for a moment, something happened, didn't it? But I think probably Luke Proctor did just get himself outside the line of off stump. It was a good appeal. It was a long appeal from Vishwa Fernando.
Yeah, Luke Proctor didn't look very phased, though, did he? He's very good at not acknowledging anything going on around him when there's an appeal.
Oh, it's another edge, and it feels like we've seen that 3 or 4 times during the course of this innings. Keogh this time goes for a big, flashy square cut, gets the top edge, and I think it might have been Adam Lai that second slip, just tips it over the crossbar. There's going to be 4 more added to the score, but it's a chance life, this, for Northamptonshire. Vasconcelos put one through the slip cord, and second ball of the day. Keogh's just put one over the top. Proctor's put one over the top earlier.
Yeah,
Wow.
it's just absolutely flown through, hasn't it?
How different could this scorecard look if everything had fallen the way that Yorkshire had wanted it to? That's left alone in response.
Yeah, there's definitely been chances, hasn't there? A lot of chances, a lot of edges that have just gone so quickly to the slips or over the slips. But very fine margins. Rob Key will be pleased. He'll forget about that ball and move on.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it says 4 in the scorebook, doesn't it? It's kind of file it away. And there we go. That one is probably guided through to where Rob Keogh wanted it to go originally.
Great arm from Wendell.
I'm not surprised. I heard he took a really good crowd catch a few years ago.
Yes.
There was some footage of it. I think that'd be really good.
If only. If only.
Anyway, a good shot by Rob Keogh to finish the over. 9 runs off it. There is Wendell waving the flag. I mean, I'm not surprised. It's a heavy flagpole and a big flag, so it doesn't surprise me he's got a good arm.
Yeah. I mean, he makes it look like a normal size flag and flagpole, doesn't he? Imagine if that was me waving it. It's probably bigger than me.
It probably is, actually. I think you'd do your best Mary Poppins impression if you were holding on to that one, mate. Change of bowling then for Yorkshire. Replacing George Hill is going to be Jordan Thompson. So far in this fixture, Jordan Thompson, well, he opened the bowling. He took the new ball from the David Capel end. 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 22. He was expensive, but he was pitching the ball up, giving it a chance to swing, giving it a chance to get the edge of the Northants batter. Didn't get the reward, but certainly stuck to the plan. Squared up Proctor.
Wow.
A beauty from Jordan Thompson. Proctor just kicks the dirt as he walks away and gathers his thoughts. Solid defense by Proctor. He does really well, doesn't he, Luke Proctor? Just to kind of compartmentalize those errors, those good balls, the moments that you don't really want to dwell on. Just back on it straight away, full face of the bat, defends that. Back to Jordan Thompson.
Doesn't seem fazed by much, does he?
No, not at all. And I think he's read the script pretty well here too. Obviously, he's played an awful lot of county cricket. But he was pretty aggressive and free-flowing before lunch, wasn't he, when he walked out and joined Vasconcelos, having had an aggressive platform set by his 2 opening batters and having unfortunately watched the demise of his partners at the other end. He's kind of knuckled down and slowed his scoring rate down, made sure that there is some consistency there, and one of the Northants batters stays there throughout. He'll be desperate that Rob Keogh sticks with him as well. It's nicely played. Just runs it down. Kind of looked like he got squared up a little bit, but I think Luke Proctor would have played that down there deliberately.
Yeah, I think the ability of Luke Proctor to separate those parts of your games, like you said, is why he's so important in this Northamptonshire team. I mean, him being able to play a different way in different scenarios, it's obviously important for every cricketer. But when the going gets tough for Northamptonshire, he always seems to be there.
Yeah. And again, solid in defence. End of the over. A good over, a maiden for Jordan Thompson. He returns to the attack. 40 overs have now been bowled in the second innings of the match between Northampton and Yorkshire, and the score's 144 for 4. Keogh's on 21 with a bit of fortune, and Proctor on 36.
Still got, what, 13 overs until tea?
Yep.
What do you think Northamptonshire need to ideally do in the next, to continue to dig in, really, isn't it?
Be there, I think, is probably the obvious answer. I know that's probably an easy one to say out loud, but these two need to be there. It's not easy to start, is it? And that's an inside edge from Rob Keogh. Could have gone anywhere, fortunately, way away from any danger. Yeah. That sounds like an easy answer, doesn't it? And probably because it is. I don't really think they should have a number in mind, if that makes sense.
No.
I just think they're just going to need to bat here. Yorkshire certainly aren't going to make it easy for them. And if these two can stabilise it, then it will take a bit of pressure off Northampton. Will put a bit more back on Yorkshire.
Yeah, we obviously saw yesterday after tea, Northampton were really good with the ball. Be interested to see if Yorkshire is similar after the break. Obviously, they've had this afternoon session so far. Be interesting to see what the reply is. See what the reply is after tea and see how they come out after tea.
It's gone straight past the outside edge of Rob Keogh. It's a beauty from Fernando.
Hasn't been many of them, has there, from Rob Keogh, where he's played and missed?
Not a huge amount, no. He's certainly been pretty proactive when he's been out there. He's only faced 30 balls. He's got 4 fours already. Scores 21.
Moves about a lot of the crease as well, doesn't he?
Almost looks like a bit of a counter-attacking innings at the moment, doesn't it? Nicely played. Turns into the leg side. It's going to be at least 2. Probably will just be 2.
Yeah, I mean, Proctor and Keogh complement each other quite well here. Proctor happy, like he has done all season, to do that anchor role. And Rob's scoring a bit quicker.
I think the last thing you want to do is kind of feel like you're only scoring from one end, though. I appreciate it's the play that Luke Proctor is playing at the moment and has done for a lot of time. But you can run the risk of putting a lot of pressure on your teammate if that scoreboard's not ticking over. Obviously, Luke Proctor is very happy to bat that way. Not everybody is the same, wired the same way. End of the over, 2 runs from it, 146 for 4. Yeah, there's 12 overs, isn't there, before the tea break? I think we're going to have change of bowling from the Lynn Wilson centre end. I think Shah Masood might have just nodded over to Dom Leach that he'll be bowling the next one, replacing Vishwa Fernando. So a short spell potentially for the Sri Lankan overseas, who looks like he's striding off with purpose to make his way off the ground at the moment. So hopefully he's okay. It's a 3-over spell. It's gone for 15. Ice cream van's in, Tobes. It's not even the one in the ground making the
No.
making the noise through the effects mic. Lovely looking shot by Luke Proctor. Can't find the gap to his captaincy counterpart, Sean Masood. I've not been to all 18 counties. I will caveat in saying that, but I can't believe there's many better ice cream vans on the circuit than what we get here at Northamptonshire.
Yeah, they put in a good shift, don't they?
I don't see getting that kind of quality at one of the test match venues. I think you can kind of rule out the
solid price as well.
Yeah, not bad. You'd like to think somewhere like Scarborough would do a decent one, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
You'd like to think there'd be a decent ice cream van by the seaside.
Be nice sitting there, ice cream in hand.
Shorter ball, which Proctor tries to pull away. It looks like it just rushed him a little bit, and it's gone straighter than what he thought. Dom Leach, who I said was going to bowl, has just been able to stretch those hamstrings out a little bit with a long chase up towards the player rooms.
Haven't really seen that type of shot from Proctor so far, have we? Like you said, looked a little bit rushed, a bit more intent.
I think, obviously, I can only speak about this as a very amateur cricketer. But regardless of kind of how happy you are to bat time and dig in and absorb pressure, the whole idea of this sport is to move that scoreboard along.
Yeah. I guess it only does a job for a certain amount of time.
If we know that you're going to get out eventually in this sport, when you think about the likes of Joe Root, Virat Kohli, Steve Smith, and I mean they fail 2 of 3 times when they walk out to the middle and bat. Obviously, that percentage of failure becomes higher and higher the further down the spectrum you get. I'm not insinuating that Luke Proctor's a million miles down that spectrum, but if you're not actually kind of looking to score, you know you're going to get one eventually.
Yeah.
Sometimes that looking to score does bring about the downfall, but you have to play. That's nicely timed by Rob Keogh down towards that short boundary. There is a fielder down there, so it's just going to be a single added, and it's 150 up for Northamptonshire as well, of 41.5 overs. Nice round of applause from those that are in the ground at the moment.
That 50 feels like it's been a long time, hasn't it? 100 to 150.
Yeah, it certainly has. What did I say? It was 84 for 1 at lunch, didn't I think?
Yes, 84 for 1 after 18.
Yeah, so we've had another 23, 24 overs added on to add about 70 to the score. Proctor shapes up the drive again, doesn't get it. End of the over, dot ball to finish, 4 runs from it. As we said, the 150 up for Northamptonshire. But yeah, you can kind of have the ability to dig yourself and your team into a little bit of a hole. And I think if you slow down so much, it then can become quite difficult then to go up through those gears again. You potentially have a few more gears to go through than what you would have done if you were just kind of batting normally throughout the innings. He's not quick, is he, Luke Proctor? He's never kind of claimed to be a quick scorer.
Made a quick start today.
He certainly did, yeah. But at the moment, I think he's playing the hands. I think he's playing the hand pretty well. Dom Leach is going to replace Vishwa Fernando from the Lynn Wilson centre end. He's got 3 slips in place. He's got Rob Keogh on strike. Leach, none for 23 off 3 overs. He again was expensive before lunch, but similar to Jordan Thompson, bowled to the plan of his captain and his coaches and really went searching for wickets in that mini kind of hour and 10-minute session on the build-up to the lunch break here on day 2. $212, the deficit. Played into the leg side by Rob Keogh. Good news is, looking at it, we're set fair for the rest of the day, so should be no danger of any interruptions here at Northampton. Drive from Keogh. Gets it through the infield, and I think that's going to race away towards the Jackson Grundy stand. It does. Keogh picks up another 4, his 5th 4 of the innings. Moves to 28. And I think all the while that Keogh's out there looking to score, then obviously that takes pressure off Proctor as well.
Yeah, he's looked good so far for his 28. 5 4s, like you said. Played some nice shots. It's looked really proactive, looking to score. Hasn't been beaten by the ball many times.
Short ball, that's gone up. There's a fielder coming underneath it. Is he going to get there? It's Dom Bess. He does. It's a very, very good catch. And Dom Leach gets the wicket of Rob Keogh. That felt like it hung for an eternity in the air as it made its way down towards Dom Bess, who covered a lot of ground, didn't he, down on the boundary edge. He's on for Vishwa Fernando. And Yorkshire get their 5th wicket. Northamptonshire, if they were in a spot of bother beforehand, that water's just got a little bit hotter for them. That partnership of 38 is broken. Keogh goes for 28, 154 for 5. Not looking great, Tobes.
No, very good catch. Very good catch by Dom Bess on the leg side. Had a lot of work to do and made no mistake. Just as I was saying, Keogh's looked very good for his 28.
There's no such thing as a commentator's curse, Tobes. Don't beat yourself up about it.
I do it when I tweet it every time anyway, so used to it. But yeah, it's a bit annoying for Rob to pick out Dom Bess, but yeah.
Just didn't have full control of it, did he? I don't think.
No.
I mean, it's a massive boundary out there on the leg side today. There's a lot of real estate to land the ball in. Unfortunately, didn't get anywhere near the middle of the bat. Spent a lot of time in the air and allowed Dom Bess the opportunity to get round and get underneath it.
Yeah, he's done very well to pick Dom Bess out of, like you said, all the space that there is. But Dom Bess still had work to do. And it's a very good catch.
Yeah, fantastic catch. Lewis McManus then. Northants vice-captain. Makes his way to the middle. Joins Luke Proctor. Luke Proctor's on 39 off 88. McManus takes guard. 153 runs so far this campaign. Average of 50. Obviously, as you said, Toves didn't play last week against Derbyshire. Welcomed his new child to the world. Dom Leach with his first wicket at the end of his mark. 3 slips in place for McManus as he faces up against his first ball. And that's hit McManus hard, and it's hit him high. There's an appeal. Umpire unmoved. As I said about half an hour ago, this Yorkshire lineup, with the exception of Ben Coed, yeah, I think height is saved McManus there. He's trapped on the crease, wasn't he? I think if that was any fuller, I think we could have been talking about Dom Leach on a hat-trick. There, as it is, McManus survives. Short ball Wow, that looks quick, doesn't it? And
Yeah, that looked really quick.
McManus does well to get underneath it. 82 mile an hour on the speed gun. Successful over. Bowling change worked again. 4 runs from it. But most importantly, the wicket of Rob Keogh. 155 for 4.
Yeah, good decision to bring Dom Leach back into the attack. Picks up the wicket of Keogh, who's looked quite settled at the crease for 28. But now Lewis McManus sees the last 2 balls of the over through. And Northamptonshire find themselves in a bit of a difficult position.
Yeah, a spotted bowler, I think, would probably be the technical term for it. There's still 10 overs to go before what would be a tea break. Northants 59 runs away from getting past a follow-on total as well, which I don't really want to spend too much time talking about, but my word, Yorkshire have bowled well after lunch.
Yeah, it's been like a completely different team, hasn't it? After the lunch break, they've done a brilliant job at really restricting Northamptonshire, putting the batsmen in difficult positions and making them play. Like Revis, brilliant spell. Dom Leach coming back into the attack and bowling well.
Yeah.
Which has been a really, really professional performance after lunch.
Yeah, it's a team that I think I said when I was on commentary with Dave Ripley, kind of mentioned the age of all of the batters that came out. So many of them are in their early 20s. And because of, I suppose, where you're so young, your percentage increase in performance can be significant, can't it? You're possibly not going to get the same from a lad in their early 30s, but actually that run out against Sussex last week to get so close to bowl them out cheaply twice, you probably learn a lot about yourself and about the team.
Yeah, I feel like sometimes you need those things to happen. You need those things to happen to go on and make improvements in your game and improve as a team. You need to go through those hard experiences to then come out of it better.
Yeah.
And maybe that result at Sussex, as an example, was something that could benefit them going forward.
Yeah. Oh, it's squared up Proctor. It's got the outside edge. I don't know if that's carried. I don't think it has.
Yeah, it may have been just short, mightn't it?
There's a tumbling effort from George Hill at first slip. So we'll need to see that replay from the other end, I think, to find whether that has carried or hasn't carried. Looks like it's hurt.
Seemed like a bit of an awkward height, wasn't it?
Mm.
It looked like it might have caught the top of his finger.
They're frustratingly hard, cricket balls. If you don't get it quite right, it can obviously be very painful. Proctor survives, though. So I don't think it carried. It would have been a very good catch. Low to the right-hand side of George Hill. Proctor 39, 93.
Just short.
Just short. Yeah.
Just.
Yeah, very good effort nonetheless. To try and scoop
great
the ball.
stop. Just short. Proctor survives.
Proctor does survive. Heart in the mouth moment. Yorkshire just on fire at the moment. It's defended back to Jordan Thompson, who remains wicketless. It was a maiden 154 for 5 off 44 overs. 9 now overs remain until the tea break. Well, these two have got it all to do.
Yeah, I think that Proctor and McManus just need to stay calm. I'm sure they will. But it's definitely a difficult period heading up to tea. How many overs have we got left?
9.
Still feels like a long way away, doesn't it?
There's a lot of cricket to be played, isn't there, before Northants can think about having a break. Yorkshire, I think, will be desperate to stay out there. I don't think they won't want a tea break. Leach continues. McManus quick off the
Very
mark.
quick.
Takes on Matt Revis, and it was a good single. I think he made it okay. Revis maybe just a little bit slow off the mark. Has bowled a 9 over spell in this session.
Yeah, he really set off there, McManus, didn't he? Good positive intent. Very quick between the wickets.
It's like a change of plan here. Now Proctor's on strike. Don't know whether this is a kind of an attempt to get McManus back on strike or not. We don't know, but that fielder at backward point has now dropped down towards the boundary. Unlikely that Proctor's going to try and uppercut that down to the fielder down there. Don't think it's a wicket-taking option. I think it might be a case of have one and we'd rather bowl at McManus. It certainly looked like a bit of a frantic one, didn't it, to get off the mark?
Yeah. But it's a lot quicker than I thought between the wickets, Lewis. Turns out to be a good run in the end.
Absolutely. 155 for 5. It's defended into the leg side.
Is that Greg Smith walking around the
It is indeed,
boundary? Wonder what his thoughts will be.
He's walking the right way for starters. Right for runs. Left for wickets. I think he'd be pretty disappointed, to be honest. Actually played by Luke Proctor. Turns it round the corner for a single down to the fielder on the leg side boundary.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to hear at the end of the day from, not sure who it will be, but what they thought of the Yorkshire bowling attack and if there was anything different in the pitch that they felt like when Yorkshire was bowling compared to when Northamptonshire bowled first.
Yeah.
If there was any differences in how the ball was coming off the surface. Or maybe it was just purely down to pace.
Well, certainly the pace has been a noticeable difference, hasn't it?
Yeah.
It's harder for us to say over this side as to what the lateral movement has been like, whether that's been swing or seam. You'd say that day 2 at Wantage Road is usually the better day to bat. The cloud has been more sparse than what it was the day before, and obviously the grass will have died off a little bit. So you could build a pretty good argument to say that it hasn't moved as much.
Yeah. Definitely got a lot cloudier over the last 10, 15 minutes as well. Sun looks to have gone in.
But the pace certainly on offer from Yorkshire has been a point of difference, hasn't it, from that which Northamptonshire had.
Yeah, I feel like extra pace is maybe something that Northamptonshire struggle a bit more with how to play and how to continue the scoring. And they definitely found that out against Gloucestershire with DeLange, the key to that. And now Revis here for Yorkshire. So I'm sure Greg Smith will have a few ideas in mind and a few thoughts about how Northamptonshire can improve on that front.
It's 2 straight from Jordan Thompson. Luke Proctor turns that one into the leg side. Likely he's going to miss out on those, having faced 97 deliveries now for his score of 40. Three slips for McManus. He's 1 off 5. Jordan Thompson looking for his first wicket of the game. McManus solid in defence, back up the pitch towards mid-on.
Durham have beat Somerset
Have they?
by innings and 6 runs.
Wow. Well, quick game's a good game at the Riverside, eh? Well inside 2 days.
Yeah, I think they bowled them out for around 80 odd.
Wow. Four and a bit sessions of cricket for 3 innings. That's quite mad, isn't it? The Ben Stokes factor
Yeah.
comes back in the team.
Yeah, 171 all out, then bowled out for 88.
Wow. McManus leaves that one alone. It goes through to the keeper.
Ben Stokes took 4 wickets. 10 overs, 23 runs, 4 wickets.
I don't think there'll be too many people overly fussed either way with regards to the result, but so good to see to Ben Stokes bowling again and taking wickets as well. Solid by Lewis McManus. Up to task so far. He's 1 off 9. I think it'd be fair to say he had a tough year last year, Lewis McManus.
Yeah, he struggled quite a bit with the bat, didn't he? Quite a few occasions where he'd go out quite early on and he just wasn't making scores. I think his head might have dropped a little bit.
Yeah.
But this year in the innings that he has played, he's looked like a completely different player. So looked a lot more determined, a lot more positive. I think those 2 trips to India definitely helped him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
One of those trips was completely by himself. Then the other with the rest of the batting unit on pre-season. But yeah, he's looked really, really different to last year in a really positive way. Yeah,
it was. I didn't realise. I knew he'd been out twice. I didn't realise the first trip was kind of under his own steam.
Yeah.
I did see him, I think, social media hanging out with Prithvi for a little bit, I think. Emilio Gay went out to India twice, didn't he, as well, I think? I suppose it kind of counties have got different ways of doing things, really, as to how they kind of best prepare for the season ahead. And it's obviously a very long winter over here in the UK, isn't it? And Northants decided to split their winter training, didn't they, between South Africa and India. And then instead of kind of keeping people in the UK, obviously allowed them to go off and do what they wanted to do. Did anybody go to Australia to play grade cricket?
Proctor did.
Proc went and played grade cricket in Australia.
Not sure who for, but
I
know he spent a considerable amount of time over there. Yeah, there was a period where most of the team were abroad and not many were still based over here.
There's a appeal for caught behind. Half an appeal, really. It was half-hearted. I don't really think Yorkshire believed it. There might have been a bit of bat involved, but I think for certain we could say that Luke Proctor hit the ground as he tried to guide that one down to deep third. Kind of a paused moment, wasn't there? Just a wait and see if the umpire wanted to make a decision or not.
Yeah, no reaction from Proctor as well. Not like there ever is, but
he's very good at not looking back, isn't he? And a big drive from Luke Proctor, who can't get it past Matthew Revis at mid-off. Feels like he's hit the fielder a lot of late. Luke Proctor, he's faced 101 deliveries now.
Yeah, he's had quite a few of those, hasn't he? A few drives where he just can't beat the fielder a couple of metres to the other side and would have had quite a few more boundaries.
Big drive, squarer this time, and does get it past the fielder. I don't know if that's going to go. It's racing towards the boundary. It does. It's a very good and long chase from the Yorkshire fielder in on the offside. Maybe a bit of pressure off Luke Proctor there as he picks up 4 moves to 45. 45 off 102. It's been a very, very watchful innings from the captain, as it's had to be, really, with wickets falling at regular intervals at the other end. Hasn't really had anybody to build a partnership with. It's a glimmer of one with Rob Keogh, but again, it didn't last long. And again, width on offer from Dom Leach and almost deja vu cricket. This one timed not as well, but the result is the same. Back-to-back boundaries for Luke Proctor, who moves to 49. It does feel, doesn't it, Tobes, that the success of this innings kind of all lies on Luke Proctor's shoulders now, and as it has done for the last probably hour and a half.
Yeah, I think that the more we go on about it, the more it just seems to be how crucial he is to this batting lineup and how important he really is.
Just driven back down to Matthew Revis. Dot ball then to finish the over. 8 runs from it. 2 boundary fours for the captain, Luke Proctor, and the scores moved itself to 165 for 5. The deficit is 197. Proctor's 49. McManus is on 1. Jordan Thompson will continue from the David Capel ends, striding with purpose to the end of his mark. What have we got? 6 overs until the break. Would be great for a Northamptonshire perspective to have both of these there, not out at the tea interval.
Yeah, I think they really need that, don't they? They don't need to lose another wicket late in the session.
Driven by McManus, not timed. Up to Vishwa Fernando, who's back on the field, which is good to see. Only bowled those 3 overs in that second spell of the afternoon session, and then kind of really strided off the field with purpose, didn't he? As if he was in a bit of a hurry to get a bit of treatment or a bit of a change of shoes or whatever that might have been. But good to see him back out on the field. McManus tries to play that one a little bit squarer. Three slips in place for Yorkshire, as there has been for most of the afternoon. Thompson still prepared to be driven. McManus defends back to the bowler.
Struggling to find the gaps a bit, isn't he? Timing it well.
Yeah, it's just hard going, isn't it? There's kind of double-edged here. One, Yorkshire are bowling well. And the other side of it is the fact there is going to be a lot of scoreboard pressure involved in this.
Yeah.
Lewis McManus is going to be very aware of the fact that Northampton still trail by 197. Nicely played. Guides it down past third slip. It's not going to go, I don't think. It's a big chase on. And it's just going to be a couple of runs for the Northampton wicketkeeper and vice-captain. Well fielded by George Hill. It's a long chase down towards the boundary. On down the leg side. Thompson rarely just misses his line. See a bit of a party or a disco going on somewhere. Yeah. Some Tina Turner blaring through the effects mic now.
Yeah, there's been a few songs in the afternoon, hasn't there?
I don't know where they've been coming from. Any ideas?
Not sure.
They've not been flying up from Luton, have they? Somebody told me there was a something going on. straight, 2 straight from Jordan Thompson. McManus turns that one through square leg. Again, it's another long chase, and it's not quite timed well enough. McManus, Proctor will settle on 2. Noticeably not running that particularly hard. Don't want to lose a wicket with a silly bit of running. End of the over, 4 runs from it, 169 for 5. 37 overs remain in the day.
Quite enjoying this music.
You enjoying it, yeah?
It's not bad, is it?
There's obviously something decent going on in Northampton. Sometimes you can hear the brass band, can't you, coming across from the bandstand in Nabbington Park. But dare I say, unless the skill sets change slightly on the brass band, whatever instruments are included in there, dare I say it's probably not the same band. Dom Leach continues, and Proctor looks to guide that one down to backward point for a single. Can't beat the fielder at gully, Finley Bean. In there at gully. Solid defence from Luke Proctor, as there has been throughout the duration of the innings. 49 for the Northant skipper. Nicely timed. Well fielded by Dom Leach off his own bowling. Keeps Luke Proctor 1 away from the milestone. He's battled hard for it. Just really that one ball that just climbed and jumped over the slip cordon off the outside edge for Luke Proctor. Other than that, it's been incredibly watchful, incredibly disciplined.
Yeah, a very gritty, resilient innings from Luke Proctor. Kind of what you'd expect from him. But it's been nice to watch when he has been able to score runs and just worked his way nicely to hopefully a half century.
Proctor takes on the quick single and gets the 50 as well. Well batted, the captain. 50 off 109. 7 fours. And again, a captain's innings from Luke Proctor, which we've come to expect from the Northant skipper over 2024 so far this summer. Averages 54. Now 477 runs scored this calendar year for Luke Proctor. Brings Lewis McManus on strike. He's 5 off 16. He's got 3 slips in place as he faces up against Dom Leach. It's dropped into the offside. Dot ball to finish the over then. 36 overs remain in the day. 49 have been bowled. The score is 170 for 5.
Yeah, Luke Proctor's played very nicely. Be pleased with that innings. Worked hard for it. Been made to work hard. But he stepped up, like he always does when Northamptonshire need him. Hopefully, this is the innings that he goes on to make a big score.
Yeah, absolutely right. Well, he's on strike. He's got Jordan Thompson to contend with. Just inside 4 overs now until the tea break. Whether Jordan Thompson will bowl through or not, I don't know. Adam Lyth looks like he might just be getting loose. He might get a couple of overs of spin before the break. There was one before the lunch break. Driven back to the bowler. Thompson fields off his own bowling. That's still trail by 192.
Still a lot of runs, isn't it?
It's a big deficit, isn't it? It really is a big deficit. How different it might have been if Emilio Gay had held on to that chance from Shan Masood. Kind of an irrelevant thing to talk about because he didn't, but quick single taken. Vishwa Fernando quite happy to take him on in the field, with the exception of those ones that have kind of, well, there's one, I would say, dropped catch from Yorkshire. That was the one off Vasconcelos' second ball of the innings. The ones that kind of went over the cordon, some of them a long way over, another one just like tipped over the bar as well. Not convinced you can claim that they were chances. They've been very good in the field. They've taken the opportunities when they've come about. Big drive from Lewis McManus, but straight to the Sri Lankan seamer, who finds himself at mid-off.
Yeah, I've been really impressed with Yorkshire this session. I think they've come out with a lot of intent. Revis obviously bowled a magnificent spell, which put Northamptonshire in a lot of trouble. But yeah, I think they've been brilliant and thoroughly deserve their reward, and maybe could have had one or two more.
Yeah, I don't think you'd be shocked if there was another couple of numbers in that column. That said, you kind of caveat it back, and you'd say there were points in the game so far that you wouldn't have been surprised if there were an extra couple of numbers in the column for Northants as well. So both teams, both sets of seamers have bowled really well throughout the course of the game so far. I think Yorkshire have just got the reward they've earned, whereas potentially Northants didn't quite get the reward that they plugged away for. Square drive from McManus, maybe just over pitched from Jordan Thompson. That's going to go through the covers. It's not going to go down to the boundary. McManus is going to come back for a third. The ball was in the air quick, but the throw was wayward. End of the over, and we are going to see some spin. Not only has Adam Lyth taken the cap off, but also a couple of helmets are making their way out to the middle as well.
It's been a quite positive run in between Proctor and McManus so far. They're both fairly quick between the wickets. It's been nice to see them take a quick single here and there and then run three when it goes to the long boundary.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely right. Ball, of course, 50 overs old now. It still looks like it's doing enough, but so we're going to get through Adam Lyth for a couple of overs before the break. 35 overs remain in the day, and that break comes at 32. Did you go for 3 runs in that first over, Adam Lyth? Yeah, just the 3 runs. Didn't really cause any trouble, did he? But certainly worked the plan well. Got through another over and allowed Yorkshire one more. That's too short, and that's worked nicely through that gap in the leg side. McManus is going to add another couple of runs to his score, 176 for 5.
I think spin was one of the main things that Lewis McManus worked on quite a lot in the off-season, and he seems to get his reward. He's played quite nicely against spin this year.
he's not batted every week either, has he, Lewis McManus?
No.
There's a couple of games he's been carded at 8 for Northants. Oh, has he picked him out? He has. The change of bowling works. The more than innocuous off-spin from Adam Lyth has worked. And Cobes, you've just been talking him up. And he's picked out Jordan Thompson at mid-on. There's a bit of a hack across the line, and McManus has got to go. The vice-captain goes for 10. Northants, 176 for 6. The captain, Proctor, still there on 51. Bit of extra flight on that, and the eyes have lit up of Lewis McManus. He's tried to go down the grounds. He's tried to go aerial. Doesn't get it all. Picks out Jordan Thompson. He makes a very good catch at mid-on. McManus has got to go. 176 for 6. 2.5 overs to go before the tea break. Northants still 186 behind. Justin Broad emerges from the shadows. He will be the next man out to the middle for Northamptonshire to join his captain. And that draw up at Derbyshire, Justin Broad made a very good 75 of 143 deliveries.
Yeah, just starts talking Lewis McManus up with his spin. Picks up the man. I think he'll be very annoyed with himself. I think he'll be frustrated of maybe the shot selection and where the shots ended up.
Yeah, maybe it's just gripped a little bit more than what he thought and got the inside half of the bat. Didn't get the elevation on it. Certainly didn't keep it down. I don't know. I'd be curious as to know what he was looking to do with it. Was he looking to go aerial? Was he looking to?
Yeah, there wasn't that much space on that in that area, was there? Unless he goes over the top and clears the fielders. But Lyth picks up a wicket and Justin Broad is on strike.
Yeah, Broad defends Lyth back to the bowler.
Obviously, Justin Broad been moved around the Northamptonshire order this year. Started as an opener with the absence of Vasco. But that didn't seem to work out for him. Then he missed a few games. And now he's back in. Obviously made a great 75, like you said, against Derbyshire.
Yeah.
So I think it's been probably a tough season for him so far with being in and out and moved around.
Yeah, I think I'm not convinced he would be the first person to tell you that he was an opening batter. Clearly prepared to take the opportunity, and that was the way that he got himself into the side over those first couple of weeks. Successful over for Yorkshire. The wicket of Lewis McManus off the bowling of Adam Lyth. Jordan Thompson's going to bowl the final over of the session from the David Capel end. We'll have one more after that. And when we spoke with Dave Ripley yesterday, kind of in competition with maybe a couple of others in order to kind of fill that last spot. One of whom would be James Sales, who scored his maiden first class 100 here earlier this year. Safe Zabe as well would be another if 2 spinners were wanted. The game before that, Liam Patterson-White, obviously on loan from Nottinghamshire. It's nicely bowled by Jordan Thompson. He's not going to want to waste one here. He's got 5 balls left until the break. But I would say a lower middle order batter for Justin Broad at the moment that's able to bowl kind of third change, I think is the perfect kind of role for him at the moment. Extends the batting lineup nicely. He's had some big innings for the Northants second 11. Short ball, which doesn't really get up, does it? Proctor does well to get underneath it. And it was probably the first time last week, wasn't it, at Derbyshire, that kind of form from the second 11, or the promise that Justin Broad's shown has kind of come through to the first 11.
Yeah, it was quite nice to see. Obviously, with his time out of the first team, he's been plugging away in the seconds. I think he got 171, it might have been. And yeah, he does work hard for his team.
Down the leg side, half an appeal for LBW. I think that's going to go for 4 leg buys. It is. It's up 180 for Northamptonshire.
I think with Justin Broad as well, it's quite important to remember that this is only his second season. His first full season at the club.
Yeah, and he signed that professional contract midway through, didn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, played all formats last year. So it's definitely been quite a change in, I guess, his life.
Oh, that's a bit straighter, isn't it? And a much more convincing appeal. Tattersall can't believe it. That's not been given. We'll definitely get a replay of that one. He still can't believe it's not been given. Leg buys have been signalled, so there was certainly no bat involved. Wow, on the stroke of tee, this could be close. Tobes.
Oh, moves across, doesn't he?
He does move a long way across. I think when you can see leg stump on impact, I think it might be indicating that it is sliding down, and that's not me trying to be kind of pro Northants bias here. Gone. It doesn't matter. Proctor's still there, but Broad's gone. He's lasted the 3 balls, and he's been caught behind off the bowling of Jordan Thompson for his first wicket of the game. He's plugged away really well from the David Capel end, and he deserves the reward. He gets the 7th wicket of the innings and gets his first. Just trapped on the crease. Gets the outside edge. Good catch at first slip. 181 for 7. Deficit of 181. Northants are halfway towards that first innings score from Yorkshire.
Yeah, it looked like Justin Broad tried to knock it down into the leg side and then just caught the edge, which he'll be frustrated with.
Yeah, I think he's just got trapped on the crease. Tried to defend it off the back foot and kind of poked at it as it's gone towards him. He's had to play it on the line.
Ben Sanson coming to the crease, though.
Yeah, bit of a promotion. We saw Siddharth walk out ahead of Ben Sanderson last time here against Gloucestershire, but Sanderson sticks the pads on and walks out to join his captain.
I don't think he would have been too pleased with
the
demotion.
Not at all. Not at all. Here's a question that I didn't really think I wanted to be talking about today, Toby. Kind of hoped unashamedly that Northants would have made a much better attempt at getting close to Yorkshire's 362. They're 181 runs still behind, so 32 runs required in order to kind of get past that follow-on target. And now Yorkshire, if they didn't have before, they very much have an end open now with Sanderson, Siddharth and White, the remaining batters. If Northants don't pass that follow-on target with a bit of weather about, if the forecast is to be believed, what do Yorkshire do?
It's a bit of a tough one, isn't it? Especially with the weather tomorrow.
Oh, that's a massive inside edge from Sanderson.
But I think if you've got that chance to enforce the follow-on, get them back in, get them under a lot of pressure, then I think you probably have to take it.
I think so. It's hard, isn't it? I know my usual co-commentator, the ex-assistant coach here, Phil Rowe, would say you never really look kind of too far forward. You don't really look at the weather forecast. Obviously, it's not guaranteed. And there's no guarantee it will.
No.
I mean, it says storms tomorrow, and we know how that works in the UK. It's not kind of a blanket of rain that's just going to wash everything out, but it could be a case that we get an hour of it and it takes a long time to recover from a downpour. The fashionable thing right now is to bat again.
Yeah. Saw it with Gloucestershire, didn't we?
Yeah, is it the right thing to do or not? I don't know. Suspect Yorkshire would bat again, but I wonder whether they would have one eye on the weather forecast. Adam Lythe's over, successful over, picked up the wicket of Lewis McManus, was that of a 1-over spell, and George Hill is going to bowl the last over of the afternoon session. Proctor drops that one into the leg side, takes the single, gets Ben Sanderson on strike. So Sanderson has the 5 balls to face up against. Five balls left of the afternoon session. That's a beauty as well. Past the outside edge of Sanderson. Short ball, which Sanderson gets out the way of. Possibly a little bit too short from George Hill, but good idea to keep the Northants number 9 on the back foot. What do we got? 3 balls to go until tea. Northants in, well, a bit of hot water. I think is the technical term for where Northants find themselves at the moment. Sanderson defends into the offside. Hill turns towards the end of his marks. Plenty of encouragement from his teammates in the slip cordon. Last ball of the session then. George Hill to bowl it. It's all been Yorkshire. Can they take one more? They can't. Sanderson leaves it well alone. So after an eventful afternoon session, one of which has gone all in favour of Yorkshire, well deserved as well. Northamptonshire are 182 for 7 in response to Yorkshire's 362. They find themselves 180 behind. And it's from a Northamptonshire perspective, it's hard to kind of say too much positive about that. Yorkshire have bowled incredibly well. Proctor's still there, which is good, but that's been tough going.
Yeah, I don't think Northamptonshire probably could have asked for a worse session. Maybe Proctor's there, which is the only positive, I guess. But Yorkshire's been brilliant with the ball, really, really good. Put the batsmen under pressure immediately. Done what they needed to do, and they've more than got their reward.
Yeah,
6 wickets falling.
Yeah, fantastic spell from Matt Revis, along with the other seamers. Right, let's take a break. We'll resume at 4:33, and Yorkshire will be looking for those final 3 wickets, and Northants will just be looking to bat for as long as they possibly can.
For deep establishments during the field level, we see that stabilization and management and Revis stabilization is one person. good by the hospital placement, so we're on with my cricket defenders, so the last requirement of the lunch on Thursday the 30th of May, as the still back holds the false broken, and on the second June, we welcome the Yorkshire Tigers. More T20 cricket, and the World Championship of Legends comes to the county ground, from the 8th to the 12th of July, we have absolute British finals, with the likes of Gordon Richardson, Chris Gale, and Charlie Freebie, all Birmingham. Tickets are all these games are available now on the top shop or online on mccc.co.uk. As we prepare for the final session today, again to the field are umpires, arrows, and football. Captain Charles Masood, with the keeper John Patterson, and the Yorkshire team returning to the field. And the team of the batting for Northamptonshire are 182 for 7, with the Proctor.
Hello and welcome back to Wantage Road. The evening session is about to get underway. The score as it stands, well, good for Yorkshire, less healthy for Northamptonshire. In response to Yorkshire's first innings score of 362, Northamptonshire find themselves 182 for 7 after 53 overs. It was a good start. Vasconcelos and Emilio Gay were aggressive at the top of the order. Luke Proctor, the standout innings in that scorecard with 52 not out, and he will face up against Jordan Thompson. First up in the evening session, the wind looks like it's just picked up a little bit. It's still dry, it's still set fair. And as we've come to expect, Luke Proctor, solid in defence into the offside. So yeah, Yorkshire just need 3 wickets to either bat again or to make Northants bat again, whichever they decide might be the right thing to do. There is a bit of a worrying looking weather forecast for the next day and maybe into Monday as well, but we don't look too far ahead. The stream is powered by Daffabet at Wantage Road. My name's Dan Jadzovic. I'm joined, as I have been all day, by Toby Williams.
Afternoon, Dan.
How are you doing?
Yeah, I was doing a lot better at the start of the day.
Yeah?
And then, obviously, all the stuff happening on the field. It's not been ideal from a Northamptonshire perspective, but
no.
What can you do?
Well, it keeps you busy as the social media admin, that's for sure.
It sure does.
There's plenty going on, unfortunately. There's an appeal for LBW, but not much of one. They'll be doing their best here to keep one end open, try and keep Luke Proctor on strike so they can get as many balls at Ben Sanderson as they possibly can. He's no bunny with the bat, Ben Sanderson. scored 892 first-class runs. Not the greatest average of all time, but more than competent to hold an end up. Proctor flicks that one round the corner. Dom Leach cuts it off before it gets to the boundary, and Proctor adds a couple of runs to his score. I don't think Proctor here bats with the tail, so to speak. I think he will trust Sanderson to face up against as many deliveries as he needs to.
Yeah, I think Rock will have the utmost confidence in his teammates to provide a bit of the support. I'm sure he'll appreciate any runs they can get. So I'm not sure he's been in this situation probably too often, batting with the tail, but
no. Although last summer wasn't particularly fruitful for the Northants batting lineup, Luke Proctor was one of those that struggled, didn't he? And quite regularly when the tail did come about, Luke Proctor had been and gone by that stage of the innings. I don't think we've not seen a huge amount from Siddharth with the bat whilst he's been here at Northamptonshire. We know all about Jack White. Oh, it's a genuine edge, and it's fallen well short of Adam Lyth, in fact, and it's gone through the Yorkshire second slipper. And Luke Proctor picks up a handy 4. Moves to 58. It's quite a long way short, wasn't it?
Bit of a contrast to all the other genuine edges that we've seen today. All the other ones that we've seen race through, and this one falls short by quite a distance.
I think Luke Proctor plays with such soft hands.
Yeah.
Like decelerates as the ball hits the bat, that's where you get those kind of edges that don't carry. Whereas others we've had have gone pretty hard at the ball and carried quite comfortably, and even cleared the slip cordon at times, haven't they?
An encouraging start though for Yorkshire straight away.
Absolutely, and they've got who's been their main man today? I think Matthew Revis back into the attack. He bowled a 9-over spell in the afternoon session and was just on fire. And well, there we go. There's one way to kind of welcome Matthew Revis back into the attack, isn't it? Ben Sanderson, 1 bounce 4 over the offside, over backward point, off the toe, I think, looking at the bat there behind the Mem Saab tent. They'll be in full business on Thursday night, that's for sure.
Yeah, I quite like it from Ben Sanderson. Nice slash straight to the boundary, 4 runs.
I think there does become an argument, doesn't there, as to what is the best form of attack or defence, really. Is Ben Sanderson going to be best suited in this scenario and kind of digging in with Luke Proctor, or is he going to be better off just kind of showing his hand and going hard at it pretty early?
It'll be quite nice to see the Northamptonshire tail add a few runs. Obviously, we've seen a few struggles with the ball against the tail from Northamptonshire, so it'll be quite nice to see the roles reversed a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a shorter ball, which Sanderson just fends at as it goes past the off stump. Revis 2 for 28. So that spell, 9-over spell for Matthew Revis. 9 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 20. 2 for 24 it was. Take away the 4 that's come off the first ball of this over. Short ball, wild short ball. That's just maybe just the seam stood up on that as it swung away from Johnny Tattersall. Does well to get a glove on it, but it does go through as a bye.
Yeah, I think he's done very well to get a hand on that.
Covered a lot of ground there, didn't he, to get round to it. I don't think Luke Proctor changes at all in this scenario.
No, I'll be very surprised if he did.
2 slips and a gully for the captain. Into the leg side. Will take the single. It was a very, very slight thought about a second, but Proctor gets Ben Sanderson back on strike. It's now on 59. Luke Proctor, 59 off 124. Sanderson, the 4 runs. That one left alone, although I think was quite a good leave in the end, judging by almost the flinch of Ben Sanderson as that ball went past the outside edge. Three slips in place. One ball left of Revis is over. And a big stride forward and a big solid defence from Ben Sanderson to finish. 194 for 7. 168 run deficit now.
It was quite solid from Sando, wasn't it? It's quite nice to see Proctor trusting him as well.
Yeah, I think you have to, like, this far out. Sanderson's batting number 9 this week. I don't think you can be batting with the tail, so to speak, with your number 9. A few of the members just taking their sweet time as they make their way across the top of the Spencer Lounge, just causing a little bit of a delay in play there. Luke Proctor not wanting to face up, whilst there is movement behind the bowler's arm, just above the sight screen. We are a long way over on the square here at Wantage Road, and so those sight screens today are, well, front and centre, aren't they, on that Spencer Lounge? There has been a couple of delays because of those members up the top. Short ball, well short, and Luke Proctor doesn't really even have to duck underneath it. Solid again by Luke Proctor. I think if Luke Proctor continues to bat in this manner, then we are going to have to see an attempt from Ben Sanderson to score.
Yeah.
Otherwise, time will just be taken out of the game and the score won't move. Appeal from behind the stumps, and that's going to run down. They're going to take on Dom Leach for a second. They'll come back for that second. Leg byes will be signalled by the umpire. 2 left in the over as well.
Yeah, it was quite nice running from Proctor, really. Really pushed hard at that first one. Made sure he got home for the second in plenty of time.
Left alone, as we've seen so often by Luke Proctor in this innings. He's 59 off 129 now. Last ball of Jordan Thompson's over. Proctor covers up, defends that one into the offside. It's a maiden for Jordan Thompson, just the 2 leg byes coming off Luke Proctor. So 2 added to the score, 196 for 7. Trail by 166. Proctor 59, Sanderson on 4. Matt Revis makes his way towards the end of his mark. That's uppish. It's not far away from cover. Sanderson with hard hands pushes it into the offside. Cries of catch. Jordan Thompson, who's already taken a very good catch to dismiss. Lewis McManus couldn't quite get around to that one. Proctor's just gone down and had a calming word with Ben Sanderson there. But I think you've got to let Ben Sanderson play the way that Ben Sanderson plays, I think. It's a big flashy cut shot from Sanderson, back of the length. I think kind of the worst thing you can do really is try and get Ben Sanderson to do something he's not comfortable with.
Yeah, I mean, Sando probably won't be too keen on facing a short ball. I don't think he'll want any on his toes or any around his nose.
No. And I don't mind it either if Ben Sanderson's looking to go out there to score against Revis, and that's an absolute beauty, isn't it? Past the outside edge of Ben Sanderson. He'll be thinking that Mother Cricket owe him a few as well. A few player misses, a few plays inside the lines without picking up that outside edge. He's got a few in the bank, hasn't he, after that first innings?
Yeah, we've seen a lot of hands on hips after deliveries and a stern look.
That one left alone. A bit wider from Revis. Still the 3 slips. There is a man out at deep backward square in case Sanderson takes on the hook. I suspect Revis is going to be shy of using the short ball. Oh my word! This is about to sound ridiculous what I'm about to say, but it almost looks like it gathers pace as it leaves the pitch. And I know that's not how cricket works, but
yeah, it's still coming through with some serious paces. It looks like this pitch suits Revis so much.
Yeah, he's bowled very well. 2 for 29 at the end of his getting towards the end of his 11th over. Nicely played by Sanderson. Turns it off middle stump into the leg side. Gets a single off the last ball of the over, so he will keep the strike. Face up.
Yeah, quite a nice shot.
Yeah, looks like there is going to be a change of bowling for Yorkshire from the David Capel end. It's going to be George Hill replacing Jordan Thompson. Sanderson now on 5. Nine, 7 for 7. George Hill so far in this match, 11 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 31. He got the first wicket of Emilio Gay, caught by Adam Live at second slip. Starts full, pitched up to Ben Sanderson, who plays that up to mid-on. this does feel like the last bit of resistance, really, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Looking ahead at Siddharth and Jack White. I know Jack White scored. Did he get nearly late 40s, didn't he, against Kent here last year?
Yeah, it was him or Sando that got a 50.
Oh, it's Jack White then, I think.
Jack White got the 50 and Sando got high 40s or high to mid 40s.
59 it was,
Yeah.
Well remembered, sir.
Yeah, they can definitely hit a ball when they connect with it. They're not shy to swing the bat. Haven't seen too much of Siddharth, but they're all certainly capable of doing a job.
Yeah, absolutely. Certainly when your average is in single figures in first-class cricket, it's not too much to get excited about. So far, Sanderson covers up nicely against George Hill.
Yeah, I'm sure all the bowlers like a bit of a bat every now and then as well. Albeit the conditions that it's come in.
I think there's probably a few that enjoy it slightly more than others. I reckon there'll be a few out there that will tell you they should be batting a bit higher as well. Big drive. Full hand through it and half stopped by Fernando. Sanderson takes that as an incentive to come through for a single. He's hit that pretty hard, hasn't he? That's a bit of a
timed it very nice. Nice thinking to take on the run with a misfield.
Yeah, always a worry as to how far away that goes from the fielder with the misfield, but it was far enough. Fernando did well to recover and get up and have that shy at the stumps. Proctor playing the ball up to Shan Masood. Dot ball to finish then. So Revis will have Sanderson to bowl at. 198 for 7 off 58 overs. Three slips in place for Matt Revis. Sanderson defends back to the bowler. Short ball down the leg side and a great take by Tattersall. Tidies up really nicely. It's a good bumper again from Matt Revis. Seems to kind of really angle that in towards the batter. Sanderson defends off the back foot. It's kind of an air of something's kind of going through the motions here. I don't think Yorkshire haven't come out after tea kind of firing. I don't know whether they kind of feel like not the job's done in this first innings, but they'd be sitting there thinking, well, we're going to take a big kind of innings lead going forward here. They'll know that Sanderson, Siddharth and Jack White all have single figure batting averages in first class cricket. Nicely timed by Ben Sanderson.
Yeah, there's nothing really going at the minute, is there?
No, I mean, I don't think at any point it felt hostile out there, but I think it's been kind of a noticeable change through the effects mic of just the volume that Yorkshire have returned from tee with.
Yeah, Proctor and Sander will be more than happy to take the time with it.
Well, Proctor looks like he has all the time in the world at the moment there, doesn't he? Just leaning on his bat. Inside edge, I think, there for Sanderson, which saves him on the LBW. Slip Corden seemed more interested than the bowler. Get a replay of that one. Possibly missing leg stump as well. Fielder goes out onto the leg side. Whether this is going to be a short ball, whether it's going to be to give Sanderson the one to get down the other end and have a few more deliveries, which is possibly going to be more likely. Can't quite turn it round square enough, so it'll be a dot ball to finish. 198 for 7 off 59. George Hill continues from the David Capel end. The captain, Luke Proctor, on strike. He's on 59. He's faced 131 deliveries. Yorkshire have done well so far to bowl the majority at Ben Sanderson. The way that they've set the fields, the way they've allowed Proctor the one to get off strike. Sanderson's faced 28 of the 44 balls in this partnership. So the plan has worked well so far. Two slips in a gully, in fact, for Proctor. And there's an appeal for LBW this time. A long appeal. So he got himself outside the line. I think Wendell thinks he has. He triggers quite a long way across. We'll get a replay of that one. Yeah, I think he's just got himself outside the line on that one. He does trigger a long way across. Not quite as much as Adam Lythe, but a good trigger across. It's a long and loud appeal for Yorkshire. Short ball in response to the overturned LBW, which Luke Proctor just watches go down the leg side. Proctor takes the single, gets down the other end. Will leave Ben Sanderson with 2 left in the over. Much better set for Northamptonshire to have Luke Proctor facing the majority of the deliveries. Ooh, past the outside edge of Sanderson. Cries of catch. No bat involved. 199 for 7 now.
Think Yorkshire will be getting a little bit frustrated at all?
Don't think so, not at the moment. So far ahead of the game. Sanderson turns that one round the corner, and that's worked perfectly for Yorkshire. Sanderson keeps the strike. The 200 comes up for Northamptonshire. Trail now by 162. 200 for 7. Sanderson on 7. Proctor on 60. Don't think there's any need for Yorkshire to feel frustrated right now. I think they're so far in the driving seat. Partnership's only worth 19. If Sanderson starts kind of creeping up in towards double figures, then maybe there becomes a little bit of annoyance. What's he faced? 30 balls for 7. But it's not like he's not looked like he's going to give you a chance, if that makes sense. Yeah. It's not been an unflustered 30 balls. Revis just hits the bat pretty hard again. The leg bite will allow Ben Sanderson to get down the other end. It looks a little bit more overcast out towards the west, which will kind of blow itself over, won't it, as the day goes on. Whether there becomes a good time to bowl later on this evening or not, it's obviously hard to know, hard to predict, but I'm drifting onto leg stump. Gets Sanderson back on strike.
Yeah, no need for floodlights or anything today. They're on for quite a majority of the time yesterday, even though it did seem to be quite bright late on.
Yeah, yesterday evening was odd, wasn't it? It was sunny, I think would be fair to say, yesterday evening, and the floodlights remained on. Came on fairly early in the day, just remained on for the entirety of it. Whether the umpires forgot they were there or not, I don't know. But
yeah, at the end of play yesterday it's really bright.
Yeah, no, it was nice yesterday evening.
Yeah, it was
warm
lovely
as well. You treated yourself to a pub garden after work. I mean,
yeah, can't complain, can you?
Absolutely not. Friday night in the summertime.
We're in the shade a little bit though, so
okay.
Kept the top on.
Probably best when you haven't packed your factor 15 or whatever you might need for your summer holidays. 2 balls left. Sanderson on 7. And Revis can't quite get it right to Sanderson at the moment. Field goes out on the leg side, just in case Sanderson gets that square off the hip and keeps the strike. Vishwa Fernando might have just had a loosener. No. Conversation between captain and bowler. Maybe coming up with a plan here. Not quite sure there's much more they can come up with on the last ball of the over, mind you, but I'd have thought unless this is going to be a wicket-taking ball, this will be a get Sanderson down the other end type delivery on the hip. And he's played that really well, actually. That's been middled. I think that's going to put the fielder under a lot of work. Does really well, James Wharton, to come around and tidy that one off. But the end result's okay. Sanderson's got 3, so he's moved to 10, but it does mean he keeps the strike and will face up for the first ball of the next over.
Yeah, he's looked fairly comfortable at the crease. Few close calls here and there, but he's doing a solid job so far.
He's played his shots, hasn't he? On another day, he might have a few more runs to his name. On a different day, he might have nicked one of those and might have been walking off by now. So, but I think that's the beauty of what you get with your 9, 10, 11. And I think that's where they can become kind of quite frustrating cricketers to bowl to. Three slips in place as George Hill has a bit of a full start at the end of his mark. 205 for 7 off 61 overs. Again, his turns. And so there's a chance for a run out if he hits. Well, Proctor was out by miles if that had connected. He only had one stump to aim at. He's given away a couple of overthrows as well. But, yeah, Proctor wasn't even in the frame. I think that came off the bat of Sanderson. He said yes straight away. And, well, Proctor was barely halfway down when the throw came in. Not convinced we would have needed a slow motion replay for that one to judge whether Proctor had or hadn't made his grounds. He would have been a long way short.
Yeah, he kind of accepted it as well, didn't he?
You kind of wonder, don't you, with the benefit of hindsight, whether the Yorkshire fielder there kind of thought, oh, I've got to get this away quick, and actually had quite a bit more time than what he thought. Proctor is back on strike. He's going to take the one into the leg side. No, they're going to take two, actually.
Nice running.
Yeah, got a bit of confusion there maybe between Dom Leach and James Wharton as to who was to pick that one up. It never really looked like two was there, did it?
No.
Kind of looked like Proctor hadn't even turned at the point that the ball had reached the hands. But it is two more. Deficit now 152. That's nicely played. Fernando, who has been less than convincing in the field today, just allows Northamptonshire through for another one. Proctor now on 64. Sanderson, 3 left in this over with the 3 slips in place. Can't believe it'll be too long until we see Vishwa Fernando, if fully fit, back into the attack. Short ball down the leg side. Sanderson not interested. Big stride forward by Sanderson. Sanderson turns that one into the leg side. We'll keep the strike. 150 behind. So unless something ridiculous happens in the next 3 balls, we've got one less question to think about, and Yorkshire will have to bat again. There was for a short while, wasn't there, kind of I think a genuine topic of conversation as to whether Yorkshire would enforce the follow-on, but unless Northants lose 3 wickets in 3 balls here, then that question is out of the equation. And it looks like a nice day to bat, doesn't it? It's It's coming onto the bat nicely. The outfield is quick. If we do get showers tomorrow or storms or whatever we might get, obviously it's only going to slow the outfield down again. So why not get back out there and have another hit?
Yeah, I'm sure the Northants bowlers, if they do bowl again tonight, probably would have preferred a bit more of a break.
Yep.
But unfortunately, that might not be the case.
No, Vishwa Fernando is back into the attack for Yorkshire. 12 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 35. That wicket of Vasconcelos. It was caught by Johnny Tattersall, not caught behind in the orthodox fashion, one that went high up into the air. It was well judged by the wicketkeeper. 1, 2 straight to Ben Sanderson. He turns that one down the leg side. He's going to get a couple of runs. And yeah, the follow-on, if it was in consideration, is now well and truly avoided.
Bit of clapping below us. Not sure if that's from a few Yorkshire fans.
Yeah, I think there might have been a hint of irony on that one. What have we got left? 22.5 overs left in the day. Solid shot by Sanderson, back down the ground.
He's looked very nice with the bat, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. He's looked organised and composed. Certainly as the innings has gone on, but you would expect that. Now he's faced 41 deliveries. There was a few moments, particularly against Revis, but I don't think there's any shame in the number 9 looking a little bit shaky against Revis compared to the top order. He did exactly the same thing. Fielders go out much earlier on in the over this time, so whether this is going to be a short ball tactic to try and invite the pull shot, but Sanderson drops it into the leg side instead and takes 1. And there is that kind of first real sign of kind of outward enthusiasm, I think, from Yorkshire the first time in this evening session. It was pretty quiet, wasn't it, up to that point? And you asked a moment ago whether they would start to feel a little bit frustrated. And I said no. But the partnership, although it's only worth 34, it's taken up over 10 overs now. And that will begin to frustrate the Yorkshire team, their bowlers, their fielders. Width on offer. That's powerfully struck across the square. It's not going to go for 4. Well fielded by Dom Leach. A couple of runs added for Luke Proctor. Moves to 66.
Sounded like he timed that very nicely, but I think he kicked up off one of the pitches, slowed it down a little bit.
Yeah, he hit that pretty hard, didn't he?
Last ball of the over, Proctor on strike.
Proctor keeps the strike with a single into the offside. Again, you can hear that through the effects mic, can't you? The encouragement coming for the bowlers. Just proving to be kind of an awkward partnership for Yorkshire to contend with. Proctor, as we've seen so many times throughout the course of this innings so far, just nonchalantly defends into the offside. Proctor adds 1 more, moves to 68.
It's probably been the most common scoring area, hasn't it? A little shot into the leg side of the last couple of overs.
Yeah, just those singles here and there. 38-run partnership now. So I still don't think it's necessarily frustration from Yorkshire. Lovely shot by Ben Sanderson. That is a straight drive that goes past the inside of Shan Masood, straight down the ground. Possibly the shot of the innings from
Lovely,
Ben
wasn't
Sanderson.
it? Lovely.
Just perfectly balanced. A bit over pitch from George Hill, but it's not Ben Sanderson's fault. Just leans on it down the ground. Conveniently hits those advertising mats on the outfield, which seem to just encourage the ball along a little bit, and beats Shan Masood for 4 down towards the Spencer Lounge. And they're turned into the leg side. Partnership now worth 42. It's almost as if the it was deemed the encouragement wasn't required after tea. The plan was obviously pretty simple, and maybe they didn't expect this partnership to develop the way that it has. That being said, now Yorkshire feel that there does need to be that bit of encouragement for George Hill and Vishwa Fernando in order to break this partnership, keep the spirits high. Sanderson defends the final ball of the over, 5 runs from it, 223 for 7. Deficit now 139. Partnership worth 42. Proctor will be on strike at the start of the next over. He's 68 not out, having faced 143 deliveries. Vishwa Fernando, I think there's just bowled the 1 over from the Lynn Wilson centre end. So something about Vishwa Fernando is not a happy camper at Northamptonshire today. It's a 1 over spell this time. It was a 3 over spell earlier today. He's still on the field though. He's just down towards deep backward point, but Matthew Revis is back. Whether it's an attempt to not allow the Northants batters to settle against a particular bowler or not, I don't know. But good news that Vishwa Fernando is still on the field.
Yeah, it's quite interesting, isn't it? Not sure if it's a tactic, but yeah, like you say, it's nice that he's on the field compared to earlier when he walks off with some purpose.
Single taken by Luke Proctor. Sun beaming down now at Northampton. The ball obviously is older now. It's, how far are we into this innings? 64 overs old. And there was kind of a 20, 25 over period in that Yorkshire first innings where that first new ball just quietened down a little bit, didn't it? And I wonder whether we're in a similar situation right now.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be doing as much, does it?
No, it certainly swung and nipped for a long time. But yeah, just whether it has just settled down a little bit, maybe made it a little bit easier to bat on after tea.
Yeah, it's like you said earlier, the ball seems to be really coming off the pitch with a lot of force and pace, but that seems to have not died down, but doesn't seem to be banging into the ground as quickly.
Short ball tactic now employed by Yorkshire and Matthew Revis. That slip cordon is pretty vacant, isn't it? Now there is one, or there was one slip. There is a gully still. We've got a fielder at a short mid-on. We've got a square leg. We've got a long leg. We've got a deep square leg who's just in front of the angle. We've got a helmet being run on as well. So I think we're going to get a short leg in there as well for a bit of company for Ben Sanderson.
Gives a bit of a chance for Luke Proctor to go down and have a word with him.
Certainly worth trying all of the tactics available. And he looks like he bowls a heavy ball, doesn't he, Matthew Revis? That is turned into the leg side. It could have gone anywhere. There was a leg slip there, but Sanderson's going to get 4 anyway.
It played quite nicely from Ben Sanderson. Yeah, just wide of that leg slip.
will the plan work for Yorkshire? Short ball, and it's well defended by Sanderson. Into the leg side, down towards, I think it's James Wharton under the lid at short leg.
It's not the nicest of areas to get the ball going every ball, is it?
No, up into the rib cage. Kind of a test, just a bit of a test of patience, really, for Sanderson. With all those fielders there on the leg side, there's no real kind of opportunity to score. And there's a dot ball to finish. So that tactic for Yorkshire and Revis didn't work at the end of the over. 228 for 7. Still the 20 overs remain in the day's play. Minimum of 20 overs. Vishwa Fernando, maybe it was just a change of ends for Vishwa Fernando as he comes back into the attack from the David Capel end. He replaces George Hill. It's the 1 wicket so far to the Sri Lankan's name. And he's going to have the Northants captain, Luke Proctor, to bowl to. Well alone by the captain. Didn't carry particularly well through to Johnny Tattersall, who does well to stop it on the second bounce. 228 for 7, deficit 134. This partnership, well, proving very, very important, isn't it, for Northamptonshire? It was looking like 134 is still a big first innings deficit, and there's obviously hope that Northamptonshire will continue to chip away at this. But before these two came together, it was, 180 odd? Oh, my word, it's a big, flashy cut shot from Luke Proctor. Maybe got the toe end of the bat on that as it went through, but didn't carry, just so I can see him wringing his fingers there.
Yeah, partnership now 47 between Proctor and Sanderson. Sando contributing more than Proctor to it.
Yeah,
25 from Sando.
He's having a bit of a cameo, isn't he, Ben Sanderson? Left alone by Proctor. Just looks like he's got all the time in the world to bat, doesn't it? Maybe where that ball is older now, it just looks like the pace has gone out of the pitch a little bit.
I think we've seen one shot that maybe he looked a bit rushed.
Yep.
Across the whole innings. But other than that, especially now, he seems to have a lot more time.
Yeah, it looks very settled.
A lot more time to get across his stumps and seems to be aiming a lot into this short leg area.
And again, just happy to watch that go through to the wicketkeeper, Johnny Tattersall. It's 1 for the captain. Turns it into the leg side. Will leave Ben Sanderson with 1 to face up against Vishwa Fernando. Three slips back in place for Sanderson. There's just 1 ball left in this over for Ben Sanderson to survive or to navigate, whatever you want to call it. And he does successfully defend back up the ground. James Wharton does the fielding. Dot ball to finish, 1 run from the over. Partnership now worth 48. Luke Proctor on 70 off 150. Matt Revis continues. It's going to be hard to bowl that short ball tactic to Ben Sanderson, particularly whilst he's there with Luke Proctor. It's going to take a lot of time to kind of set that field up. And if they're able to rotate the strike, which they've been able to do well so far, it does become quite a time-consuming exercise getting people in the right place. That's a powerful shot down the ground, on drive, straight at Shan Masood at mid-on. But it feels like Luke Proctor is, well, he's hit Shan Masood in the field. What feels like 150 out of 152 balls that Luke Proctor has faced.
Yeah, he's been quite close, hasn't he, to finding gaps in the field. Hasn't quite made the breakthrough as many times as he would have liked.
No, that one turned into the leg side, gets the single. So we'll have a look out the window and see what the plan is for Yorkshire. James Wharton striding towards the business end. So they will continue with this short ball tactic, just looking at the way the fielders are kind of meandering their way to where they need to be. Revis round the wicket. And it is short to Sanderson, who turns that just past short leg. For a moment, he would have been worried, I think, as James Wharton lurks under the lid. Well evaded by Sanderson. It is just starting to feel like an incredibly awkward partnership, isn't it? It's not, well, it is worth 49 now, but I think time-wise is where it's starting to feel awkward. It's used up 90 balls, so 15 overs Proctor and Sanderson have been together. And it has been pretty quiet by Yorkshire throughout this. They're trying this tactic against Sanderson. He's up to task at the moment. Last ball, Revis came back over the wicket. Sanderson just drops the ball at his feet, hits the bat really hard. It's the end of the over, 1 run from it.
Yeah, it's quite nice to see a bit of backbone between Sanderson and Proctor. Really dig it in, standing tall to a short ball. I'm sure both of them quite calm at the crease. No real panics or worries. They'll both feel pretty confident in their own ability.
Yeah, Luke Proctor in particular. I would imagine Sanderson's kind of confidence in his defence has only got higher and higher. He's faced 54 balls now. Nicely played by Luke Proctor. They're going to look for 2. And they can't do it. It's well fielded to keep Ben Sanderson on strike, and it's a 50 partnership as well between Ben Sanderson and Luke Proctor. Sanderson with 25. Proctor contributing the rest. He is on 72 now. And the sun is well and truly out at Northampton. Blue skies over the county grounds.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
There's worse places to spend your Saturday evening. Toves, there's still a nice number of people in the gate, which is good.
Free entry after tea as well.
Vishwa Fernando goes for the short ball tactic to Ben Sanderson. Hasn't got the same field as Revis. He's got the 3 slips, but Sanderson evades that one. I think probably the pick of the ground at the moment looks like it's in that bottom right-hand corner of the Spencer Lounge, doesn't it, in the sunshine?
Yeah, they look like they're all taken in.
Looks like the place to be. With a nice ice cream or a beverage of whatever takes your fancy. There's a big appeal for OBW. It sounded pretty good. And Vishwa Fernando gets the breakthrough. The partnership just past 50. Sanderson has been trapped, OBW, on the crease by Vishwa Fernando. Here is the replay. The second wicket for the Sri Lankan overseas on debut for Yorkshire. Well, potentially close to leg stump. The umpire says yes, which is the most important bit. Sanderson did have a little look around and just check where leg stump still was. But he's got to go, and it was a good partnership as well between the number 9 and the captain. Good, solid defence from Ben Sanderson. Moved the score along to 231 for 8. Took away any prospect of a follow-on from Yorkshire. And we're going to have the Indian overseas, Siddharth Kaul, go to join his captain, Luke Proctor. Number 10, Siddharth. Fair to say he didn't bowl as well as what he could do. Certainly expensive, the figures during that first inning, so be looking to make amends with the bat. He joins his captain. Another one of the Northants squad today that will be playing their last game on their current deal. We want to leave a lasting impression on the county. Northants still trail by 131. Maybe there'll be a change of plan or a change of mindset from Luke Proctor here. We haven't seen much with the bat from Siddharth during his stay for Northamptonshire, but I don't know. It's hard to know whether Luke Proctor's got many gears to go through. If that's not to sound too horrible, he is just kind of
swinging the arms about,
giving it the big long handle,
stretching a bit. Maybe he's going for a few big slogs.
I think if he gets back on strike, I think he has to.
Yeah,
there's a short boundary on one side of the ground, and not going to be easy against Vishwa Fernando and Matthew Revis, but it feels like an air of inevitability now that this innings is going to draw to a close pretty quickly. That's a short ball, quick as well from Fernando. Siddharth gets in behind it, plays it on the bounce.
Yeah, a bit like you said, we haven't seen too much of Siddharth with the bat. I think when he has batted, I don't think he's lasted too long.
No, certainly not in the game here against Gloucestershire. Possibly wasn't required at Derbyshire without looking at the scorecard. Certainly wouldn't have been in the second innings. No. 3 slips, though, and a short leg. And it's an uppish drive to Dom Leach. He finds himself at backward point.
Yeah, he's not the tallest the guys stood off, so maybe he wouldn't be too keen on facing that short ball. Head to Ben Sanderson.
I don't think there's many 10 and 11s in world cricket, Toby, that'd be that thrilled about the prospect of facing up against a short ball barrage from someone like Vishwa Fernando or Matt Revis. field has gone out on the leg side, whether this is going to be a short one or whether it's going to be an opportunity for Fernando to get off down the other end. It's going to be one of those. Gets it past the fielder at short leg. Cheers of well done from the Yorkshire team. So they're quite happy with that result. Siddharth gets off the mark. Successful over for Yorkshire. The wicket of Sanderson broke that partnership that was awkward for a long time for Yorkshire. They've just moved the game on another little bit. Vishwa Fernando makes his way off the field once again.
Yeah, so Siddharth's batted 3 times for Northampton this season. Norton 4. So maybe not too many expectations.
No. Reassuring that we were right, though, Topes.
Yeah, for once. Take anything we can get.
Hey, a broken clock's right twice a day. Don't they say that? Siddharth then will be on strike. We have got a change of bowling from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Matt Revis is going to be replaced by Dom Leach. Tactic is looking to be slightly different. There's no short leg in place. But there are plenty of fielders out on the leg side. Short leg has kind of gone to a catching mid-wicket instead. Not sure what the logic is behind that one. Maybe just the change of pace from Revis to Leach. That's driven uppish through the offside. Maybe a change of height as well. They don't feel like it's going to go square enough to bring in a short leg. Not convinced James Wharton's going to be that bothered about being out from under the lid, mind you, but overpitched by Dom Leach and driven through the covers by Siddharth. Not going to go anywhere near the boundary, and Sean Masood does the fielding.
Very nice looking shot, that.
It was a one for the photographers, that one, wasn't it? For Siddharth. Moves to 3. Yorkshire seam attack have been really impressive, haven't they, throughout the course of the day? It was just that one wicket for Adam Lyth, which kind of came from nowhere, really, the one of Lewis McManus, but seam attack has been very good. That's hit Siddharth hard. They're going to throw to the non-striker's end. Proctor calls him through for a single. Just off the glove, possibly, off the arm guard. Equals Siddharth's high score for Northamptonshire in this 3-match stay in the UK. Don't expect you to give away the names, but are there plans for Northamptonshire to replace the 2 overseas for that second block of championship games? I think is Prithvi Shaw confirmed, isn't he?
Yeah. We announced him. It's a nice shot.
Early, wasn't it? That's cut away hard by Luke Proctor. It's not going to go to the boundary, though. It's going to be well fielded.
Yeah, so he got injured in halfway through the one-day cup.
Yes.
And then I think it was early September, maybe.
Yeah.
I think we announced him for county championship and one-day cup from June.
Okay, through to the end of the year.
Yeah, I believe so. I think
that'll be a fantastic signing.
Yeah, if he hits the ground running in the same way he did last year and mixed in with a bit of red ball cricket.
Yeah,
I think that'll be thoroughly exciting. It's very nice to see him in the playing in the IPL this year and get back a bit, and hopefully when he arrives he scores loads of runs.
He made the one-day cup look easy, didn't it, in comparison to a lot of the others? Did he get 200s, 1 double 100?
Yeah, so he got 244
here, didn't he, against Somerset?
Yeah, then the next game was Durham away. I think that was 125.
Yeah.
But most of that innings was with a bad knee that he injured fielding, which is pretty remarkable, really. It's made it look so easy.
That's cut away. That's timed much better by Luke Proctor. That is going to go for 4. Luke Proctor moves to 78. 241 for 8 now for Northamptonshire. End of Dom Leach's over. It was expensive. There was 9 runs from it. Yorkshire aren't going to be too fussed because they have got Siddharth Kaul on strike for the first ball of the next over.
But yeah, hopefully Prithvi comes when that county championship game towards the end of June. Hopefully he's there for that, and then another overseas I'm not sure of, actually.
Oh no, I don't expect you to give it away, mate. Don't give it away live on air.
I don't even know myself. I'm the last person to find out.
Three slips in place, a short leg, and a catcher just over the shoulder of short leg as well. Just in front of square. Siddharth takes his time to gather his thoughts. Vishwa Fernando comes into bowl. Short ball and defended into the offside, and they'll take a single. Ideal result for Northamptonshire. Will force the Yorkshire players back to their normal positions with Luke Proctor on strike. He's on 78. And perfectly, Siddharth gets down the other end. First ball of Vishwa Fernando's over. 2 slips and a gully in place for Luke Proctor. Have they cut that cut shot away? There is a fielder down at backward point. Got 2 fielders going out on the leg side. One at cover, mid on and mid off. There's a appeal for LBW. They're not going to get it. They look for 2, are they? No. Proctor says no. Good decision. Siddharth looked set on coming back for a second there, didn't he?
Yeah, probably a little bit fortunate there was a bit of a misfield.
Yeah.
So I reckon if he picks that up cleanly, it could have been a close one.
Yeah, as it is, Siddharth continues. Yorkshire will put their field back together again. Whether they will bring the short leg in or not, yet to be seen. Whether they're just going to go for the 3 slips. So no short leg. They're going to leave the fielder in the covers. And that's gone. Vishwa Fernando gets the outside edge of Siddharth Kaul. And Siddharth goes for 5. Northamptonshire are 9 down. Vishwa Fernando gets his 3rd for Yorkshire. And another good catch in the slip cord, and it was low. Did carry cleanly, got 2 hands to it, but well watched towards the end of what's been a long day at Northampton. They're 9 down, Northamptonshire, the home side. Still trail by 119. Just Jack White left for Northamptonshire as he makes his way onto the outfield.
Yeah, Luke Proctor must be a little bit frustrated that he's close to the 80s and he's going to run out of partners, maybe.
It's looking that way at the moment, isn't it? What's Jack White? Jack White's got 3 deliveries of this Vishwa Fernando over to navigate, if he's able to do so. Here he comes. Possibly with one of Sam Whiteman's cricket bats from last year.
Yeah, I think every time he bats, he comes out with a different one, doesn't he?
Yeah. Anybody that he can lay his hands on, I think. So you mentioned earlier that high score in first-class cricket of 59 for Jack White. Came against Kent, didn't it, last summer? There was a few runs scored on that pitch, and 59 wasn't the highest score of the lot. But
played a few shots here and there.
Yeah, it didn't have any impact on the game or the result, did it? But it was a fun little cameo between Jack White and Ben Sanderson at the very end of the game, after we'd been treated to a Daniel Bell Drummond 100. Jack White leaves that first one well alone. Two, 4, 3 for 9. So that's 2 overs for the change arounds. If it were to fall now, there would be 13 overs left in the day. Jack White digs out that Yorker from Fernando. 1 ball left of Fernando's over. .5 overs. 3 maidens. 3 for 46 on debut for Yorkshire, the Sri Lankan left arm seamer. Proving to be a good signing so far. One just dragged the length back a little bit, beat the outside edge of Jack White. Successful over. Again, 2 runs from it at the start, but picked up the wicket of Siddharth Kaul. Northampton 9 down, trail by 119. Proctor, the captain, will be on strike. He's on 79. And I would imagine that Proctor's only going to play this one way with however long is left in the game. Dom Leach will continue the bowling from the Lynn Wilson centre end as well. 70 overs have now been bowled in the innings. Don't think Yorkshire are going to be worrying about a second new ball. Quite a long break in play there, wasn't there, as the Northants 12th man just brought some bits and pieces out to Luke Proctor.
Yeah, I think anything Luke Proctor and Jack White can do to slow it down a bit, they'll be more than happy with.
Yeah, well, Dom Leach into bowl. Proctor defends into the offside. There's a a look and a hesitation for a single. I think Jack White fancied it. Luke Proctor's seen Jack White bat a few times and feels that he's best qualified to navigate the end of this. He's got the short side on the leg side, hasn't he? It's not a particularly kind of strong bottom hand player. It's not a shot you associate with Luke Proctor. They've kind of covered off that cut shot, that rundown that he plays really nicely with Vishwa Fernando down on the boundary. That one there defended back to the bowler.
Yeah, there doesn't seem as much intent to hurry through for a quick single compared to when someone like Ben Sanderson was at the crease.
Yeah. Or even Siddharth.
Yeah.
He was quite keen to get on strike, wasn't he? Oh, beauty. Beats Luke Proctor, all ends up. The ball's 70 overs old now, not doing as much as what it has done throughout the course of the day, and that's a Jaffa from Dom Leach.
Yeah, first one we've seen in a while from Proctor, hasn't it? Where he's generally played a defensive shot and it's beat the bat. Haven't seen too many in the innings.
And one left alone. Proctor quite happy to bat whilst Jack White is at the non-striker's end, who's currently engaged in conversation with the standing umpire. Not sure what about. Anyway, the field has come in, as you'd expect. 2 balls left in Dom Leach's over. They'll be allowing Luke Proctor the boundary, or the 2 boundaries, in fact, if he were to get them. Keep him at the non-striker's end. They do not want to give away a single or anything as an odd number. Boundary options available for Luke Proctor. And he picks up Dom Leach over the leg side. And it's gone all the way for 6. I just said it wasn't a shot that Luke Proctor plays, and well, he plays it quite well, actually.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing it more often.
Moves to 85. Now, what does Luke Proctor do? Does he go again? Does he try and find the single to get Jack White off strike at the start of the next over? Or will he put a bit of faith in his number 11? Wendell enjoyed it, unsurprisingly. That's who you can hear through the effects mic. Have a look at the ball as well. Obviously hit something down in that bottom corner pretty hard. It's been deemed to be okay. Big shot by Luke Proctor. Moves himself to 85. 249 for 9. Dom Leach into bowl. What will Luke Proctor try and do here? He's cut it away. And he's cut it straight at first slip.
Oh.
There was big confusion there for a minute.
I think he was gone if that hits.
Yeah, first slip's done really well to get up and stop that. Jack White, I don't know whether he even indicated the single was there or not.
Much, did he?
Proctor kind of got a fair way down, turned around, and as you said, I think if he'd have hit for the second time in this innings of 85, would have been gone. But Yorkshire have got what they wanted. The field change has achieved their plan, and they've at least got the start of the over from Vishwa Fernando to Jack White. See what kind of field that they set for the Northants number 11. 3 slips in place, mid-wicket and cover. Pretty close, mid-on and mid-off, just off the end of the square as well, so they're in business. See what Jack White's got. He's up to task, digging out an over-pitch delivery from Vishwa Fernando. It's coming towards 5 to 6 now this evening. Set clear. They've got 14 overs left in the day. We're going to be here till pretty much 7 o'clock tonight. Oof, I think that might have just hit the knee of Finley Bean at third slip as it didn't carry. It's had that kind of iconic hollow sound as it hits.
It's a bit of a thud, wasn't it?
As it hits a knee.
Could have been a sore one.
Jack White had a bit of a fend and a poke at that one. That's a nice shot through the covers, and well, Jack White says no. Jack White's not interested. I think there was a single there, Tobes, if they wanted it.
Yeah, it looked like he took a couple of steps to think, yeah, maybe there's a run there, and then decided, no, I'm all right. Brock came a lot further down the track, but luckily not too far.
No, interesting matchup. Now, obviously, it would have just left 3 balls in the over, in fact. Jack White seems fairly happy facing up against the Sri Lankan overseas.
Yeah, I mean, this is the first time he's batted all season. Maybe he's relishing it a bit.
It's what he's been working on. He's not been able to bowl, so he's just been in on the machine. He's faced more balls than Emilio Gay over the winter.
Just stand and deliver, no running.
Shorter ball defended on the bounce from Jack White. He's pretty unfazed and unbothered by the situation, doesn't he, as he just wanders around at the crease. 2 balls left in the over, 72nd over of the innings. 3 slips in place. We will see a change of field before too long. We've already seen one. Cover's gone out. Shorter ball, which Jack White leaves alone. And that is, in fact, the end of the over. Well, I thought there was one more. I thought there was one left in that.
Yeah, I think the scorers must have missed one as well.
Oh, well. End of the over. Luke Proctor will remain on strike. Dom Leach will bowl from the Lynn Wilson centre end. 249 for 9 is the score. One thing Yorkshire have done really well, considering it's been pretty much an entire seam attack with the exception of 2 overs, is that over rate is just sat there on neutral.
Yeah, they've done a really good job of controlling that over rate. We saw the Northamptonshire innings go to -2, I think it was.
Yeah.
But it fell to -2 quite early as well. So to see Yorkshire just keep it neutral has been really beneficial for them.
Yeah, just the 2 overs of spin in the innings, one of which was successful. Proctor drops that one into the offside, brings up the 250 for Northamptonshire and 86 for Luke Proctor. And of course, a batting bonus point that goes with that as well.
Yeah, I think they'll be quite pleased with that. In a division so tight in the middle areas, every point seems to matter. I think they'll take it even more considering the position they found themselves in earlier on.
Felt like a long way away, didn't it, for a long time. I think they'll be quite grateful that they've got themselves a point. It's a wafty drive from Jack White. Clearly something that Luke Proctor wanted. Wasn't interested in waiting till the end of the over to try and deposit Dom Leach out of the ground again. Just an interesting tactic, interesting period of play. Can be frustrating. Jack White just defends that one back down the pitch. 2 balls left in Dom Leach's over. Northants trail by 112. Possibly a single on offer there if they wanted it, but rightfully turned down. Jack White doing a good job here. Faced 12 balls. Hasn't got off the mark. Doesn't look like getting out either.
No. Unless he gets run out, but yeah, seems to want to take a single, does he?
Looks pretty composed at the moment, doesn't he? With a bit of a mismatch of kit going on. I think he's got Gray Nichols gloves on with a Kookaburra cricket bat. Not quite sure what the pads are. I haven't figured that one out yet. Oh, what a shot, Jack White. Square drive down to Vishwa Fernando.
No interest in a run.
Absolutely
turns away.
Not. Nonchalantly just drives it square of the wicket out to the Sri Lankan overseas. He He's marching into the end of his mark, isn't he, Vishwa Fernando? Yorkshire want this done, don't they?
Yeah. Yeah, they'll probably be a little bit frustrated that Northamptonshire brought out the 250. It's been a nice bit of a fight back. Still trail by 112. But it's been a lot better than how they started the session.
Yeah, it was it's about 180, wasn't it, when Ben Sanderson walked out to the middle? Pretty much, I think it might have been spot on, pretty much halfway, wasn't it? 182. I could have a look. So to have had this resistance from the tail has been good. Yeah, Broad went on 181. I think Proctor happy to leave that one alone. Oh, Proctor with a ramp, and Q ended it back to Vishwa Fernando, and it's not carried. It's come straight off the toe. Proctor tries to ramp it over and down to fine leg for 4. Ends up poking it back to the bowler. He's got a massive smile on his face as he walks past the umpire.
I didn't think that was a shot Luke Proctor had in him.
Well, I mean, I'd argue and say that he possibly still doesn't.
Maybe he goes again.
Well, I was keen to take it on. That one solid in defence. It has been like a genuinely interesting, 24 balls that these two have faced together. It's been, for a while, it's been, no, it's okay. I'll bat this out and we'll look for one off the last ball of the over type thing. Luke Proctor, get in behind him, and then just picks up Dom Leach, hits him for 6 over cow corner. Then we bring up the 250 with a single off the second ball of the over, and you think, I'm not quite sure that fits the narrative. Jack White turns a single down to face more deliveries. Proctor quite happy to get in behind a few and then just brings out a ramp, tries to lap it down to fine leg. Because I'm a bit conflicted. Part of me's kind of thinking, well, do these two just want to bat out there for as long as possible? And then you get like a shot from that from Luke Proctor, and
I'd love to have the answer. I really would, but I have no idea.
No, I'm struggling a little bit.
But it's quite entertaining.
It feels like something's going to happen, doesn't it? I mean, ultimately, the final wicket will fall eventually, whenever that might be. As it is, Luke Proctor is going to give Jack White 1 to face at the end of Vishwa Fernando's over. It's 3 for 47. He'll be seeking out his 4th. Interesting tactic as well for Yorkshire as well. They bring the fielders in the attempt to take the wicket. Could they leave them out to allow Jack White a single and have a full over at him next time around? They've kind of gone a bit 50-50 with that. Adam Lythers make his way back to the slip cordon. And as I say that, the man at square leg makes his way out towards the boundary. That's driven down the grounds. Again, a lovely looking shot from Jack White. No run. Luke Proctor stays in his crease this time and will face the first ball of the next over. It's now 11 left in the day. Looks like Luke Proctor is going to get a change of cricket bat. Maybe that's his T20 bat.
I don't think that ramp might have done bat any favours.
And that's also a very good point. It could be a crack in the toe of that one. It's not too bad. Maybe Jack White's got his eye on it. So yeah, 11 overs left in the day. Nine if Yorkshire pick up this last wicket. We will lose 2 overs for the change of innings, the turnaround, whatever you want to call it. driven down to mid-off, and no single is taken. Proctor now on 87. Faced 172 balls, 9 fours and a 6. He never strikes me as a milestone man, Luke Proctor. He's 13 runs away from what would be his first 100 of the season. Certainly made more challenging by the personnel that he's had to bat with for a lot of it. Does come down the track, gets a big edge. Tattersall at full stretch, one-handed, can't gather the catch, tips it round the posts. Great save if Gareth Southgate's watching. And Luke Proctor gets a life. Again, another sign of aggression, which didn't quite work for the Northants captain.
Yeah, it was a really good effort to stop it going to the rope.
Another glorious looking cover drive from Luke Proctor, who politely declines the single. That was a fantastic effort by Tattersall. He's going to be disappointed he's not held on to it, but it was a really, really good effort at full stretch. On another day, you take that one-handed, and there's another reel on the County Championship social media page. What a catch with a goalie glove emoji, I suspect would probably be the caption. Proctor again uses his feet. Leach sees him coming, drops the ball shorter. Proctor drops his hands on it, lets it go through to the wicketkeeper. 2 balls left in this over. Yorkshire fielders converge in, I think. Eyes towards Shan Masood, and I think Adam Lythe there is the Yorkshire fielder that's made his way in and kind of pointed towards Jack White and said, "You do know there's only 2 balls left in the over?" Proctor does go for the scoop this time and gets enough of it. Gets it up over Johnny Tattersall, gets 4, and moves to 91 with 1 ball left in the over.
What a lovely shot. Bit unorthodox, but
hey, it's
they
worked.
All count.
It's worked. Looks like a shot that would be more familiar with Safe Zabe, wouldn't it, than Luke Proctor?
Yeah, maybe Proc wants to play on Thursday.
Hey, you never know. Keeps playing shots like that. There's another selection headache for John Sadler and Dave Willey ahead of the T20 Blast. Suspect more likely you might be quite looking forward to a bit of a break after the championship rounds. And a big strike down the ground. I think he's probably got all of that. It's down towards the Jackson Grundy. We'll have a look at
4.
the umpire's signal. It's 4. He moves to 95. 5 away from what would be his first 100 of 2024. He has, however, got Jack White on strike with those 2 back-to-back boundaries at the end of the last over. Been a good season so far for Luke Proctor with the bat. As I say, he hasn't converted one of the scores, but 92 and 41 down at Hove. 73 here against Middlesex, 65 here against Glamorgan, 64 at Leicester, 32 and 60 here against Gloucestershire. Change of bowling from the David Capelin, replacing Vishwa Fernando as Jordan Thompson. Oh, what a shot. Jack White through the covers. Is it going to go or is it going to stop up? It's gone. There was a thought about a slide there from Shan Masood for a little while, but Jack White clears the front leg and gives himself room through the offside and just smears Jordan Thompson through the covers for 4. That deficit now into double digits, down to 99. And again, that's another milestone ticked off that possibly felt like a long way away, didn't it? Quite defends that one into the offside.
Yeah, I think if Northamptonshire get the deficit below 100, they've done very well from the considering the position they were in. They've done very well to get a batting point. It's been a nice bit of resilience. I know I mentioned it earlier, saying it'd be nice to see a bit of a fight from the tail, but been pleasantly surprised.
Well, Jack White over the slip cord, and this time 2 4s in the over. Northants just chipping away here. Jack White moves to 8. 2 4s off the over, just backs away, gives himself room.
It's a lovely shot. Watched it all the way. The delicate little clip over the slips.
Did Luke Proctor score 100 last year?
Now you're testing my knowledge.
Driven square through backward point this time. It was uppish, but he's thrown the bat at it. For a while, Matt Revis would have been interested, but it's landed safe and run down to the backward point boundary for another 4. The other thing as well here, Tobes, that confuses me. No, it's a high score of 87 not out last year for Luke Proctor. The other thing that confuses me here is Luke Proctor is 5 runs away from 100. He's not a selfish man. He's not going to be concerned if he doesn't get it. Jack White out of nowhere isn't really giving Luke Proctor the confidence or encouragement that actually he's prepared to bat for him either.
No, he must have just said, I'm not running, I'll just hit a boundary.
Luke Proctor, 300s for Northamptonshire in the 2022 season. High score of 144 not out. Jack White defends that one into the offside. Well, what an over for Northamptonshire. 12 runs from it, all off the bat of Jack White.
Yeah, he moves to 12 and trailing by 91 now. It's been a positive last couple of overs, hasn't it?
It has. It really has. There's, 9 overs left in the day. Seeing if I can find when that would have been. The nature of the website I'm on is not helping my ability to find that. Every time I look at one of the scorecards and go back out, I have to go back and select Northamptonshire as the team I want to look for. George Hill is back into the attack. He is bowling from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Luke Proctor is on 95. There's an appeal for caught behind. Pretty muted. Umpire wasn't interested in the slightest.
Yeah, I didn't think I heard anything as the ball went past.
Could it be this game? I'm running out of games here in 2022. It wasn't that game either. Who'd be a statistician? this one. Slower ball from George Hill just to keep Luke Proctor honest. Here we go. Luke Proctor's last 100 in the championship. I have found it eventually. Came in June 2022. Would have been the 26th of June. The game would have started in the second innings against Warwickshire, where he made 144 not out in a draw against the Bears.
Career best?
That's
I think it might be.
I've just spent 10 minutes trying to find when it was, Tobes. Don't test me again.
I think it's a career best.
144 sounds like a good number to have as a career best, doesn't it? So if he were to get there, obviously still 5 runs away, it would be getting on for 23 months. It is a career best as well. Slower ball turned into the leg side. Yorkshire certainly not prepared, are they, to make this easy for Luke Proctor. The field does make its way. In. Cries of "get on with it" from one of the spectators. Field is in. Proctor on strike. Goes for a big drive through the covers. Is it going to race away for 4? There is a Yorkshire fielder after it. It's not going to go. They're going to look for 3? No. Jack White, not the quickest between the sticks. Settles on 2. Luke Proctor moves to 97. 3 away from, as I say, what would be his first class 100 since June 2022. The field stays up as well. 1 hit will do it, Tobes. And he goes for it. And he gets it. Luke Proctor finds the boundary, and Northamptonshire skipper for a long time coming, and well-deserved this year. Well-deserved over the last couple of years. Luke Proctor gets 100. He's 101 not out, and well, my word, has his county needed him today.
Yeah, he's been brilliant, hasn't he? He's finally converted one of those scores. He's been knocking on the door every inning, and yeah, he's been brilliant, resilient, a typical Luke Proctor innings.
Yeah, backs against the wall for a long time during that for Luke Proctor. Started fluently, was 17 off 20, I think, at lunch with that attacking first session for Northants, then back against the wall as wickets fell at the other end. And he's got himself there, 101 of 183. He's batted a long time with the tail as well. Jack White, what a shot. Jack White opens up the offside, plays it off the back foot through the gully region. He had a 50 partnership with Ben Sanderson. He's got a 38-run partnership with Jack White now. And his 2 strike bowlers in Ben Sanderson and Jack White have seen Luke Proctor through to that milestone. His 8th first-class 100. And I think you could argue and say possibly one of his most challenging as well.
Yeah, he's had to dig in, and it's just been brilliant to watch.
Overpitched. Thompson goes for the Yorker, which Jack White can't time through the offside. I think there was a question you asked probably about an hour ago, and you said, are Yorkshire getting frustrated? And I said, no. They've just kind of, I don't think they've let this game drift at all, but it's been a hard watch for Yorkshire against the 9, 10, and 11 of Northampton. Jack White does well to guide that one down past Finley Bean at gully, takes the single, gets up the other end. So now that Luke Proctor's got that milestone, maybe quite happy not to farm the strike as much as what he was.
Partnership between Proctor and Jack White, now 39. Another crucial partnership as the deficit is now just 80. Well, not just 80, but a lot nicer than it was previously.
Oh, it's not far away. The slower ball. Thompson can't believe it. It's not far away from being chopped on by the captain. But I think that reaction there from Thompson just highlights kind of how frustrating it's been this last hour and a half. Calls of stay up. Quite happy to give Luke Proctor the big shot again. Luke Proctor quite happy to take it on, takes the single as well, puts Vishwa Fernando under pressure at mid-on. Gets down the other end, gives Jack White one ball from Jordan Thompson to face at the end of the over. 283 for 9. 6 runs off it so far. The deficit now 79. Two slips in place for Jack White. Jordan Thompson into bowl from the David Capel end. Oh, what a shot. Jack White. A visible sign of frustration from the Yorkshire seamer. I think he's got a hand on that. He's certainly looking at his hand in a way, but my word, Jack White has hit that so well down the ground.
It's a brilliant shot, isn't it?
Yeah, he's got a hand to it. Jordan Thompson, he's frustrated with himself. I think he's done incredibly well to get down to it, to be honest.
Yeah,
but
lightning quick reactions to get down, but Jack White timed it very well.
In the context of the game as well, when you just start to feel like the game's going against you. And this partnership of 44, I think, certainly echoes that point that it feels like this game might be going against Yorkshire. They are still got a good lead. Like, the lead is still 75 here. But it did feel like it was going to be a lot more than that not that long ago. As I said, the two partnerships, the 50 partnership between Sanderson and Proctor, and this one now worth 44. Yeah, made it a tough day or a tough evening session for Yorkshire. That one there defended back to the bowler. Just a look around the rest of the county championship. You mentioned earlier that Durham had beaten Somerset inside 2 days. Stumps at Southampton. Hampshire 495 for 4 against Surrey. They've got a lead of 368. You'd say if the weather goes the right way down south, it looks like a good score for Hampshire to pick up a win against the reigning champions. Essex, 591 for 7 declared against Kent. Kent are 118 for 4. At Stumps. At Manchester, they're obviously making up for lost time. They didn't get on, did they, for the morning session on day one? Warwickshire all out for 284. Lancashire 53 for 2. Slow ball from George Hill, which is defended back by Luke Proctor. Last game in Division 1 at Worcester. As you said earlier, Tobes, Worcestershire bowled out for 80. And Nottinghamshire in response, 193 for 2. Fletcher with 3 wickets, Pennington with 3 wickets, James with 2, Patterson with 2. Hamid, who scored a big 100 in the last round, he's 80 not out against Worcestershire. Nice shot by Luke Proctor, back to Hill. And then in Division 2, see we've got one of the 4 games going on here in front of us. Stumps at Lords, 554 for 9 declared by Sussex. Middlesex, 62 for 1. Pujara, I think he scored 100, which I mentioned earlier. He was finally out for 100. He was out for 129. John Simpson returning to Lords against his former team, 167. That's cut away by Luke Proctor. Edgy, but past the slip cordon. Runs away up towards the Curo Lounge for 4. Handy runs again for the Northamptonshire skipper.
Yeah, you can see a few Yorkshire fielders out there at the minute. Hands on the hips, hands on the knees, looking a little bit dejected.
I think they certainly would have thought they'd have been batting again this evening.
Yeah, 100%.
The score at one point in this innings read 5 for 154, 6 for 176, 7 for 181 when the last, what you would call recognised batter in Justin Broad, departed for a duck. Wow, he's climbed into that one through the covers. Luke Proctor's given it the full kitchen sink. Beats the fielder and I think gets to the rope, and it does. So back-to-back 4s at the end of the over, and brings up the 50 partnership between Jack White and Luke Proctor. And a real healthy round of applause rings around the ground from the Northants faithful that have stayed in to the evening hours. There's 6 overs left in the day, 25 past 6. So we're not going to be far away from 7 o'clock here, are we, by the time we've finished? The other ones, Tobes going on, the 2 going on. 1 at Leicester, Glamorgan all out for 387, Leicestershire 276 for 5, trail by 111. Derbyshire finally all out for 526. And Gloucestershire, in response, 235 for 4. Bracey, 85, Van Buren, 57.
The weather gives a few of those games a miss tomorrow, then there could be some interesting results.
Yeah, it's. I think we spoke earlier, and we don't really want to sit around talking about the weather all day, but
no.
It's when it says storms, it does become really difficult to predict, doesn't it, as to what it is going to do. But it does look like there's kind of thunderstorm warnings from pretty much here all the way up to Manchester.
Yeah.
Which either means we're going to get a lot of it, or they're really not sure as to where it's going to be.
Just in patches.
Just everywhere. There could be a thunderstorm somewhere in the UK tomorrow. Adam Lyth replaces Jordan Thompson. And I think he's back in. I thought for a second there, Jack White had taken a step out the ground as he tried to deposit Adam Lyth back into the Spencer Lounge. Certainly looked like he dragged the foot forward. Maybe just obviously got it back in time. Jack White with the big long levers. Almost a bit too tempting, I think, for the Northants number 11 not to have a swing at Adam Lyth here. There we go. He's gone past another one. Kind of feel the nature of the appeals from behind the stumps of very frustrated from the Yorkshire fielders. Although it's now at that time of the evening that if Jack White gets out now, we'll lose 2 overs. And there'll be 3 overs to bat for Yorkshire, I believe. Unless if you go past 6 o'clock, you don't get them. But as far as I'm aware, I think you would. I think you would come back out for 3 overs. I'd like to think you would anyway.
Yeah.
Through the leg side. Jack White wants 1. Proctor not interested in the slightest. He's not moved from that pose.
Hasn't even flinched, has he?
No. He's like, you can hit 6s or 4s, Jack White. And that's all I'm interested in right now. Jack White's certainly trying. Pace off from Adam Lyth and semi-defended back to the bowler. End of the over. 5 now remain in the day. Certainly the time between overs taken longer, isn't it, as the evening's drawn on.
Yeah, it's all just slowed down a bit, hasn't it?
Yorkshire still up with that over rate though, so it's not causing any issues. The new ball has been taken. The second new ball, bang on 80 overs, just been signalled up to the scorers and the match referee. It looks like we'll have Jordan Thompson will bowl for the first time in this fixture from the Lynn Wilson centre end. So that one over of Adam Lyth again was just to get to the next phase of the game. Got 1 wicket so far, Jordan Thompson. 1 for 63 off 16 overs. That wicket of Justin Broad. Very, very good delivery to the Northants number 8 to get the outside edge. There are, as I say, 5 overs left. Who would you give the new ball to from the David Capel end?
Great question. I think Fernando for another little stint.
Yeah, just to finish off.
Yeah.
Nicely played by Proctor. He kind of indicates to Jack White as to why that wasn't a 1, but Jack White not interested. I don't necessarily think that's a wrong answer. Doesn't look like it's going to be Matt Revis, but I think I'd probably give it to him. Say he's probably been the pick of the bowlers for Yorkshire. 15 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 40. Not as many wickets as Fernando. But that spell after lunch kind of ripped through that top order of Northamptonshire, didn't it? Luke Proctor just continues to be happy to bat time here as well.
Yeah, he's reached 3 figures. I don't think he'll be in any rush anymore.
No run taken.
Jack White halfway down the pitch already.
2 balls left in the over. So Proctor happy to keep the strike here. Goes for the big shot, over mid-off. Doesn't fully time it, but I think with the benefit of going aerial, I think it's going to run away from Matt Revis. It does. Brings up the 300 for Northamptonshire as well. Deficit now down to 61. Luke Proctor now on 116. 116 off 196 deliveries. Partnership worth 58.
I think Northamptonshire will be delighted with 300.
I don't think many people would believe you if you'd offered it when Northants were 7 down. Certainly don't think many people would have believed you. I think they all would have said yes, please, thank you very much. But and perfect for Northamptonshire. Luke Proctor gets the single off the last ball, and that cry of frustration was that of Jordan Thompson as he knows he gave Luke Proctor the single there. End of the over, 7 runs from it. And it is going to be the Sri Lankan overseas that The man in for 3 games on debut, Vishwa Fernando, who's bowled well during the course of this innings. He's got 3 for 47 off 18 overs with 4 maidens. Got the wickets of Ricardo Vasconcelos, Ben Sanderson, Siddharth Kool. He's going to look to see if he can wrap up this innings. He has got Luke Proctor on strike. He's going to have a couple of overs to have a go at it. Four overs remain in the day. Nicely timed through square leg. Luke Proctor not interested. There is the square drive. There's the fielder out on the boundary. Proctor again says no. Just at the moment interested in farming the strike for as long as he possibly can. Again, it's kind of changed the mindset again, hasn't it? There was a moment or a while that Luke Proctor was quite happy for Jack White to be on strike, and Jack White hit 3 4s in an over. New ball's been taken, and Proctor's kind of thought, no, actually, I want to do this myself. He's certainly turned down 3 runs so far.
Yes, it's quite nice to see Jack White still eagerly backing up though.
I assume, I would hope as well that that's been a kind of a discussed plan between the two of them. Otherwise, I think if I was Jack White, I'd be a little bit kind of confused as to why it's changed, if that makes sense. Or
yeah, you think that they'd have had a little chat, and Brock would have said, just take it easy, see out through the day. I'll do all the hard work.
Again, Luke Proctor does take 1 eventually. Leaves Jack White with 2 to defend or to attack at the end of Vishwa Fernando's over. Second over with the second new ball. Deficit now 61. 301 for 9 the score. 3.2 overs left in the day. Jack White attempted to guide that down through deep third, pulled away from it in the end. Partnership worth 58. The stream at Northamptonshire County Cricket Club is powered by Daffabet. It's been fantastic to have your company throughout the course of the day. A day that's been interesting. It's been challenging for both counties at different parts. Northants have struggled. Yorkshire, although very much still in the box seat, have struggled of the last hour and a half. That's straight up. Is there a fielder underneath it? There is. Oh, and Dom Leach, I think, has caught that. I'm not sure how he's done it. He dropped it the first time. It's hit the chest. He's managed to catch it between his legs, I think. And Jack White's cameo of 21 comes to an end. It's gone a long way up in the air. So congratulations and well batted for Luke Proctor, led by Adam Lythe. And I think, if I'm right in saying, but I don't know, I think there is 1 over left for Yorkshire at the end of the day, unless the umpires are going to call stumps. I don't think they are. The umpires making their way back towards the standing end. But most importantly, Luke Proctor leaves the ground not out on 116. To a big round of applause for the Northamptonshire captain. Well earned, well deserved, and it's great to see the skipper raise the bat, get the reward for the hard work that he's put in over the winter, get the reward for the hard work and the innings that he's put together throughout the course of the summer so far. So the state of the game, Northamptonshire all out for 301, which is an awful lot more than what they thought they would have had for a while. Yorkshire 362, and therefore the difference between the sides is 61. And I believe, did you hear the announcer there?
No, actually I didn't.
I mean, the bails are still on, so that says to me
it's
that
a good sign.
we have got 1 over left in the day's play. So let's
yeah, everyone's still in their whites, aren't they?
Yeah. Let's take a break for 5 minutes, Tobes, and we'll be back for that final over.
With Proctor leading the Northamptonshire team to field.
Right then, folks, 1 over remains in the day, quite ridiculously, but good to see the fact that we will get a full day's play in. We've lost 2 overs because of the innings change. Luke Proctor leads his side out at Wantage Road. It's going to be Ben Sanderson will bowl the over from the Lynn Wilson centre end, and Finley Bean and Adam Lythe will make their way out to the middle in a bit of a lose-lose situation, really, for these two. Adam Lythe just offers Luke Proctor a handshake there to congratulate him on his 100. Another interesting little point here is that Adam Lythe faced up first in the first innings, and Finley Bean has got the privilege of facing up first against Ben Sanderson in the last over of the day. There's 4 slips in place for Northamptonshire. Sanderson into bowl. And that's down the leg side, and a good take by Lewis McManus. One there, potentially just a little bit wasted by Sanderson. It would be an ideal situation here just to pick up the wicket of Finley Bean, and Adam Lythe and Yorkshire would have to turn around and walk back off again. None for 1.
Yeah, it's quite exciting, isn't it? Just 1 quick over. The 2 batsmen will obviously not want to be out there at all.
Tobes, some people say the 100's too short. I don't think 1 over cricket's going to catch on anytime soon. Solid defence from Finley Bean. Although that super over in 2019 was quite exciting, wasn't it? So maybe you're onto something.
Maybe.
Super ones. I'm sure it'll be like a pop-up franchise competition somewhere around the world.
You've given someone an idea.
Before too long. Copyright it, Tobes, quick. Conversation there between...
We'll host it here.
Yeah. Gone. It's worked. The 1 over has worked, and I have to apologise. It wasn't Finley Bean. It was Dom Leach that came out to open the batting with Adam Lythe, hence why he was at non-striker's end. But he's gone. He's lasted 3 balls, and Ben Sanderson has picked up the wicket of the night watchman, and that is Stumps. So Yorkshire, I said it was an over that you can't really win at. You can't affect the score. Dom Leach has bravely come out to face up against the new ball and Ben Sanderson, and it hasn't worked. It worked for Northamptonshire. They trail Yorkshire by 61, and they are 1 down the wicket of Dom Leach. So, as I say, state of play, Yorkshire lead Northamptonshire by 61. It's been a great day of cricket. It's been topsy-turvy. Yorkshire have looked on top. They still are on top. Northants have had a great fight back, led by their skipper, Luke Proctor, who rightfully leads his side off the field to another round of applause. Stream here at Northamptonshire has been powered by Daffabet. My name is Dan Jadzovic. I've been joined by Toby Williams all day. Thank you for your company, Tobes.
No worries.
And we will see you back at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning after a well-earned rest.